That's the music right there. Okay. How are we all doing? Oh, it's getting cold, isn't it? Oh my gosh, it's getting a little spicy here. Or the opposite of spicy, I should say. It's getting a little frozen. How is everybody doing? Kakashi first in the room today. Math, you here too? Goldie, of course. Of course. Hello, Matt. Konnichiwa. Man, Maddie, can you remember Japanese class in primary school? He was a nightmare for the Japanese teacher. He would do this thing where he'd like I don't know how to describe it. He'd do this like bow where he'd go like that, but like slam his head on the desk, and the Japanese teacher would lose her. She kind of lose it and get really agitated, understandably, but he would do it nonetheless. So, konnichiwa to you too, Maddie. How are you guys doing? Jacob, you're here too? Nice. You guys gonna play some Peak? That'll be a win. That'll be a win. Turbo, what's up, Turbo? We got Winter Nightshade. Welcome, Winter. Appropriate, considering for the first time, I feel like the season is actually changing. A shot of Jack Daniels bourbon to warm the internals. Nice, nice. Some prefer chaos, others are the chaos. Matthew was the chaos, especially in that class. Especially in that class. Are you guys seeing a lot of like weird static going on with my jumper here? Oh, I really need that webcam, Matt. It does some weird stuff here. Hold on, let's see if we can. We're gonna mess with the lights a bit and see if we can fix that. Nah, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'll see what I can do with the. Let's go find the camera. Before we get too far into this thing, it's gonna be like. Could it be the tone mapping? The chroma key could have something to do with it. Improved? Yeah, we got it. Less static. It's still some static on this little bit, but that'll do. That'll do. Glitterman. Sparkly. You see it? Yeah, all right. We saw some weirdness. Glad we got that all sorted. Chat. I'm kind of excited. Are you guys as excited as I am about the subject of this stream? This stream, multiplayer, I find it very exciting because you guys know what I'm like. This means that I can start to bring you all into the stream more, right? This I don't know, the thing that motivates me, like Matt, you know this, right? Whenever I play games, when me and Matthew play games, I don't play single player games anymore. I just don't do it. I play multiplayer games because multiplayer is like, when I play computer games, it's because I want to spend time with the people I care about. And so that means I'm never playing single player. I'm always playing with someone. And so multiplayer means we can start to lay the foundations of that, right? That's the kind of gaming I do. That's the kind of gaming I do, guys. I do multiplayer games. So, you know what? One last detail. Oh my God, 65 stream streak. That's a lot of streams. That's a lot of streams, man. Okay, there we go. We got the corner. That's a lot of streams. That's an incredible number of streams. 65 is huge. Thank you so much for being here, for all of that. But yeah, we're going to be doing some multiplayer. Oh my God, high energy. Did I really like this song? I'm not sure why I did. It's a bit too high energy. So I've been doing some work off stream with this one, guys. You're on the other side of the spectrum. I like single player games. Then I can decide the speed I'm going. Yeah, true. Yeah, okay. That's fair enough, God of War. That's fair enough. But for me, I really like to play with people. I find it's a social experience for me, if anything. It's a social experience. And so, yeah, I've been laying some foundations for this stream for a long time, and I'm gonna actually I thought whether I should get straight into it or whether I should take you guys through the process that's happened off stream to get to the point where I am now. And I think the way I'm gonna do it is the latter. I'm gonna show you guys the process. And some of the like prototyping and some of the off stream stuff before I jump into the on stream stuff to get it going. And it's I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And I'll take you through some of the big tech decisions that I made along the way, because a lot of research went into getting to the point where we are now. Goldie, you have a stream improvement for me? I'm here for it. What is it? Tell me. What's the idea? What's the concept? New cam would definitely be one. You have no offline image. That's true. I should probably set that up. Do you have something specific in mind? Goldie? Because yeah, I should do that. Easy generation. True. Do more flips. Yo, 65 stream streak for you too, Lucario. That's incredible. Matt, look at this. These guys keep on showing up. They keep showing up and being here for it. No, nothing in mind. Okay. That should go on a to-do list. It's a really good idea. But I have too many to-do lists and too many things to do. But I'll throw it there. So what's it called? It's the, you're saying the offline image. As recommended, but I'll research that and figure out where it is and where I put it and all that. But a great community, I know, right? I know. You might have to look at stream elements for me, Seb. Hold on. Okay, we can look at that. I know that these things are like, there's lots of these kind of things that we need to get around to, but I feel like a lot of them have to happen offline because I don't want to be faffing around here trying to get these things going while we're live. But yeah. I legit popped home to sort out bits out as the kids are being a nightmare, dude. Needed tattoo cream. Have you got a new tattoo, Lucario? And other bits that she needed, so made sure I get my ass here to support where I can. God damn, you definitely have been doing that. You've been doing that, Lucario. 65 stream streak. That's a lot of support. God of War on a 45 stream streak. Nearly the 50 streams soon. True. You use faffing around too? Yeah. Yep. I've been known to use that word. As do many of us. He needs a to-do list for his to-do lists. I actually have a program, Kakashi, that it draws information in from 3 of my to-do lists. And then it does like a A or B, which is more, which needs to be done first. And then I click through it and then it kind of like compares and ranks all my tasks. And then it schedules it for the next week. That's a thing that I built to try and help me keep on top of it. But it's like, I feel like I only ever get to the top like 20% of stuff. Like, I shouldn't say I feel like it. There's evidence that shows me I only get to the top 20%. I've got some incredibly important things. Like I got to switch my internet. I got to switch internet to Lontel. That's been on my to-do list like a week and a half now, and I just can't seem to get to it. Seb needs to do his list. You're not wrong though, Matt. You're not wrong. I think what you just have to do is get in and do it. If I wasn't doing like streaming and all this other stuff, it'd be easier to get on top of it. But I feel like all of my free time gets absorbed by this stuff. You can have a soon list as well. Sooner, otherwise never. It's very true. It's very true. Hey, Will Jr., good to see you. Oh my God, that's actually pretty sick. Is it open for everyone? Might be something useful for me sometimes. Yeah, it's not yet. Do you want to see it, Kakashi? I can show you guys. I always think about whether it's a good idea to show all of my I'm a pretty open person, but then, some other people around me are like, you know what, when you stream, you have to kind of hold some of your cards close to your chest and you shouldn't be completely open with everything you do. And so I'm like, maybe I shouldn't show like my calendar and how I spend all my time in like excruciating detail on stream. But you know, I actually would really love to do that. I would actually like to show some of the tools that I've created too that help manage stuff, because you know, there's an amazing tool I spent. I need 25 hours a day, dude. I need 48 hours a day. That's what I need. That's what I need. And I still wouldn't get it done. That's the thing though, chat. That's the thing. What happens is the more productive you get, the more space it makes for you to do more things. I feel like, honestly, that's the way life goes. And if you don't, I've been trying to be a bit professional about my free time, if that makes any sense. I've been trying to like be like, okay, you need downtime. So go ahead and like schedule some of it, make sure that you get it. In the last couple of days, I've been actually spending time hanging out with Castell, playing some Slay the Spire. That's been absolutely amazing. Gibby is here. That's right, Goldie. Yep. There is something you can actually show up right now, though, Gibby. That's true. I mean, having Gibby around has been fantastic. You can show us. I don't know if Gibby is. Hold on. Where is Gibby's? Downstairs, probably sleeping. I can go get her, but like, hold on. Where is she? Maybe if she walks up and like taps on the door, she'll, you know, that'll happen from time to time. And I keep saying she, but it's not a, yeah, let her sleep. Gibby is Oasis and Over's dog. We're dog sitting right now. But yeah. Oasis's dog. You mean that dog that fast feet? Yes, that's the one. God of War. That's the dog. I mean, that dog is great. That dog be great. But yeah. I forgot Fast Fee mentioned her too. Yeah, it's such a cute dog. She's going to be in our game, actually. That's a playable character. That dog is actually going to be a playable character in Not Monsters. It's planned. Just wait. It'll happen. And the whole plan with the character is, you know what? Hold on. Let me get it up and I'll show you all. There's already renders. Yeah, I mean, not renders, but character concepts. There's character concepts. Let me do this. Hold on. Oh, this mouse wheel is the most annoying thing in the world. Here, we're going to jump in. Look at me scrolling out. Scrolling back. And then, nope. Hello. Yep. Okay, scrolling out. Please. Come on. Scroll out. Yep. Okay. Very annoying. Especially since now we have to scroll in. Scrolling in. We're getting there. A little further. Come on. You can do it. Come on. It might be time for a new mouse chat. Scroll in. Come on. You can do it. Yep. Yeah. Okay. We're not gonna be using our mouse wheel anymore. But this is the playable camera. New camera and new mouse. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. We've got this fantastic computer and then we've got this potato mouse connected to it and this potato camera. I need a little bit more time. So the plan is this character. What will happen is you will be able to run around faster than other characters because you're a dog, of course. You'll be able to smell where monsters have gone. So you'll see like a little sniffy line along the ground for where a monster has been. And then you won't be able to speak to other characters. So your voice is just going to get turned into barks. And then the volume of your voice will be the volume of the barks. That's the plan. That's the plan for this character. I think it'll be really fun. So this is Gibby. And she's visiting home right now. So it's like a tracker. Exactly, Kakashi. That's the plan for this character. Used it for 20 years, which is crazy. You bought a new mouse. You had the same mouse for 20 years? Was it even a laser mouse? I feel like 20 years ago, maybe I had a ball mouse, but maybe I'm overestimating how much time passes. That's $1 for 2, yes bucks for no. Yeah, exactly. That's going to be, I think, really, really funny. Yeah, I'm annoyed by this mouse wheel. We're going to have to try and figure out what to do with that. But I think if I put a little bit of pressure down, it might work a bit better. But that'll be fine for now. Okay. Old Yeller, exactly. What's that, Lassie? The boys down the well? Okay, let me show you guys what I've been doing off stream for this signaling and this networking. So here's a little proof of concept for what we're going to go and re-implement. Let me just fix this up while I'm spotting it and I'm annoyed by it. Okay, there we go. So here's the plan. Lassie, Old Yeller is the sad one. I mean, they're all, yep. I guess that's true. Isn't Old Yeller the one with the, yeah. I remember. It's like gets rabies or something in the end, doesn't it? I had an optical mouse in 2002, ball mouse. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so here's the project. Here's the project. If I run this is just a proof of concept. Here's what it does. Instead of starting one game, it starts two games. And so one can host and the other can join. So I'm going to start by hosting here. And what it's done is it's generated a room code for us. And I'm going to plug that room code in here. So you'll see the room code is WS5GE7. And I'm going to join room. And then we're going to see it connects us. And as I move the mouse, if I move the mouse around on the right screen, what we get is a little green square that moves matching the mouse position for both the host and the client. And on the client, we get the same, right? But with a yellow square. So there's a little yellow square moving around yep. And so this is the foundation of the networking that I have kind of like proven. And this is all working. This is all working in Godot's networking stack. So the connection stuff, it's all running through one single server that doesn't route any of the actual game network communication. It just does the matchmaking, right? And so in Not Monsters, I want to use the same technology. So we're going to migrate it over from one project into the other. And then we're going to connect it so that when a person clicks host game in game, it creates a new room and it lets other people connect to it. If we come away from this stream with that outcome, that will be a good foundation on which to build. So that's our plan. That's our plan, guys. Dragihan, good to see you. How you doing, man? Welcome. Welcome in. How have you been? So that's our plan. That's our plan, guys. What do y'all think? So as you can see, like, it's not perfect, but it's close enough in terms of latency. This is all on the same computer, but it's a solution that we can host. I'm excited about multiplayer, Dragihan. I'm excited too. So, I mean, yeah, I was just saying the chat. I've put a lot of like effort into getting the networking solution working. Like all of this requires a networking server. Interestingly, that seems to be not running right now, which is weird because I did connect. How is that happening? I need to double take here. Anyway, we're going to re-implement this. We're going to re-implement this now in a way where we can do that directly inside of Not Monsters. So so just on a high level, I'll take you guys through the what I've done is I've kind of like generated a brief with a lot of like detailed information about what we've done, and we've got ourselves an overview here, and I think the overview is going to be really useful. You'll see like this is 230 lines, and then this one's like, this is like 500 lines. So this is the one that we're going to start with. So much MOS-DOS. I guess it is a lot of MOS-DOS, Matt. It is a lot of MOS-DOS. That is true. But that's what we do here. So that's what you all are signing up for, I suppose. But yes, so much MOS-DOS. Very technical. This means we'll move away from, just to show everybody where we were at. we were at in the last stream. I'm going to, let's close. We'll close this whole project and we'll open up Godot, and I'll show you guys where we were at last, because the last time we were working, we got our lobby going. So we got our lobby looking good. And so the plan will be to move players out of the main menu and into the lobby, where there'll be, I don't expect to get this far with it. If I just get the client and server connected and I get some packets moving back and forth, I'll be very happy with that. But essentially what's going to happen is, if a player chooses play and hosts a game, this needs to get connected to the same code as before. Good old BIOS off the most MS-DOS, do a little was of the, yeah. All of this chat is from the crap that Matt and Ez, like my friends growing up, used to give me for always playing on the computer and always doing stuff on the computer. This is when I talk technically, they'd be like, you just sound like this. You just sound like most-DOS to BIOS. It's like MS-DOS and BIOS were like weird words to them. And so he'd give me crap just like this, in our entire childhood. Okay, so matchmaking is going to go and find the first available game with the best ping. Where it's still in the matchmaking phase. Join a friend is going to use the room code. You guys saw how I copied the room code from one client into the other to connect. And this is going to be a thing that sets up a match for us and creates a room code and everything like that. So this is the plan. This is the plan here, is to, when we click host game, it's going to, in the background, set up a match for us. And that's what I want to see. It's like up the top, I think we'll have a little room code thing here, and we'll get that working. And then essentially, once you've selected a player, so let's go with something like, it'll decide if you're a monster or not, and then it'll throw you into the game. And then this is the last thing we did at the end of the last stream, is we were working on the lighting for this environment. And so this is the chapel, guys. I don't know if you've seen the chapel yet, but this is where I would love to get multiple players in the next couple of streams. I want to get multiple players running around in this environment together. If we can get to that point, then I think we'll be like, all right, then we'll have the multiplayer foundations in. We'll be ready to start building on a multiplayer foundation. So, that's really the goal for the next couple of streams. And if you guys want to stick around and see how that progresses, thank you, Dragihan, for the feedback. I'm glad you like the chapel. I like it a lot as well. I think we've got a lot of good stuff happening here in this chapel. So, and thank you, Ryan. Dude, Ryan, thank you for the follow. First follow of the stream. I appreciate that, man. Those follows mean a lot to me. Are we allowed to try breaking the game if we play, or is this just for multiplayer testing? What we'll need to do at some point, Jacob, like there's going to be, at some point soon, I might have to get serious about a few things in this game, including, a Discord server, a Steam page, domains, the whole shebang. I think at some point I'm going to have to start to think about actually making that happen. And that's going to be a lot of like overheads and a lot of extra work around making, the technology, and the art. But, it's all going to have to happen. And so at that point in time, what that'll include, Jacob, is probably a Discord server where I'll have a bugs channel. But ultimately what you want to be doing is you want to be moving quickly towards a particular goal, and then you want to collapse that goal into like polish, and then you want to advance and polish and advance and polish and advance and polish. And so if I start focusing too much of my time on polishing too soon, then we're not going to get as much progress as we need. And so, that's, I think at the point at which we have multiplayer testing, it'll just be like, does this stuff even work, will be the first stuff that we kind of want to prove. And from there, then I'll start to really, we'll be collecting things that need fixing as we go. and then stopping to fix them, and trying to like prioritize them. Advance and polish. Yep. What's dev got to do with this? What do you mean? Dev as in like Devilique, or as in development, or what do you mean, Sly? But you're right too, though. You're right though, Sly. We'll have a professional game tester around who you might find and fix bugs for us. That'll be very handy. But yeah, so that's kind of the goal. And so yeah, let's stop faffing about and get into it. I think let's get into it. So I think the first and really interesting thing it's probably important to do is we're going to start by changing our context here to not monsters, and we'll take it from there. So we've got some of these docs, and we've got the agents. So this is going to be a bit slow going, guys. She's half Polish was a joke. I see what you did there. Yeah, not Polish. I see. Yo, Surreal. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, man. Sorry, for the raid with your 17 viewers. Incredible, man. How'd you find us? All right. I mean, this is as good as time as any to like pitch what we're actually doing. We're working on a game right now. We're making a game called Not Monsters, and it's a social deduction party game. Thank you for the raid. How is your stream? We're about to get into the multiplayer. This has been a big feature of what we wanted to do, multiplayer. So we're starting to get there. But yeah, how's your stream? What'd you get up to? What kind of streams do you do, man? Are you also Okay, Surreal, nice. You're software and game development too. I love it. Okay, you're working on a compiler for a programming language? Dude. Okay, a low budget version of Jonathan Blow's programming language. Dude, that's amazing. That's really cool. All right, that's actually very exciting, chat. So I'm definitely gonna follow this because I find this incredibly interesting. We're gonna do a shout out. We're gonna do a shout out here to Surreal. Thank you for the raid, Surreal. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Already done the shout out. So that's incredible. We're doing something very different. We do some really technical streams sometimes. Today we're going to be doing some technical stuff, mostly to do with adding multiplayer to our game. But yeah, so I mean, I'm going to stop using the pitch deck, like that thing is the way to show what we're actually doing in this game, and I'm just going to go straight to the game. So this is Not Monsters. Not Monsters is a social deduction party game where you play as villagers, and sometimes a villager is secretly also a monster. And so at the moment, this is the part of the game that we're going to start to get going and start to get implemented. Surreal. Before I like go on to my own whole my own thing, like can we see some examples of your programming language? Is there a GitHub page? Is there some like sample where we can go check that out? Because I personally find programming language absolutely fascinating. I must have worked in so many different programming languages over the years. Okay. I was fighting a lot with ads. Twitch somehow messed that up. You're here now. Surreal, dude. I gave you a shout out and we opened up your Twitch page and I sent people to go follow you because from what I can tell, you're working on a programming language. You're making a compiler as well. That's actually freaking awesome. And I would love to check it out, man. Yo, Hansbla, thank you for giving Surreal a tier 1 sub. That's awesome. Absolutely incredible.
Hansbla 666 gifted a tier 1 sub to Surreal.
I like it here, man. I like it here.
They have given 96 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, W gifted sub. I mean, Surreal, I would love to check out your programming language a little before I show your community what we're making. But if you can find some kind of like reference, I'd love to go see that. I'd love to see what you're actually working on because that sounds fascinating. But this is what we're working on. We're working on Not Monsters. And so how this game works is you'll host a game and then you get a bunch of different characters to pick from. So a bunch of different villager characters. And then so let's say we choose the shepherd. From here, Yeah, we actually got monster. So this doesn't happen that often. And then from there, there's a bunch of different monsters that you can choose. So let's say that we chose the, what are some of the other monsters we've got? We could do the poltergeist or the newlyweds or a vampire or the mummy. Let's go the classic werewolf though. Let's say I chose werewolf. If I select this, it'll load into the lobby. And so this will be the game's lobby. It's just in the church. And then from here, we go out into the actual town. So this would be the villager role. You can run around and do stuff as the villager. You have a bunch of tasks you have to complete, a whole economy inside of the game. And then secretly, because I got randomly assigned monster, what would happen is I can go, I could turn into the werewolf and then I have to secretly try and kill people when I get the chance to do it. And then the villager's job is to discover who the monsters are and to kill those. And so that's kind of the game. It's like werewolf meets, I don't know, we're going for like Fall Guys or something like that. So, okay, I see that link there. We're going to check that out 100%. Oh, actually, I'm getting a DNS probe failed for that one. Surreal. Website link didn't work from that GitHub. Hold on, we've got a GitHub. That'll work. There we go. Okay, I've been working on the compiler for about 4 years now. At this point, I'm only passively maintaining it. I mean, that's awesome, dude. Are you finding there's a lot of users? I mean, you need some more GitHub stars, man. What's going on? Anyone with a GitHub should go support a project like that. It's not everyone who can go and make a freaking compiler and programming language. All right, we're gonna quickly get signed in here. Give that a star, guys. Very cool. All right. Hold on, Glassmine. This isn't the programming language. I've been working on a compiler. Currently, the game I'm building is still public on GitHub. Oh, all right. Okay, this is your game. You're doing games as well. Very cool. The language is not really meant as something public. Oh, okay. You don't want to compete with that. I mean, you'd learn so much along the way. Okay, but this is a game. A multiplayer game, no less. We're finally starting to do our own multiplayer. Okay. Try that. Lights out. All right, here we go. So are you working on glass miners or lights out? They just renamed my game, so that's why. Oh, got you. Okay. So it's a 2D game. We might actually go have a poke around in this, see what we're actually working with here. Docker? Okay, so that's going to be the server probably. Scripts. I mean, what's it built in? It's built in your own language. Oh my God. That's actually so sick. Okay, this is Jai. This is Jonathan Blow's language, right? Okay, very, very, very cool. That's very cool. The gameplay. Lights Out is a 2D game, tile-based game. It's focused on co-op. Nice. You and your friends are trying to reach as far as possible into an abandoned mine shaft, but they can't. So is this like... I get the feeling... I get a Dwarf Fortress kind of vibe from this. It's like Minecraft, Dwarf Fortress kind of feeling. Procedurally generated multiplayer game. Oh my gosh, that's a big scope. In a completely... In Jai, in early development, it's written from scratch using OpenGL. Ooh, we're not doing that. We're using an engine. I feel like you must spend so much time, Surreal, working on the tech. Do you find it like deviates? It takes your attention away from the game itself. The Jai language. I would love to try this out. You made your own compiler for his language. Dude, that's incredible. All right. This is very, very cool. And you got yourself another subscriber for sure. Do you have anything like a trailer yet? This is criminal. How do you only have 50 subs, dude? For something as ambitious as this? And you've got your own level editor? Dude, very cool. That's very cool. Guys, can we go check out Lights Out? Yeah, the trailer is the latest video. All right, hold up. Let's get that back. Hold on. Do I even have this? The latest video. Latest. Here we go. Afterthought Games is a cool name for a studio, don't you think? Good sound design from the sound of it. Did you do the music yourself? Oh, the lights bouncing. That's a cool idea. That's a very cool idea, actually. To delve deeper, you need to reflect the light around. Did they just throw an object around? Like from person to person? I mean, yeah, that's pretty cool. I only one day ago, very recently out. That's very recently out, guys. Yeah, go drop a wish list on Steam for that. That seems very, very cool. I'm going to do that on my other monitor just now. But that's awesome, man. That's really awesome. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate that. Music is not ours. No. Okay. Okay, hold on. Regarding the tech, not really. For something as simple as this, it doesn't take very long to build the tech. And I think it pays off later as you're getting really fast. Yeah, okay, nice. Thank you for all the praises. No, all good, man. It seems very cool what you're doing, and I do appreciate your rating. You've got a new follow on a bunch of different channels. I'll make sure I tune in and keep track with your progress, man. Very awesome. Very cool. And anyone who's interested in like the kind of, everyone in chat is obviously the kind of people who would be interested in that. Should all go follow along as well. Very cool, man. Very cool. Thank you for doing that. So yeah, okay. Let's get into this. So clean slate, whole new big feature set for what we're aiming at here. The next thing we're going to do, I think, is so I want to be able to. So I'm going to first just verify, because I've done this whole proof of concept outside of the project that we're at. I want to make sure that so we've got based dot Godot dot multiplayer. So where is that? Let's go open that recent project. Yeah, so it's in base.godot, and then multi was a place I was messing around. So I want to actually just copy the name of this. Let's see if we can, from a completely new thread inside of, so here we're inside of this. I want to just make sure that we can get context for another area. So this document, multi, and then we're going to go with that. Just want to make sure that we're able to reach outside of that folder. Surreal, thank you for the follow too, man. Huge. I mean, that kind of follow means a lot to me. Because I know that if you're streaming and like if you're ending your stream around the time when I start my streams, that might mean future raids, and so your follow is especially valued. And I'll try and return the favor, man. I really do appreciate it. And good luck with everything you're doing. I mean it, man. You seem to be doing cool things in fascinating ways as well. So answers our question. We don't have restrictions in a way that will meaningfully restrict, like stop us from doing what I wanted there. So I think the first thing I'll do is we'll archive this. And I think the next thing is archive that new chat. And what we're going to do is consider how the findings, consider how the proof of concept found in the following project applies to our solution. Roject. What's a roject? Base.Godot multi, and then the plan is going to be to implement a similar solution inside of Not Monsters. I want to first come up with a plan for how to execute and implement. Ask me any open questions that you might have after reviewing the document, including the more detailed documentation found here. All right. There's a more detailed brief. One note I would like to make at the outset is that the solution for the server should be implemented in a completely separate folder, not in the main project. Place the server code here. So then we're going to go base.notmonsters.server. Okay, then we've got base.notmonsters. Actually, hold on. Shouldn't this be alphabetically... I missed the D. Okay, then we've got base.notmonsters, and then we've got the server here. So that's going to be the full path. So let's go. I'm going to put that here. And then I'm going to put extra high effort here, and we're going to do plan modes so that it asks any questions that we might have, that it might have. You've got to go now, but good luck with your project too. I'll try and check it out more often. Thank you, Surreal. I really appreciate it. You're probably not even here anymore to see me say that, but yeah, I do appreciate the raid, and I appreciate what you're doing. Very, very cool. Very cool. Okay. So what I'm doing now is building context. That's the really important first step that I want to take before we go ahead and make a whole bunch of other multiplayer things. One thing that's missing from this is the ability to like join servers. We don't have anything like that. Hi, Base Code. What's up? What's up, Hasten? Good to see you again, man. How you been? We are making we are starting the foundations of multiplayer for Not Monsters. I'm going to start I've done a lot of off-stream development and design for this. And so I'm going to start to pull all of that in and integrate it into the main project. which is kind of a huge milestone. It's a huge milestone for this project. It's the first time I'm starting to take like serious steps to making something that will, eventually be the foundation of something that could scale and actually go in production, which is exciting and scary, but it's like, here's where implementation starts to get complicated, Congrats on getting networking multiplayer started up. Yo, yeah. Code that's scalable, looking for growth. Nice, man. Yeah, this is, yeah. So, we went over it a little earlier from a bird's eye view. I'm looking at working with, what I've kind of proved out in this solution in the, let me pull it up. Let's see. I'll make a new window here and we'll pull it up. In this multiplayer solution, I've basically developed a proof of concept that works using WebRTC, which is not an underlying technology I've ever used, but I managed to plug it into Godot's networking stack. So all of the usual networking that you would find in Godot will now be working through WebRTC with a custom WebRTC signaling server. And so that's essentially what I've, just using ASP.NET's, server. This is something that I can deploy and run in, did you already tell AI to make no mistakes? I mean, I make mistakes, Mafia. How can I expect it to be flawless? That's just part of the process. That's part of the process. Godot, G/dot. I mean, it's the worst name for a game engine, isn't it, guys? Godot, mate. Am I mispronouncing it? What's going on? Did I say the two people are piping up to be like, I think Godot. There's so many people that say it so many different ways. No, I think you got it right. Okay. We even looked this up. One time on stream to be like, what's the etymology of that word? And apparently it has to do with a play. It has to do with a play, right? It's such a weird way to come up with a name for a thing like that. But so this is the basic architecture. So we're going to be aiming at, in terms of like the technicals, we're going to be using something called WebRTC. And the reason for that is it's a newer it's not UDP or TCP. And it is something that, since I've proven I can plug it into Godot's, Godot's networking tech, we can then also make it something where we can mitigate our hosting costs by having like peer-to-peer essentially, and do it in a way where we can bypass all of the complications that sometimes come with networking, like port forwarding and NAT punch through. All of that stuff, we won't have to worry about it. We will have to worry about it, or we'll have a solution that can handle a lot of that stuff. So that's the plan. That's the plan with this. But yeah, I've taken the time to go and implement a whole bunch of like proof of concept stuff. And so now the work in like the genuine work starts of trying to migrate everything across from that proof of concept into the real code base. So, I mean, I should really make sure our code is checked in, and we might even start doing this on a branch just to be safe. Before we do anything else, wrong project. We are in this one. And what did we have? Right, we did some fixing up at the end of the last stream. So this was polish of lobby environment art. Polish path for lobby environment art. Let's make sure we got it all. We got the lanterns, so we introduced lanterns as well. Okay. Excellent. Godot based? What's the... I didn't even know that was an emote. I mean, that's the engine and our brand combined, right? How's that? W commit push. Yep. Yes, sir. Okay, so it's got questions. what should the first end-to-end implementation inside Not Monsters prove? Network lobby. Yes, network lobby. Which player join flow should the plan treat as V1? Room code. Yes. Should the first networking rewrite also replace the placeholder host flow with a real setup before the session start? I mean, yeah, good question. Keep the placeholder. Yeah, we're going to keep the placeholder. I'm liking the questions. It's showing that it understands quite well the context of the project and the last character selection lobby follow-ups. It's found this, which is good. It has more context. See, this is one thing that I'm finding quite important if working with LLMs and having them, assist in the, in the implementation. I think giving it the right context and tracking context as you work makes sure that if you do something like request something new, it will pick up from where it left off properly. The based stream tools. Hold on. Hey Sim, is there a question there? The based stream tools are actually kind of like live. You can basestreamtools.com. You can head over there and like join the waitlist if you want to throw your email in here. If you're a streamer and you want to try the tools, we did make them and put them live. So, okay, have you heard about the caveman idea? I saw a video come up. I saw a video come up from the Primogen reviewing this, but I haven't looked at it yet. What is it, Dragihan? Because it seems like I've seen a few things about that. Okay, how should the signaling protocol contract be owned across base monsters and base.notmonsters.server? Keep a version protocol document as the structure for the truth and implement separate client and server in each. I want to see a shared C# library. This is the first bad suggestion it's made there. I mean, this is an interesting way to potentially approach this. Codegen schema. Define the protocol from a schema and generate the client-server message types from it. I think probably a shared C# library. Spec plus local DTOs. Truth implements separate client and server DTOs in each workspace. I think this is a big decision. I think we're going to go with shared library as the way that I would have done this. So we'll go with that. Okay, let's check that out. Claude Coast 90. Hold on. By talking like a caveman. Okay. Codex plugin that makes the agent talk like a caveman. Cutting about... okay. Based on one trivial observation that caveman speak dramatically reduces LLM token usage without losing technical substance. Oh, fascinating. That's fascinating. The reason your React component is re-rendering is likely because you're creating a new object reference for each render cycle. When you pass an inline object as a prop, React's shallow comparison sees it as a different object every time, which triggers a re-render. I'd recommend using use memo to memo. I mean, this makes sense. Caveman Claude, new object ref each render, inline prop equals new ref, re-render, wrap you. Okay, I mean, are you sure there's not the same amount? Like, I don't know that I agree that this is as effective as communicating. Bug in middleware, auth, token. I mean, this is nice. like the. So this is the response. Oh, so it's responding. It's responding with. All right, I think I understand. This is cool. This is cool. This is actually quite cool, Dragihan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. I like that. So, but how do you cause Claude to respond in a different way? Because is that just a prompt where you say respond as if you're a caveman? The thing is, I disagree with that. This response does not have the same technical accuracy as this response. There's a difference there. There's a difference in technical accuracy. I mean, it's cool. I don't think, I mean, hold on. It is available for Cursor. I don't think I'm going to do such a dramatic change without a lot of research. More productivity, better code. I mean, yeah, it seems like it could be viable. I mean, this, how many 15.8 thousand stars. I mean, it could be because it's a viral idea rather than because it's an actual improvement, but you know what? This is actually, I need a second opinion here. I saw this. See, it's sitting right there, recommended to me. Sorry, Ferazot. Hold on. Sorry, Zot. I just, we're actually doing a bit of research here. Okay, so guys, this is actually just a GitHub repo with one prompt. It's a master prompt. It's a master prompt for how to do this then. Is there any benchmarks on that? Yeah, there. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly the kind of question I would love to ask for Zero. That's exactly the kind of question I would love to. I'll see. Let's see if he gets into this. We're gonna go up here. It's a master prompt. Oh, thank you, Hey Sim. That seems pretty cool. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, Danux, how you doing? Pretty good. Been pretty good. So there's some science backup. Okay. Good night, Jacob. Sleep well, man. I'm not so sure. I'm not ready to try this yet. That is a nice implementation. All right, is he actually talking about this anymore? I I don't think I would use this for I don't think I would use this for my projects just yet. I don't think so. Not just yet. Not today, at least. We'll try this later. It's a cool idea, though. Um, are you hitting token caps? I've hit a few token caps. Yeah. I will actually do that. Hello, I'll run into them. Um, okay. How much deployment work should the first implementation phase include? Local only. What's this say? Include concrete deployment assets such as servers of reverse proxy setup. No, local only. Did that definitely select local only? Yes. Good. How should the proximity voice be treated in this networking plan or rewrite? I mean, it's a good point. Integration seems for later. Voice architecture and integration. No, we're going to do it later. Okay. I usually feed these videos transcripts to Codex to summarize it quick. I mean, Ferozot, what do you find those? Where do you find the transcripts? I'm guessing that's something you plug into, like a plugin here. Is there like a YouTube plugin and you give it a URL and it extracts the transcript? But yep. Yeah, I need to test, but it's easy to test. Exactly, Druggy Han. Exactly. But we'll test that later. Through AutoCC. That makes sense. That makes sense, Farazot. Danux, that's good. Yeah, I mean, it seems cool. It seems cool. Okay. Keep the shared contract alongside and reference them from Godot by sibling path. I didn't realize that this is something it could do, but that is cool. Keep the shared contract inside of not monsters and reference them from the server solution. I think this is the right move. So neither owns them. Yep. Hello, AI Whisperer. How's the work going today? Pretty good, smartass. It's going pretty good. You guys sound so efficient, impressive. you mean the caveman sounds efficient? I mean, honestly, I think there is too much. There is so often too much. Things get way too complicated. People will they'll overcomplicate things. And for what it's worth, I think sometimes complication adds to the signal, but sometimes it also increases the noise. And knowing the difference is really, really important. You need to upgrade to Shy Noblewoman from the caveman. Is Shy Noblewoman also a different kind of like master prompt? Is that what it is? Hello? Is that a thing? I mean, that sounds counterproductive. If I'm being honest, that sounds counterproductive. Just trolling. Fair. That would just obfuscate. It would just obfuscate and omit. That's what I would expect with a Shy Noblewoman. Okay, what would the first network lobby slice provide once the players are inside the lobby? Presence plus movement. Yeah, I mean, I maybe didn't even want to go this far yet, but the other thing I definitely want to be able to do is implement that join button. That join button, it hasn't asked me about that yet, but it will. And when it comes to it, then that's a later problem as well. Okay. Not just transport. I also want a good solution here for how to run this stuff. I think one of the nice things about the solution, guys, and I should probably just get this in TL drawer to explain what the hell we're doing. This is probably the place for it. Let's see that here. One thing I wish I had in, I wish I had this in, I know Cursor has a, not Cursor. I know that Codex has a really good way to do this. It generates amazing diagrams and, sorry, not Codex. Claude generates amazing diagrams. And this is one instance where I wish I had a great diagram to show what's actually happening inside of the system that we've developed. But the other really powerful thing here would be being able to like diagram all of that. But I really, so with our solution, with our web RTC server, how are we actually going to do this? I think I want something where if we run the server, so how this is going to work is we run the server once and we're going to get an instance of that running. We're going to get the client contract deployed with the data transfer objects into our application. And then it should be able to, if it's just compiling and deploying those, or even just like deploying them directly. oh, maybe I've done the wrong solution here, the wrong answer to a really good question. Earlier, it asked us how we want to handle the contract, and what we said was the server should have the contract and it should deploy it into the client. The really great thing if we do it like that will be that we can manage our. Sorry if this seems a little scatterbrained, but we're getting to the point where I'm about to do this really big implementation. I want to make the right decisions. If we have the server and it's separate, we can get that deployed live in like off on the real cloud server and update it infrequently. What it's going to basically do is set up a contract to communicate with the server. We'll need to have version information for each of those, and then the versions are going to have the data transfer objects. So why is it asking about the data transfer objects? That's an important question. So hold on. Let's review the plan and see what it's actually planning here. We're going to build the signaling services inside that, not inside the Godot project. We're going to use POC validated model unchanged at the transport level. So what do we actually mean? The proof of concept. Validated model unchanged at transport level. WebRTC multiplayer peer. Yep. Host client topology. Room COI join flow. Host peer ID 1. Direct WebRTC first. Signaling only server. Turn capable config service. It's got all of this right. Yes. Phase 1 proves the real network. Lobby slice, host creates a room, joiner enters room, both create character selection, both enter the lobby, and both see the remote avatar. Yes. Keep the current placeholder host set up for now. The lobby session service stays on its temporary fixed player count assumption. Correct. Treat proximity voice, VPS, turn provisioning, reconnect, host migration, and real gameplay replication as later phases. Interface and contract. Networking contracts in the server workspace target. Can reference it by sibling path. I don't think I like this. This is a no. This is a yes. That's fine. I think the contract is an issue. So we're going to need we need some new questions here. Because in theory, all our server is doing is facilitating the connection between the host and client. The data transfer objects and the whole contract should be able to stay within the client, because once connected, it's just communication between directly peer-to-peer communication, right? So we don't need to complicate this with a large contracts domain, which is about to go and add. So that's a big thing we have to refactor and avoid. Okay, so that's something. Yeah, that's a big change we're going to make here before we progress. All right, let's keep reading and circle back to that. If you're going with peer-to-peer, isn't there a risk of IP address doxing? Absolutely there is, Hansblah, but we also can't, we can't go and implement something that has authoritative servers for something like this. We just don't have the budget to go and do that. So, I mean, the first version of this, before it goes live, is going to be peer-to-peer. And that's the way that games like Among Us do it as well. And if it's good enough for Among Us, it's the way that, we should probably lean on to get this solved, because, there are all sorts of stories of like great examples of instances where good games get launched and then, the cost of hosting and the complexity of scaling, they can't keep up with it. I don't want to run into those problems. I'm actually, okay with doing this the way that computer games have been done forever, where, it is peer-to-peer. It's like most games that aren't like MMOs, they do it like this, and it's going to be good enough for us. Okay. define the shared signaling types for signaling protocol version, signal type message, signal envelope, signaling error code, and the payload data transfer objects for create room request, create room accepted, join room request, join room accepted, peer connected, peer disconnected, offer answer, candidate error, server closing. Okay. I don't think we want this as a sibling path. So circle back to that. I'll review this all first. Add network session reader, network session authority, network session snapshot, and lobby peer snapshot to the game side. Yep. Keep lobby session reader, lobby session authority focused on local character selection state. Do not merge transport lifecycle into lobby session service. Make network session snapshot. Okay, hold on. Character selection state. Keep lobby session reader and lobby session authority. This is now local, yep. Focused on character state selection. Do not merge transport lifecycle into lobby session service. Correct. Make network session snapshot carry connection phase, room code, local peer ID, host flag, failure code. Yep. In the lobby peer snapshot roster. Yes. Make lobby peer snapshot carry peer ID selected from keys, ready state, lobby present state, and last known connection quality. Yes. Implementation changes. Implement the server as an ASP. Yep, minimal API. Correct. Split the server responsibilities into room registry, signal session manager, signal protocol handler, metric service to keep rooms in memory, room codes at 6 characters, and max room size at 15 total peers. Yes, reject the protocol version mismatches before negotiation starts and return errors. Scope the server to local development only in phase 1. Co-turn setup. What does it mean by co-turn here? No reverse proxy, no VPS assets, no auth. Yep. WebRTC, Godot extension bundle. Yes. Register network session service in service runtime. Correct. Add auto load. Yep. Isn't this what VPN providers are for anyway? Also, peer-to-peer allows the game to be continued by meeting the stop killing games requirement. I mean, yeah, that's very true. VPNs would deal with this problem, smartass, but I mean, yeah, I wouldn't expect people to need a VPN to play their game, but if they're really concerned about their security, yes, absolutely. And that is another really big advantage, smartass, you're right, is there's going to need to be one server, but I think the risks of open sourcing how the matchmaking server works is not a big deal. And we would be able to set something like some configurable option with, a config file that lets you change a hosting like provider and then self-host your own, your own server. I think that kind of thing, I'm pretty open to it. If anything, just because the ongoing cost of hosting a game and live service games is like, it's a lot. And I don't want the game to fail because it can't scale or for some other reason like that. So yeah, you're absolutely right, smartass. Okay, keep the timeouts and the proof of concept defaults unless the config overrides them. Replace the placeholder hosted friend matchmaking flow with room code UI. Replace the placeholder hosted friend matchmaking flow with room code. There's another thing is we're not going to override any of our existing UI. Host flow creates the room and displays the code. Join flow accepts the manual. I mean, that's fair enough. Yep. Extend the matchmaking state effects to host join disconnect through authority. Host join disconnect. Only start the lobby session service plus 1 character selection after the room creation join succeeds. Yes. Oh, there's a lot of concerns here, and it's getting them largely right. It's getting them right. Keep the current placeholder host setup behavior. Do not add the player count UI, and do not make the network room size authoritative for the lobby session service. Yes. Extend character selection commit so it publishes the local layout and ready state through the network session service before joining the lobby. Yep. Though this is more complicated than I maybe want to do in the first implementation here. I am tempted to let it go and actually make the character spawning happen. It wants to do that. And on one hand, I want to keep the scope of the change small. Maybe using Epic's EOS on stream sockets to provide serverless hosting option could work. What do you mean by EOS? You mean the Epic Online services? I think the Epic Online services is mostly for like Unreal Engine, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if there's something like that available. Epic EOS, yeah, okay. I mean, if it's available, we could look into it. Yeah, we could look into it. To provide serverless hosting, it could totally work. That's possible, but at the moment, I think I want to move forward with the proven solution. I don't know if you caught the start of the stream, Ferizot, but I actually made a whole like proof of concept that works, and we're adapting that into the new solution. And I also don't want to necessarily like rely on, it was ported to Godot already. I mean, that's pretty cool. I know exactly how I want to implement this one right now, Ferizot, and it's just a matter of doing it. We might do it later. Yeah, there's a lib. Okay. EOSG. I mean, that's cool. I don't think we're not gonna do such a big pivot right now, Ferizot, but it's a cool concept, and maybe I'll look at it. Hold on. All right. Auth leaderboard stats and lobbies. Oh, okay. I probably need to do more research on this, and we'll do that at another time. Ship fast to scale fast, available to everyone. That are free. That free you up to, yep. I mean, how much does it cost? Explore the samples. I mean, yeah, potentially, I would rather go with something simple and self-hosted to begin with. And I'm already, as always, just popping ideas. No, it's a cool suggestion. I should do some research on this, Ferizot. Okay, extend character selection commit so it publishes the local loadout and ready state through the network session before loading the lobby. Yes. Add lobby scene network runtime handler that spawns the avatar per connected. I'm tempted to not do this yet. Use multiplayer spawner plus multiplayer synchronizer for the lobby. Only smoke test. Lobby avatar movement is peer authoritative. Presentation only. Yep, that's fine. Refactor the current lobby player composition so the selected form resolution is reusable for both. I'm tempted. I mean, this is so far so good, but one important thing in here is since the solution will be peer-to-peer, the server may not need a contract for DTOs not related to match facilitation. The Not Monster server is supposed to act as something to get players connected directly to one another and nothing further past that. Let's see. Where is it? Hold on. A sibling path. For this reason, a sibling path may be more complicated than is needed. A better solution would be to compile a small shared library that is used by the Godot rather than referencing a brittle path that might change and creating a whole second project as the development dependency. Let's further explore. I wish I could... we need a different solution here, so we need more questions asked, essentially. A few more questions around how this is handled will help us come up with a better plan before implementing. Let's see if it will actually ask us some questions here, but there's some hazy stuff there, I think. A few more questions. Sometimes I hate the voice to text. You guys don't see it, but it said the word female here instead of a few more. That's quite annoying. A few more questions, not a female questions. I really, it probably doesn't matter, but I hate the impurity of like a mistake in my prompt and how that might affect things down the line. Now it's like, you never know. It might fixate on that question, that misspelling and be like, all right. The server is only a session bootstrap facilitator, not a gameplay authority. Yes. To inherit here, the Godot project currently has no package reference or package. Yep. The vendor managed no vendor managed DLL patterns, so the shared library shape is a real architecture choice rather than something the repo already settled for us. Okay. Your constraint implies a sharper boundary than the last draft. The server contract should stop at room/bootstrap signaling, and the character selection, ready state, lobby presence, and movement should move over the peer network once RTC is up. The remaining design choice is mostly packaging. Yep, okay. Once the WebRTC session is established, should all lobby state and sync move through the Godot peer network? Yes. The server limited to... Correct. The server may also carry a small amount of room metadata, such as player names or ready state, before the gameplay starts. Okay, so we need a little more context here. Eventually, the server may also work as a matchmaker for when a player chooses to join a game. Hold on. Player chooses to matchmake a game. To matchmake a game. To matchmake a game. Eventually, the server might also work as a matchmaker when the player chooses to matchmake a game. At this time, the client will request a game and the server will return the best fit. Oh, that's annoying. I just pressed escape to end my voice to text and it cleared my text. What is it doing here, actually? Did it completely cancel it completely canceled it? So, okay. Ask for follow-up changes. So, all right, hold on. No answer provided. All right, hold on. The server should be used to establish a WebRTC session, and then lobby state and all game states should be moved over the peer-to-peer networking. How should the small shared libraries be delivered to the Godot project? Who should consume the shared library? Okay, hold on. Yo, Mondo, how you doing? Press up button to return. Is that a? I don't think it is. Sorry. It's gonna get that won't work in the plan mode. That will go to the last message that we sent it, but it won't take us back into the plan mode to answer these questions. We'll just answer them directly. So later, the server should also have a match facilitation feature that looks at all of the games currently in play and facilitates a connection for the player looking for a game. Matching the player with the best game available at the time based on factors like lobby, capacity, and ping. This is out of scope for the initial implementation, but should be noted for future implementation. The signaling library. The server should have a project. The server solution that compiles a DLL with the signaling library, including the data transfer objects required to get the match set up. Including the data transfer objects needed for session establishment. Okay. Who should consume that shared what do you mean? Who should consume that shared signaling library? The game client should consume it? What do you mean? The game client should consume the shared signaling library. Resume from where you left off with your questions and let's get open questions resolved before moving forward with the previous proposed implementation. Okay, hopefully that doesn't mess up the entire thing. I'm really annoyed that we hit escape there. So I gotta ask, do you hate when I call you Sebi Webby? No, Mondo, that's fine. You can call me Sebi Webby if you like. I think we get lots of people that call me Sebi Webby. I think Snolzy does the same for some reason from time to time. Do you use C# for the server? Yeah, I definitely do. Here, this is the proof of concept server. Yeah, so this is all messy. I was kind of just like messing around as I got this going, but I'm using ASP.NET for the signaling server. And so it's not really like, keep in mind, this isn't a server that will actually carry any of the gameplay stuff, but it's going to connect the different peers together. And so people will be able to go to the server. It will, a little bit of information is going to be communicated about the different players to one another. And then, yo, there's Snozzy. Speak of the devil. There he is. It's only a relay. Yeah, this is a matchmaking server, not a full server. All of the other communication, and it is in C sharp. It is in C sharp. Untis it. It's a C sharp server. This is a very messy version of it, but essentially it's going to support it's going to connect people together, and then we're going to try and lean on and we're going to do it with WebRTC. We're going to get people connected with WebRTC with a few fallbacks in there too. So in case a direct connection can't be made, we might also set up some turn relay stuff. But once it's all connected, then okay, manual copy local. I mean, this isn't a bad solution here. We could do it with a DLL. Package feed, no. Too complicated. How should a Godot project consume the signal DLL from the server? I mean, maybe a manual copy is better, just because when debugging, it's going to be easier to open an actual file than a DLL. Usually in the past, I would have done this with DLLs, but I think a manual copy might be preferable. Let's go with a manual copy. What should live in the shared signaling library beyond the data transfer objects for session establishment? I mean, do we need the shared signaling library, really? I guess we kind of do. I want to go back to the last question. Committed DLL is going to be better. Maybe. The thing is, it's going to be like imports and using and stuff like that, where it's interesting. It's an interesting problem. This is where the sibling solution actually starts to make a lot of sense. I think I actually want to answer this and be like, I might change my mind and say there's three solutions. There's the shared solution, there's the server, and there's the client. And they can each live in different folders, and maybe the server and the client both use a sibling. Fancy, that's really cool. Yeah. Doesn't a committed DLL make it easier to make sure that you have a tagged version snapshot of the game plus server? I mean, yes. But once I get this set up though, Untis it, I'm not going to need to change it very often, because what I really want, I don't want drift like that, right? Once the conventions are set up, then the published servers are going to have a version on them, and each of the clients is going to know how to communicate with the server. And I don't expect to, it's not very future compatible. But I don't think having a DLL makes that any easier. Anyway, the version of the code would, could drift, and I think maybe publish releases, it might be useful to have different versions like that. But at the moment, I think the DLL would just make it a bit harder to debug in instances where things go wrong. But the serializer is going to be surely I don't think we need a serializer like this, because we can just say it's going to be JSON. And now, as long as the similar JSON version is used on client and server, we wouldn't need signaling libraries we would need serializers inside of either code base. Include the envelope message /DTO protocol version, constants, error codes, and JSON serialization helpers only. Share only plain message types and keep serialization logic duplicated in client and server. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, you're right. That makes more sense. I mean, like what you're saying is a really good point, though, Anticit. But like I've done that in the past, and more often than not, while development is active, the DLL it creates a nice boundary, but the boundary can get in the way of making quick change, and that's the point of it, right? The point is to make it harder to just change things. But when you're trying to develop quickly, it's I think. Responding to change is more important than following a plan in instances like this. And so I could design the server and client, the data transfer objects, and just be like, okay, this is what it is now. And so now both of these share the DLL. But I think the better way to do it is like, I'll just copy the same code and make sure they're both in sync. And that's faster than compiling compiling once and deploying to both places. Even if it means that we run a risk of falling out of sync more easily. For future out-of-scope match facilitation features, should the architecture assume hosts explicitly opt their rooms into the server-driven matchmaking rather than every room being discoverable by default? When a player hosts a match, they will select an option that marks the server as private. Private matches will be excluded from the matchmaking and not published when the server is queried. Opt-in public rooms. I think it's going to be opt-in private rooms. Opt-in private rooms. I'm trying to be too perfectionistic here. No, it's not a bad instinct. It's not a bad instinct, unticked. It's not a bad instinct at all. Okay. Phase 1 server scope ends at session establishment and the shared library is signaling only and consumed by the game client. It still needs to pin down the artifact workflow and the future matchmaking seams so the implementation plan doesn't leave operational decisions to whoever builds it. I've got intent now, but the 3 implementation details that still need to be locked in so the plan doesn't leave the build repo choice to the implementer. The last answer also implies future public by default host can mark private matchmaking model, which I'm treating as working assumption unless you change it. Yes. Okay. There should be a committed signaling DLL inside of base.not-monsters. Where should the committed signaling DLL live? I guess it's moving in the DLL direction again. Keep the managed networking dependency near the future Godot networking code in a dedicated runtime libs folder. Create a repo level external dependency folder for vended networking binaries. Root lib folder. Probably here. I guess it is moving back into, we did select copy, but it's moving forward with the DLL. We'll have to go back and look at our answers to that. We'll review the plan. We'll review the plan once we, before we go ahead and implement. Just to make sure that it makes sense, because we could do the DLL solution. It just can be a little bit inflexible and rigid. And I've never done it inside of Godot either, so. How should the client-server compatibility be enforced for the signaling protocol in phase 1? Exact version match. I mean, here's the assembly version that you were talking about. Every Bootstrap message carries a protocol version and the server rejects mismatches explicitly before negotiation. I'm okay to probably go node checking. Do not add an explicit protocol version field to the signaling envelope. Share DLL version and do not add an explicit protocol version field to the signaling envelope. I mean, maybe we go with the strict, like no strict check. I need to be thinking a little bit forward here. We need to be forward thinking. We could deal with this later. What I don't want to do is have something. Yo, Cali Kush, good to see you, man. Welcome into the chat, man. Good to see you. How have you been? We're making some big decisions here. I got some big things to think through and figure out. What I don't want to have happen, guys, is I don't want to implement this and then wind up in a situation where I make changes and old clients stop functioning. We could probably do like API versions and have multiple endpoints, but I don't anticipate this needing to change that often. This could be like one of those moments where I make a tech decision that comes back to bite me. But I think for now, we're going to go no strict check. And the idea will be to push all of the responsibility for everything past matchmaking off into the client. And we just keep our matchmaker really, really simple. And so no strict check needed. We just make a clear contract to begin with. That's the way that it's going to go. And then we just we try not to change it. Okay, we're going to add this later. I guess we could add it now. We're going to add this so soon, we'll add it now. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We could absolutely do that. The other thing we can also do with this is we can like you can, in the server, one nice thing we could do is even read the, that might be possible. We could read the requesting URL or even just have an additional field that sends version along in the, in something like the header. We could add header information and then route to different, route differently according to that. It doesn't matter. We don't need to solve it now. I think keeping the solution as simple as possible is more important than considering everything, like every eventuality. How should the committed signaling DLL in the Godot repo be refreshed when the shared signaling project changes? Scripted copy. The server solution owns the repeatable build progress script and copies the DLL into the, continuous integration artifact only. We don't have any CI or CD in this. We'll go like that. Every build, it can copy into the new location. And that will keep it in, fairly in sync with that. And it'll create a one-directional dependency from the server to the client. And that'll be neater because anybody working on the client that doesn't need to know about the server won't need the server's solution. And yeah, you're right. We can have multiple API versions, but the way that I'm engineering this isn't super compatible with API versions. I'm not using something like Jester or, I'm trying to keep the server solution, this facilitating thing, as simple as I possibly can. That's the plan for this. I want to keep it as simple as networking is complicated enough as it is without overcomplicating the implementation. Okay, here we go. Not monsters server as session infrastructure only. Yes. After WebRTC is established, move all lobby state and gameplay state over peer-to-peer network. The server must not become the lobby state and gameplay state relay. Yep. Host creates a room, joiner enters the room, both establish WebRTC, both complete character selection, both enter lobby, and both see the remote avatar. Yes. Keep the current placeholder host setup. Do not add matchmaking UI this phase. Match config, yep. Future server-side match facilitation feature, but do not implement. Yep. Okay, not monsters server with contracts. Target.NET 8. Interesting. Is it doing this because Godot compatibility? I mean, honestly, our contracts should be like the simplest, dumbest objects possible. I mean, you might go back even further with .NET versions. The only point at which I think it's useful is like .NET. There's a .NET version that introduces records that make it explicit that the data transfer objects are immutable. And I wouldn't want to go like I think that's a language feature that might be useful for this. I don't know why it was made, like the choice to go to 8 was made here, but the shared library is signaling only, include create join messages, disconnects, yep. Exclude the gameplay, yes, correct. The Godot client consumes compiled DLLs from the contracts. Yep. Stable DLL references from not monsters. Add a scripted sync step from the server. I'm okay with this. Let's do it with the DLL. Import the proof of concept WebRTC native bundle into not monsters, and I don't know about that. If it's talking about actually taking code across from the other project, I didn't intend for that to be the case, but it might also just be saying the native bundle. All right, we'll see. Add a game-side networking layer for session snapshot state. Kmart, how you doing? Since it's a pretty one-way door, I was curious if it would help to identify the existing types of server setups that have been used and performance tested for comparable types of games among us. Yeah. No, I've already done that. Kmart, and I think I've resolved on a pretty good solution that's like those. So yes. Multi-platform accessibility, yeah, that's also a concern with this. This is really going to be like desktop first, but I like WebRTC is a format that's compatible across all those different platforms. So multi-platform, it's not exactly like the foundation of what we're building here, but I know that we can create compatibility for that in the future. But in terms of the architecture, I think I'm going to be building a pretty good architecture that will be very similar to Among Us and Goose Goose Duck and stuff like that. Especially Among Us, I think that's a peer-to-peer. There's a few things I considered for this. I was gonna maybe do initially. I was like, we could do a mesh network, but then I thought about it, and this game could be really fun with a lot of players, and I mean like, up to 15 players in games like Among Us. Sometimes you get that many people. And the viability of a mesh network just becomes not so great. So some future things we'll need to deal with will be like host migration and that kind of thing. I don't know if this actually talks about any of that yet, but that'll be a later consideration. For signaling socket, WebRTC, ICE loadouts. Timeouts, pings, matchmaking menu, affects actions that drive the, yep. Okay, great. I mentioned that because I was actually relieved to discover that for some of those games were available on mobile as well, since it makes it more accessible. Yes. Yeah, absolutely came up. Like one day maybe, but what we're using a technology called, we're using here. I'll show you what we've actually got. We're aiming for something called WebRTC, which is a really wide. It's a format it's a web technology that's highly compatible, and enables connections across all sorts of networks, which will be a big advantage for us. So people won't have to do port forwarding. They won't have to do, a lot of that stuff. We'll just have this one server that's going to facilitate connecting everybody together, regardless of their platform and that kind of thing. And then for the rest, Godot can publish to a bunch of different platforms. If we ever went to something like mobile or to console, then, we deal with those problems when we come to them. But WebRTC is something that isn't like, there's no like hardware restriction that would stop us using the technologies we're choosing now on those platforms. Okay, keep the signaling contract minimal in phase 1. Yes. Do not add strict protocol compatibility enforcement. No version gate. Yep. Add the room visibility flag now. Public private frame. Yep. Phase 1, host flow hard codes rooms to private because the matchmaking discovery is out of scope. Yep. Character selection and lobby sync moves onto Godot match multiplayer after connection. Yep, correct. Use Godot multiplayer features. Yes. A server-side match facilitation module for later work. The future feature should evaluate active public rooms and route the player towards. Phase 1 should keep server room records cleanly extensible for future metadata, but should not impact search rank. Yep. I mean, what have we missed? Host client topology, room code join, WebRTC transport, friend discovery, facilitating reconnect host migration is for later phases. Yep, because there's no, the room 1 creates private true by default. Yes. I think we also, let's see. I don't want to lose the context here completely. So let's go ahead and implement and then document. So we're going to implement and then document. I'm excited. I'm afraid. Let's see how this goes. Let's let it run. Definitely makes sense. Makes the most sense, Seb, since it's the one of the most universal protocols, very well tested, officially optimized, as well as open source, and quite modern too. Kmart. Like, I've built games on TCP and UDP and my own networking stacks that had their own serializers and like even code generation steps that like looked for attributes and generated contracts. All of that, it's like, it's a lot, but what I'm trying to do at this point is I'm not going to worry about any of that. I want to use as much as possible of the existing network libraries built into Godot, and then try and connect that into, what we see here with WebRTC to deal with a lot of the facilitation and stuff like that. And then like the underlying connection. Modern, unlike C#, boom, shots fired. I was waiting for this. I mean, if you don't think C# is a modern language, then I invite you to try C or C++. Untick. It's not as modern as Python, I guess, but it's or a lot of the like Go or Rust or anything like that. But it is, in terms of like programming language history, I'd say it's about middle-aged, which is not a bad thing. Sometimes maturity can be an advantage. So I'll take that shot. And I'll return that volley, and do with it what you like. Yeah, I also really like that. I think there's so much like compile time safety in the language. You preempt so many different problems by using, by just like, catching it at compile time with .NET. There's so much I like about .NET. let's get ahead of this and make a new branch. This is the first time I think I'm actually going to be like putting this stuff on a branch, because I really like the state of the project as it is here, and I want to be able to like back out safely if this all goes really, really wrong. But where I'm from, JavaScript, oh man, we just install 1,200 packages and call it a day. Yeah, no, I know. I feel like the internet is I think TypeScript does a good job of trying to help solve that problem a little bit. TypeScript is it's a step in the right direction there, unticked, but it's yeah, it can be chaos. Ooh, what's going on there? Oh, it's looking for types. Interesting. Oh my God, it's actually going to do some of the spawning stuff, which I had not anticipated. I was just going to be like, all right, step one, step one is get this freaking thing, get the lobbies connected, but it may as well move on to like loading the lobby and doing that stuff. At least it's thinking about it carefully. Yeah, look, you'll notice I put it on extra high. I put it on extra high for a really good reason. I really want it to like, there's a few key instances where there's a lot of like design and thought that was put into this. Unticked, like, off stream, I've done like I did it all, and I showed it at the start of stream. You can actually probably wind back to the start and see what this solution actually does. It just, when I run this Godot solution, I'll show you. We'll quit out of this. I don't need to save and quit. Does it actually say save and quit? Yeah, this is the proof of concept. So the proof of concept does this, and it does it all with WebRTC. So here, I'll run this and I'll show you what I coded up this solution first to make sure that the technology works, and now the task is to migrate across. So I'll start hosting here, and just to show something is in sync, I've got like that little square that follows your mouse, and so we're going UY35RV. So we got a rim code that speaks to the server. Did I run the server? Yes, I did. And say now you can see that connects through. So that is still running there in the background. I should probably shut that down. But you can see, yeah, now the connection works, and there's a yellow box when the left one moves and a green box when the right one moves. So it's, I've gone through and tested a lot of this and got it up and, got it all working before the next phase of this thing. Where is that? We need to... So where's the last server? Still running in the background somewhere, but yeah. Should probably kill that. All right, it's got a lot of tasks. It's got a lot of tasks to do. And the tasks are huge. Yep. But this is how you want it to take these big steps very carefully. And you want it to not be like, I'm going to do all of it all at once. And then suddenly you wind up with this like complexity, this half implemented weird thing. I want like good boundaries. I want it to follow all of the steps that were in the projects. We have really, really, really strict, we have really strict rules for what it should be doing. Like really strict rules for this project. And so, all these docs are there to like help it understand and help it do things right. But yeah. Okay. What's the next thing that we can be doing while we wait for this? Because it's going to take a hot minute, and I do kind of want to like probably should go and look at its thought process here. Mapping the main menu. Yep. Current UI is still built around the fake. Yep. The next change will be replace the fake join surface with that. Okay. Clean a path for the lobby. Keep the server bootstrap only, and make the lobby use the network avatar. The simple root transform movement instead of trying. Oh, if it's doing that, that's pretty cool. If it's tapping into the root motion, the root transform movement, I mean, that's very interesting. Transport proof real while avoiding much riskier gameplay authority. Yep. We do need to do that rewrite at some point though. Scaffolding the signaling solution, then patch the Godot repo to consume. Yep. Replacing the, oh, is it? I don't like that it's pulled in the other library. Remember how I was like, what does that actually mean? And that's a bit concerning because replacing the generated templates now with real signaling contracts, server and bootstrap. Defining the shared signaling data assembly and replacing the generated. Yep. Ooh, it's doing a lot. It's doing a lot, chat. I was curious about what safeguards and checks you'd done to incrementally check. I mean, Kmart, almost all of the code that goes into this project gets like manually, like I review it. I read it over it almost line for line sometimes to ensure that things work. And then I try and make sure that it builds things in like clear domains and then constrain the changes to like areas. So like the open close principle is a really big one. Very clear interfaces and designs. If you go look back at some of our older streams, sometimes what we'll do is actually diagram with Writer the classes and their relationships to understand how things are interacting, and then like reform that shape until it makes a lot of sense before we move forward. So there's a lot of that kind of thing that like happens. What does the root transform movement refer to? So there's something called root driven motion, where when animating a character, you can do it a few different ways, right? You can move the position of the character around. So imagine just like you say, oh, now your position's here, now your position's here. Like move forward like 1 unit on your Z axis, and then you get a character moving forward. Or what you can do is you can plug your inputs into an animation system that plays an animation, and the animation says how far the character moves, and then you do the move based on the animation instead of directly moving the object. So you move its root node, and so that's what root driven motion is. Yeah, so there's a modular structure, exactly. Like we do modular structure, like create a modular structure, and then we ensure that it maintains those structures, and that the architecture makes sense as we go. Next, I'm pulling up the proof of concept networking docs and the relevant game side runtime stores. Okay, good. Still entirely placeholder. Yep. So the game work will be invasive in a few focused places. Service integration, matchmaking. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to do too big a change all at once. I mean, God, it's doing a lot of reading here. I feel like it'll do a lot of scaffolding and then it'll fly through a lot of the implementation. And hopefully, I mean, it does seem though as though it's like looking up the way that it solved it here, which is good for us, because this solution is already kind of close to the other solution in terms of the shape of the architecture, which means it should be easy to transfer one solution across to the other. I thought it had to do with the RTC. No, root transform movement is, yeah, it's not related to the networking at all. It's just like how you, it's a different way of animating characters in games. Okay. It is thinking very hard about how to fit things in. It's doing a lot of searching for stuff that like isn't there. We've got no multiplayer in at all so far. I'm feeling like I probably should have had it do all of this work without the without doing the actual spawning and root motion. That would have been smart. I read that as Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I must say I was a bit disappointed. I think maybe even Kmart meant like RPC, but like RPC is like remote procedure call. Is that what you meant there, Kmart? It could also be what's the like as in WebRTC, but as in like what's it stand for? Real-time communication or whatever? Right, yeah, okay. Real-time communication. Yep, gotcha. Okay, hold on, where were we? It's gonna be a huge refactor. I mean, not really. It's gonna be a medium-sized refactor. I'm really curious what the footprint for the main Godot project will be. That's another thing we should probably get going is work, and then we've got base dot not monsters dot server. Let's get this tracked. Get in it. Pull this here. What's this folder? I've got too many repos here. Right, that's our ability icon pipeline. Okay. This should have a git ignore. We don't want our objects folders. But this is actually going to be our, hold on. This is actually going to be the DLL. So we should, it hasn't built it yet, but this is where the DLL is going to be. It's .NET Newing. Though .NET New contracts shouldn't have a program.cs. So that's an issue. It'll fix it. Hold on, that's the server. So no, there we go. That's the, yeah. I actually don't like the way that it does this. So we're going to reform this so it doesn't have source and tests. It can just have all of these in the same damn folder. I don't mind there being like the signaling server and then the. So we're gonna reform this. Oh my gosh, they're starting to happen, guys. Where were we at? Converting the scaffold in a real signaling solution now, including the data transfer object on the contract assembly, the testable WebSocket server code, the DLL sync workflow, and the game repo that the game repo will consume. All right. Files differ from the default template. I'm rereading the exact contents. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting our messages. I don't want this shape, so we're going to change that. I mean, God, that's a lot of different states. Peer connected. I mean, it's interesting that that will come across not in the... I mean, it kind of makes sense, I guess. We're going to review all this real closely, guys. I wonder what it's going to actually use for things like peer ID. All right, what's it up to? Signaling server. Okay, so it's just a REST server here. This is going to be the very interesting one. So WebSockets here, it's making WebSocket connections when... Man, that's cool. Yep. And then here's where all those signals are coming through. Handle it. And then the room creation in memory is fine here. It's busy creating its own protocol. I mean, it's not like what it means here as protocol is not like, we're not talking like TCP, UDP, WebRTC. It's not that kind of protocol. Protocol can just mean like a standard for communication. And so these here are just like the different types of messages, the fundamental message types separate from these messages that were the more complicated classes. This is just like, how do I communicate back and forth? I think is that, that's actually what it means. All right, it's doing a lot of thinking here. Then I also want to see what changed here. So it hasn't done much on the actual Not Monsters yet. It's still just building the server. And now it's running the tests. I mean, we're gonna in our server solution, the distinction between source and tests is a little bit adds a bit of obfuscation. Remove these folders and move all of the projects within them up into the root directory. That's going to be a thing we do. Okay, I want to get ignore in here. Let's just base dot not monsters dot server, and then we're going to create a .NET get ignore for the solutions within this folder. git ignore. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. We're going to do that with... Yep. We'll do that just to clean this up. Okay. The server solution is now using real signaling instead of the template. Freaking cool. The next shakeout for the namespace API mistakes. For Angular DLL steps. Yep. Okay. Test suite is hanging. All right. It's having a read through. Soon these will go, and then I'll just have the actual code. There we go. Much cleaner. Now we'll actually see the things that matter and not the... Yep, that looks pretty boilerplate. That's fine. Okay. I like the newer codex like writes its own tests. Sometimes this is just getting wildly good, guys. Wildly good. The build server, okay. These are not us problems. These are, it must deal with them problems. Unless I'm like running the server somewhere. I want to make sure I'm not doing that. I mean, there's one. So let's get up resource monitor. Go make sure that our last folder, which was base.godot, godot.multi, make sure that we're not running anything in there, because that could tie up ports that it would otherwise use if it reuses the same solution. Okay, actually it is. And all right. Yeah, these all need to like get turned off. My bad for keeping that running. I don't know what's actually running that. That's yeah, that should go. Only because I know it's going to reuse those same ports, so that was a mistake on my part. There's a lot, actually. Yeah, okay. We're not going to kill that one, because that's this. Is there a... Oh, there's not any terminals running here, so I don't know where it's actually running in the background, but... see if we actually killed that. There we go, much better. I might have made a mistake that interrupted the AI's work here a little. It seemed like it was running into something already running there, which was a bad, yeah, no, that's not good, that's not good. I don't want to get in the way of it like, it could be that, I doubt it is. But it's best for us to just like get rid of that server running anyway. That's a cool trick for anyone that doesn't know it. What I did there with resource monitor, Like if you want to know if a program inside of a particular folder is running, you can pass the folder's path to resource monitor, and it will actually tell you all of the exes that are like have are interacting with files that are open, like file locks, and also running processes inside of a folder. And so, yeah, you can just do that. It's so easy to do on Linux, but you can do it with that weird resource monitor tool on Windows. And the number of times it you try and delete something, it's like you can't because something is using it. You're like, what the hell is using this? For things like that, it's really handy because then you can go, all right, just go to resource monitor, check that folder, and then it'll tell you what programs are actually using the file. Okay. It's running those solutions. Okay, the WebSocket tests are working. Yeah, that's annoying. I hope that resolved it so it's not spending all this time, and tokens for that matter, trying to figure out what's happening with the server. Sorry, with the running process. Total 1 test files match the solution pattern. This is one of the longest running commands. How long are we in this now? Nearly half an hour. Nearly half an hour it's been running, guys. That's a long one. The server runs. That's a running server right there. You killed 3 GPUs with that. I've probably pegged them, that's for sure. I mean, look at that. The server's running, guys, and it's doing tests with yep, a room created and a room joined. That's exciting. That's exciting. So that stuff's all happening in the background. Where's I want to find the process here. It must be the tests connecting to the live server. Maybe it's running smoke tests. Signaling server tests. I mean, yeah, I really want to clean the solution structure up. So where are we? I mean, all of this probably needs, what are those? Okay, it's making its own scripts to do stuff. Signaling server, and then the contracts, and then the tests. I think they all need to move up into that root folder. All right. I found the hang. It was consuming so it actually did spend a lot of time dealing with like a local running issue. Okay, it's done a lot since the signaling server was consuming the WebSocket close frames, but never sending the required close handshake. Close is now a stable state and tested. I'm adding the remaining developer plumbing on that side. The solution can be called for the script that builds and copies the, okay, yep. I think we want to put the script in that root folder. So yeah, that can just go up straight in here. Okay, it's scaffolded the server. Oh, it's exciting. Let's see. Import WebRTC native bundle and reference is committed to the Godot project. We're about to see a change here. We're about to see, there it is, the signaling contracts, they're in. Here they are. And then we're going to start to see it run Godot to confirm some stuff. Ooh, it's exciting. I'm gonna let this spin for a little longer, guys, and I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh my God. Sorry, I did. Too fast, Kmart, you sneaky bastard. Thank you for the resub. 5 months. Huge, huge. It's good that he mutes himself though. Yeah. True. Is this not exciting, guys? Like there's a lot of work off stream that went into setting this one prompt up to run. Like a lot to get this, like a whole other project. Look at this. See how it's looking at all of this, pulling code in from other places. There's so much that went into getting this working, but I'm excited. I'm excited because this is what I used to do. And it would take me weeks to get this kind of stuff working. And it probably, it's probably taken me a week to get to the point where we can run this one script. Well, not one script. There's one sequence of prompts and let it implement something so significant. But this will very likely be the foundation of something really, really huge. Hold on. It really is. And it helps you understand so many of the pieces. There's a lot of moving pieces, Kmart. Absolutely. I can definitely see why there's such a massive chasm for a senior level dev. Yeah. I mean, it makes a huge difference. If you don't understand what it's doing and why it's doing it, like the thing about what it's doing here is it's doing what it was told to do. And that's going to get a really good solution for us, right? So this stream is like us watch, let's get together and watch an AI spend half an hour writing like 1,480 lines of code, but those 1,480 lines are like, those are the changes just in the one project. There's the other project as well that's outside of the scope of this repo where a lot will change too, but it's like, there's so much that goes into getting it to the point where it does the right thing here. Huge difference between a junior and a senior dev. Yeah. Yep. This on its own, I don't know what it's doing there. This is that line. This removal in that line won't compile, so it's still thinking. It needs to finish that change off. Oh no, there's more to it. It's just not showing on the UI there. So this is now adding a reference to the new DLL that was added in. And that's correct. I mean, this here, the shape of this is actually quite nice. I don't like the fact that it threw it in a tests folder, a source folder, and a scripts folder. We're gonna change that, but this is a fairly faithful re-implementation of the other project that we created to test this. And so I think everything we proved out in that other project should pretty nicely migrate across into this one. Especially the problem solving and the future proofing. Yeah. I mean, that stuff, you kind of have to run into that friction. You have to run into those problems and in order to know that they're going to be problems and to move through them. Okay, how's it going? What's the last thing it was actually doing? It's now doing the client side. This is one mistake I've made with this prompt. With this prompt, what I should have done is told it not to change any of the gameplay code, and to just stay fixated on getting the matchmaking and facilitation going. That would have been the right thing, because now it's spending a lot of time thinking about how to do the next part. Remember earlier, guys, I talked about modules, and I talked about how I create boundaries around sections of code, and then I have it work within those boundaries. This is crossing one of those boundaries, right? It's crossing the matchmaking and facilitation boundary and entering into the gameplay boundary. But it seemed to have a really good, in its plan, it had planned a really good solution for it. So I broke that rule and I was like, I'll make an exception and let it do that. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to see, oh, look at that, it's rejected. I don't see that very often. What's it talking about here with rejected? Hold on, what's happening? I have not seen that before. Did it attempt to change files and like get knocked back? Like did something like, did some kind of scope prevent it from making those changes? I mean, where is it right now? It's in the right project. All right, hold on. So that's the server. Here's the client. We should be starting to see client changes. And yes, we are. And this is the reader it talked about. We should also be seeing an authority pop up here. If it's following the master prompt, it should have created an authority, not just a reader. There's the authority, network session authority. Good. Okay, cool. It's on the right path. I don't know. I've never seen this before, guys. If anyone's ever seen this, this is new. It rejected changes. It looks like it went on to actually do them. So here's that network session authority. I would be expecting to see that. But, oh, here it is. Here it is. There's the interface and then the implementation. Implementation there. Okay, let's keep up with it. WebRTC signaling client. It's very important. Like a lot of people will run a prompt and then they'll just walk away and then they'll come back and look at it. I think sometimes it can be really important to keep up with what your LLM is actually doing. I hear a dog. Hello. Come on, hello. Who this? Hold on, chat. Who's this? Hello? It's Jimmy. What you doing? It's Gibby. Yeah, that's our newest star of our hold on guys. This is gonna be our character. I was just saying how important it was to keep up with what it was doing and these really, really big changes, these kind of like pivotal project moments. But this is the dog. Gibby. Gone. Out of here. We missed our chance. You had to be quick to see it. So adorable. I know, right? I know. Hold on. we're going, working circle, and then back to this. All right, we have to keep up. So, this is a big change. It's a scary big change, guys. Is that now? Okay, yep, these are... So that's the user interface state changes. We've got our new network library in there. Network bootstrap runtime. What the? I don't know if I'm liking what I'm seeing here, honestly. Oh, this actually kind of makes sense. So this sets up all of our events from an instance of the signaling network. Okay, wait. There's the authority and reader. Okay. What's all this other nonsense? We're going to refactor this. This is getting refactored. It's hard coding. I mean, for now, that's fair. I don't know about it hard coding like that. Hey, we got a first time chatter. Gibby makes a rare guest appearance. I don't think I've met Gibby before. Seriously? Kmart. Yep, there you go. You've met her for the first time. Thank you for the clip. Okay, hold on. Martini. That's why I try and get it to spit out plans if I'm working on something more complicated feature-wise and progressively commit as I complete parts. It's a really good approach, Martini. But like, I came up with a really complicated plan, like not even a complicated plan. I came up with a very, very detailed plan and gave it an existing solution. And I said, now re-implement that solution. So in a sense, it can do, it maintains more coherence on one long run than multiple small runs in many cases, if you can be careful about how you get it together. Okay. So these were all our like endpoints. So these were all loose ends waiting for future implementation. We see them all come through now. Where I really need to focus attention is in networking. So this is our runtime. This is going to be our actual, like, the stuff that does the grunt work, like the real, we got to review this and make sure that it all functions right. So we're going to come back and review that properly. This is the shape of the interface. So these are the things that other systems are going to pull in and work with. I don't know why we need this. Okay, no, actually, I can kind of understand that. The connection phase, shouldn't this be a part of? This should be a part of. No, it makes sense. It makes sense here. This should be part of the contract probably. So I don't know why it's in the service. And then this is the guts of what it's actually doing. I wonder why it needs a snapshot like this. I saw the snapshot earlier, like this. I'm not sure about this. We're going to have to come back and because this is different from our last solution too. What do you mean by contract? Ever heard of a DTO or a data transfer object, Kmart? When two systems communicate with one another, they need to agree on what messages they're going to be sending and receiving. And those messages are usually called data transfer objects. And so they're an object in memory, like they're an object that the code knows about that describes the shape of data, which is going to move from system to system. And what that shape looks like is referred to as the contract. And so when I'm talking about contracts here, what I mean is the way the code defines how it's going to be interacting between different things. Oh, sorry, I completely missed a message here. Thank you, Ciaran, for the question. Did you ever find programming difficult to grasp in the very beginning? Absolutely, yeah. You need to. These days, I think I speak code better than I speak English, but it just comes with lots and lots of practice, man. I'm currently learning Java. and on classes and objects. And I keep thinking I'm not smart enough, dude. I'm not a smart man, but I stick with it longer. I think I'm consistent and persistent. I think if you can be those two things, eventually you'll get good enough to do like really big things. But you've got to start with small things, you know? Okay, hold on. Lobby network avatar. So it's made a whole new scene. I don't think we want that. Yo, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I missed your message earlier. I'm kind of like there's a lot going on right now. This particular system is going to be a massive change for our project, so I'm kind of enthusiastically reading along as it goes, and at the same time trying to deal with Gibby coming in, like a dog being here, and trying to track the changes as it introduces them into the project here. So there's a lot going on right now, which is exciting. Exciting times. Once you've built a few things, jump onto some more complicated projects. That's a really good, Martini's got a really good, suggestion there, but I would say always go, it's better when you're learning to make 100 tiny projects than one giant one. Make lots and lots and lots of little simple projects. Just keep making heaps of stuff. Keep making heaps of stuff, because like the bigger it's better to like fail really fast. Set small targets, aim small, miss small, keep working towards building really small little things, and you'll learn a lot. You'll learn a lot along the way, and then it becomes more intuitive and easy to get bigger and bigger and bigger with the thing that you build. You'll need JavaScript, HTML. Yeah, like you'll expand the scope of the stuff that you need, man. But absolutely, man. Like, great that you're here. Great that you're obviously interested and engaged and wanting to learn more. Like, you're doing the right stuff. You're doing all the right stuff, man. Let's keep up with this, because we're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it if we don't. And it'll be even longer for us to go and keep track with what's happening. Lobby slice. Okay. I don't know what it's done there. It's done something where it created a new scene, and that doesn't make sense to me. And probably we're going to ask it to undo that change. I mean, we might even do this. I didn't like that, so that's one change we're going to make. Then the other thing it did here was create, where is it? It created this lobby. Where is it? A completely new scene I saw. Lobby network avatar. We don't need a new scene for this. Why a new scene here? Okay, where was it? Working on the lobby slice. Okay. Which points to where the current local lobby composition gets suspended. I found one real logic bug in the lobby handoff before runtime testing. The host was setting lobby loadout requested flag before invoking the remote procedure call. This could cause the local host side to skip its own load. Okay, interesting. We need to go check that code out. Export inspection. Add manual scene changes. Scene inspection pass is blocked by the local Godot console executable not being on path. I should probably do that. That might make sense. Yeah, that's going to make sense to do for future. And then we also should we'll do that. We'll learn a lot more that way. I'm still learning after 10 years. You go, look, you're in this great place, Ciaran. So hold on. Ciaran. Sorry, Ciaran. You're in this great place where like every month you're going to look back at the code you wrote a month ago and you'll go, that's terrible. And then you'll do that every month for like a year. And then every 3 months, you'll be like, what the hell was I thinking? And then it'll be like 6 months later, you'll be like, what was that? Right? And the more you learn, like you'll notice this gap between like looking back at your code and face palming gets longer and longer. And that's only like, that's the way you kind of see that you get better. That's how you learn and progress, man. And you're at that really, 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 really fun point in time right now where you can probably move super, super fast, you know, and learn super fast. And you just get better super fast. But the way to do it is to just make stuff that, most importantly, that you want. Make stuff that you want to make, and then from there you'll get better and better and better and better. And it's about just like making stuff and breaking stuff and failing really quickly. Like just fail real fast, and you'll learn the most that way, man. Yeah, Martini's right. Just go make stuff, go do it, and do it manually as much as you can. And then like things like this. Like the only reason I'm really just like moving forward with letting AI implement a lot of this is because I've put a lot of thought into it, and I've given it a really big and really the reason this is taking so long is because I was so explicit with my instructions. I was very specific about what I wanted to do and how I wanted it to do it, right? And until you learn a lot, it's hard to be that direct and concise. And so you really need to like learn what you're doing to get to the point where you can direct it to do what it's doing. So I see GPT in your name, and I imagine you're probably a person who uses that tool a lot, but I think it's important to learn a lot of the fundamentals yourself, you know? So like definitely use AI. I bet you're that kind of person, but like give yourself the space to learn and fail on your own as well. You know, that's a pretty important thing. I'm in a place where I don't look at the code I wrote 6 months ago ever again. Martini, I mean, don't your projects last that long? Mine do. I mean, I hope they do at least. You can't do anything, you know, you can't do anything big in a short period of time, unfortunately. You kind of can. It's becoming faster and faster to develop things, but I think you kind of have to like, you have to, you know, if you're going to make the better you get, the bigger the stuff you make is, and the bigger the stuff you make is, the longer it takes to make it. And so you might be able to make a lot quickly, but it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to make, you know, to make things that take a while. Okay, it's actually starting to accelerate here. It's starting to get very fast with the changes it's making, I think. So it's working. Where were we up to when we last checked in with it? I think it was here. This is the last thing we looked at. Okay, implementing the remaining integration work now. I'm starting by inspecting the current repo state. I'll run the go scene. Yep. ASP not. Yeah, cool. Okay. Networking files. The core runtime are in place. I'm pointing to where the serialization. The first pass showed scene inspection scripts, and it doesn't resolve the root node by its scene name. Okay. I'm curious about that file that we flagged, this one, that lobby network avatar, whether it's just trying to be non-destructive and creating a copy of this. I mean, it's not. It's adding the runtime in a separate scene to this. Kind of makes sense actually, but it shouldn't be like right up here. We'll have to look what's in this scene. instead of changing this one, it's a bit weird that it did it like that. Oh my God, it's done. It's done, and look at all of that. Guys, that's a lot of tokens. All right. That did a lot. That it might be one of the longest runs I've ever seen. 57 minutes. That took an hour. It went for an hour, guys. Turbo, you're back. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. It's going well. Okay, we're about to see how well. So far, I am a bit nervous, but what I did not complete is a true 2-instance manual host join smoke test with the character I mean, we'll do that. We'll do that. We will do that. I mean, should we bother fixing this up first? There's already a lot I know that I want to change. But the first step before we try and fix it might be stage it all. There's something here I shouldn't have changed. I should not have staged. Actually, no, that I should have staged that. That is correct. Oh, wow, it added a lot here that we didn't review as we... Oh, maybe it didn't. So I definitely, I don't like the shape of this. I don't like the shape of script, source, and tests. We need to change that. But the first thing I might want to do here is run it. Let's do that first. Run it blindly. Let's go. No, we've been keeping a pretty close eye on it all. So base.notmonsters.server. Okay, here we go. Let's start by doing our own little build. Build the contract. Build this. Run the tests. I mean, it actually has been pretty exhaustive here. I mean, that's a decent test suite. All right, that's exciting. So, let's give it a run. Okay. Looks like it's up, publishing data. Cool. That is cool. That seems to be running. That seems to be running, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Fook90, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Give it access to debug on prod. Let's go. OpenClaw. Let's get the money shit to prod. If any issues arise, fix them, make no mistakes, and make money. Yep, I wonder how that worked. Has that worked for you, Martini? Have you tried that prompt? That's make no mistakes part. Yep. You're an ultra senior developer. Make no mistakes. Yeah. Hey, chat. Yo, crispy bacon. Thank you. Oh, welcome back. How are you? Good to see you, dude. 10 community gifted subs. Huge. Thank you, man. Who caught a sub? So many people caught a sub. Let's see. Siran get one? Did Siran get one? Oh, next time. Incredible. Thank you, dude. How you... You got the side note. Yo, what's the side note? What have you been doing, Matt? Can anyone guess? Oh my God, yeah, Matt. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, let's do this. We're probably going to change the solution structure a lot after this. I might even move the server into the same. So we're gonna do some restructuring, but I think the first thing to do here might be to actually run this thing and see if we can connect to our own local server. See if it compiles and everything. All right, we don't want that. We don't want that. We do want, let's see, we do want our main scene. Crispy Bacon, thank you, dude. How have you been? You know this gets you another tombstone, right? What do you want on your tombstone, dude? Should we do that first before we do anything else? Crispy Bacon, which tombstone would you like? Huge thank you. Big exciting moment, but I don't want to skip that step. We're not skipping that step. One more. We already have one for you, don't we? Stay Cray? You got Cray one last time. I feel like you need your own proper one, Crispy. Thank you so much, man. What do you want on your next one? And which one do you want? Yo, we've got Matt, both of you right here with your tombstones. What would you like, Crispy? Oh, look, hold up. We have a guest. We have a guest. Look who it is. It's Chibi. Why do I say Chibi with a C, not a G? Hello. Want to come say hi? No? Come on. Hold on. Oh. You just want to sit on the floor. Just want to sit on the floor. Hey, Danzy, how you doing? Welcome in. How are you going? Have you just finished streaming, Danzy? How's the move? How's the move? It's pretty exciting. I think you guys, if you've all been keeping up, Danzy just moved house. No, thank you so much, Crispy Bacon. I absolutely appreciate that. Thank you so much. There's too much going on right now. Finished a little ago? Oh, that's exciting. Do you have a cool stream room? I'm pretty curious. Moves are always tiring and stressful too. Very stressful times. Did Crispy Bacon just drop 10 subs and bail? Base code. I did write a pretty good content for a chatbot a few months ago. Basically wanted to ship MVPs and features as soon as possible, and I always attempted to ship to production after a spec was completed via tooling. Worked pretty well, but it got annoying. I had some stupid persona that was way too happy to just send it. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, man. It sounds cool. I write pretty good context for a chatbot a few months ago. Okay. Are you referring now to like an open claw type of situation, Martini? You asked about a tombstone just now. Yeah. Unticked. We had like Crispy Bacon come in and give 10 gifted subs. And what we do for 10 gifted subs in this stream is we give people tombstones in the game that we're making. So I really, oh no, it's chill. No, dude, come on. I'll just say that. I'll just say, no, it's chill and stick that on a random tombstone if you don't give me one. Like, where's your existing one? It's somewhere here. I feel like yours is, where is it? Crispy Bacon, somewhere here. There it is. That's you. You get one more. Yeah, I was implying what you didn't expect if he needs to read a tombstone. No, fair enough. We don't want him dying. How are you doing, Danzy? Like, do you have a new... Danzy needs to see your new guest. She'll love him. She will. But right now, my new guest is... How long's my webcam cable? long enough. All right, hold up. Hello. Who's that? Who's this? Hello, Chibi. Chibi. No? Hello? No, not interested. Not interested. Just chilling. Just chilling right now. We'll let her be. How cute is that, your dog? This is Oasis's dog. Oasis and Overstrand. They go on holidays sometimes, so I look after him, and Fast does. Hey chat, little side quest again. Don't do it, Matthew. Don't you tempt them. What did you think? Did you like it? Did you like it, Danzy? We got a character in the game for that cute dog too. We need more subs. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. You down for a side quest? So cute. Nice. Okay, hold on. I gotta get my camera right again after that. Okay, we're about to freaking do the first. This is it, guys. This is the first multiplayer game we've ever seen. If this works, just like one shot. We're gonna have to take this into Windowed mode. We're gonna have to run with a custom instance. This is why this going windowed and making it small is so useful. Oh, I don't like that. What happened there? It's like a Windows 95 border now. Doesn't matter. Don't get distracted. Play. Yep. Host game. Okay. Host a private room or enter a room code. Oh, dang it. I was so convinced that was going to work. Signaling connection timed out after 8 seconds. No room code. I thought this was going to work. Okay. Mike, 10 stream streak. Matt, you are incorrigible right there. Not tonight. I just bought a 5070. It's a nice graphics card right there. Very cute dog. Very cute dog. Okay, why did this not work? If I join... I mean, host should be working. Host a private room or enter a room code to join one. Is it because I did this on HTTP? Matt, you stopped that. Holy shit. Again. Oh my God. Crispy bacon, Matthew. Thank you, guys. Huge W. Huge W. Yo, Unticked caught one. And so did Mike. Mike74 caught one as well. And oh my God, we've got OC Gaming, we've got CRG Squand, thank you. And we've got, I wonder if Porn X Porn is like, no, that wouldn't be Prawn of the Dead, would it? Wouldn't be. Okay, I think what's happening here is I've run the HTTP version, and if I remember back to the code that I saw, the source code, it was, so where was it? It was in the runtime, I think. Where's our runtime? It was... Matt, like, you were fighting for that. Look at that. You're sitting right freaking here, man. You're up to 225 gifted subs now, Matt. You madman. Thank you so much. You're just like, we're doing a pretty exciting thing right now. So this is going to be going down as a really memorable stream for me. You're coming in here, gifting subs, me finally setting up this, finally setting up the networking. It's going to be like, we're not far from a community playtest now, guys. We're not far from a community playtest. Can you believe it? Absolutely wild. All right, let me look through the code because this is going to tell us the problem. where was it? No. Okay, hold on. I really need to, there it is. It's on WebSocket. Okay. The server goes to use a WebSocket. It could be HTTPS, but I'm thinking it's not now. Oh, what it is the server's not running. The server shut down. Did I shut it down? I just shut it down. I'm not thinking clearly here. Connecting to the signaling server. Let's have a look at our code here, at our output. It timed out. I'm innocent, I swear. No. I'm also happy to be beating Loserfruit, like 5th place. Come on, Loserfruit. Loserfruit, yeah, that was pretty amazing for her to drop subs like that. Wait, Not Monsters is so close to done? No way, Crispy Bacon. No way. Not even close at all to done, but close enough to get some people playing together, I think. All right. Why are we not seeing... I should be seeing something in the output that gives us a bit more info about state. Okay, let's go see signaling connection timed out after 8 seconds. We're going to go start there. So notmonsters.server, we want notmonsters client. I guess we didn't need to terminate that, but signal connection timed out. Timed out. There. Okay. Update connection timeouts. Okay, and we're in the network bootstrap runtime. So is this run on... This runs in a loop, which ain't great, but it's not close to done yet. Crispy Bacon got a long time to go, but first in Seb's heart, yeah. I remember the days when I was first on the board. Once upon a time. I think there's it's a pretty competitive leaderboard, especially with like Nacho and God of War. But dude, you do so much for the stream though, Goldie. You do so much for the stream. It's not even a competition like that, man. Okay, update ping loop. There's a lot here I just really want to like review and fix, but I mean, the thing we could do here, let's have a quick review and read of this. Added signaling only contracts. The main entry points are, I mean, hold on. Do we see anything happen in the server's logs? We might need to do that. In a new window, we're going to run the server. Okay, server up and running. We should see a connection here. It might be that the WebSocket isn't running. Connecting to the signaling server. Signaling connection timed out. Okay, so in the game when I host, I don't see, I hit the following line of code. Where is it? It's signaling connection timed out after the following line. Probably just want to actually copy the code reference. I want to copy a reference to this line. Copy. And I want to do it to that. I don't see any logs in the server's console to indicate that attempt to connect was made. What more can I do? Headless Godot startup succeeded. The remaining console noise is from the existing terrain add-on, not the network. Okay, I attempted in the game, when I attempt to host, I hit the following line of code indicating a failure. Signaling collection timed out. Okay. So, Danzy, if you're still there, how's your new... Yeah, I do want to continue on multiplayer. Yep. How's your new stream setup? Do you have a stream room and everything going? I mean, that's one really cool thing about getting to Move is you can just like factor in an entire new streaming environment. Okay, hold on. Can you talk a bit about the game jam? I know I'm late to the party. Crispy Bacon, you know the game jam that happened on in Brisbane recently? So let's see, it was Sun Jam, I think Fire Piercer. Yeah, this one. So there was a bunch of games that were made on that game jam, which was pretty cool. But this is the one that I contributed to. So I did a lot of the art and code for this one. Oh, that's a terrible screenshot. But yeah, Fire Piercer is what we called it. And you can download it and play it if you want. It's basically this. I checked in periodically. Hold on. We can up the res of that. Where is it? Settings, quality. Can I increase quality here? Let's do it on YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's like a train dragon, exactly. It's like the last dragon is this train, and so there's like a snowstorm coming to kill you. And so you have to act as the conductor of the train, and you have to find coal, and you put the coal in the train, and that accelerates it. You can pull a handbrake to like stop the train in place and then fill up all of the fuel. You can see it in the bottom left corner. And then you can put some in the back carriage as well. And then those little switches, like change the path that you go through the world. You can see as the number at the top of the screen gets lower, it gets colder and you nearly freeze. And if it gets to 0, you freeze to death. So you've kind of got to like keep the train fueled and keep it moving ahead of the storm. Oh, why are we buffering? Need new internets. Fastest internet ever, please. Gonna get the Longtail internet. Really need the good stuff. Hold on. Refresh. Up to here. And so that you can't just like, you can run around the train, but you can't just like run too far ahead of it. You have to create a path through the woods as well, right? Yeah, kinda. Are you in Brisbane currently? No, I'm not Kmart. I'm back in Melbourne now. What's YouTube doing? Okay, here we go. We're back. And so you go from like station to station and stop to stop. So that lever could change the path entirely, and you face different challenges along different paths. And so, a different amount of resources too. And so it's like, there's a whole bunch of different stuff like that where, so this one, for instance, this is the bridge up ahead. You saw the caution sign. He flicked the switch there, and then you have to get the wood and repair the bridge. And then you can flick the sign again and you're off. And it's like, so he chose, and so there's different levels with different stops. And so all of this, guys, was made in 31 hours, essentially. But it came out really well. I was really happy with how the art came together. The concept was pretty interesting. I really wanted to put a cave at the end of that, but I never got to it. It was a fun project. It was a fun game jam. Okay. Endpoint mismatched? Was it though? The root cause was a port mismatch, not the timeout logic itself. Current running server is still answering on... Oh, okay. Why are the ports... All right, whatever. Restart the signaling service. Your exiting process is still the old one. All right. That. Okay, WebSocket. All right. It's kind of funny, guys, when you think about it, how complicated the solution it came up with it must be. And then to mess up something as simple as a port configuration. It's funny, though. Developers, proper, really experienced developers will make such simple mistakes as well when you think about it, along the way. Okay. Host game. We got a room code. We got a room code. Chat, we got a room code. Let's go look at our logs. Let's look at our logs. We got a room. It made the room. It made the room right here. That's a room. That's a multiplayer room. Crazy how good it. Did you get much sleep? I got about 3 hours of sleep, crispy bacon, and there was really two developers working on it for the most part. There was a third who. There was a person at the start who did a little bit of sketches for what the dragon train might look like. And there was another developer there who did some work on the user interface. But for the most part, it was Christian, who has an amazing game. He has this really, really cool... Goldie, do you know if we have any links to Christian's work? Christian's really cool. He's making a game that like Dark Souls, basically on his own, which is really a challenge. It's a big challenge. And it's kind of open world too, which was awesome. So we got to work with Christian, which I absolutely loved. And I want to do everything to try and promote him if I can. Okay, there's one session running. We need to reload that, of course. Can we add a second one? I think now we're going to change this. We're going to go project settings run. Where is it? Not even run. There's a way to, is it advanced settings? There's a way to run more than one project at a time. What we could do is... We got to look it up. Launch multiple instances. Enabling multi-instance. Go to the debug menu on the top bar and then go run multiple instances. Was it that simple? Debug, customize. Here, this is what I was looking for. Multiple instances, 2 instances, please. And then run, and we should see 2 windows pop up. We don't want them full screen, but we do have 2 instances running, which is great. Christian's game for some jam. I mean, me and Christian worked together on a game. Okay, we're gonna make this one just quickly full screen, and then windowed, and then we should have our top bar. Same thing here, option video. That can go windowed. Okay, now we have two games, guys. We've got a client and a host. Play host game. There's our room code. Play join by room code. To begin with, JX4BMN. All right, I don't want you all to like, let's not all freak out, but this is kind of a big moment. JX4BMN. Could it be as simple as this validation not allowing us to, the connected button, where is the connected button? That's so annoying. Let's fix that too. When joining a server, the connected button is not clickable even after adding a valid room code. We're really gonna have to improve the UX here because it's kind of garbage, but that's fine. We'll get there. No ginseng. Yep. Yeah, is his game that looks similar to Dark Souls available? I think it might be. I don't know if I'll have to search my history. No, it's okay. It's okay. If I have a name, it makes my job easier. The reason I'm asking is because I can't remember it off the top of my head, which is really bad. But I need to give him a shout out because he was so freaking good. Too late, already freaking out. Katie, how are you? Good to see you. This is pretty exciting. What's going on with it though? The connect button was recalculated. It's disable state during render, but typing in the room code never triggered the re-render. Okay, good. I'm gonna restart this and this. And we should see multiple sessions getting started here. Closed and started. Good. Okay. Hopefully my full screen settings don't. So I gotta update the game so it doesn't try and remember full screen if I set it windowed. That's gonna be another thing. Crispy bacon, dude. Thank you for giving Matthew a sub. That man deserves it.
Chris_P_Bacon3 gifted a tier 1 sub to Macaban. They have given 392 gift subs in the channel.
Huge Crispy Bacon. Yo! Oh my god, another freaking another sub.
Chris_P_Bacon3 gifted a tier 1 sub to Random Gaming _2099. They have given 393 gift subs in the channel.
393. Wild. All right, there's a host game. We're about to see it, guys. We're about to see it. Thank you, Crispy Bacon. You are legend. This legendary moment where we had the first multiplayer game ever is about to happen, and here you are dropping subs. Thank you, man. Oh, Gibby wants to go outside? Hold on. Gibby, come here. All right, she wants to go. Okay, exciting. Low-key love bacon as well. Yes, indeed. Okay. It's about to happen. Here's our code. Let's copy the code. I don't want to control, and I think I can. All right. There's our host. Here's our client. Joined by room code. Paste. Connect. Ooh. Oh my god. They both progressed. Okay. Let's go maiden, and let's go like farmer. Or no, we'll go lamplighter. Just like try and keep them iconic. Select not a monster. Maiden is not a monster. Oh, that's not right. That's not right. That should not have gone there. But let's just see what happens. Not a monster. We got a load. And no spawn. Okay. This is why we shouldn't have done the rest of that just yet. Because now there's too much going on. Too many steps. So, yeah. All right. Too much happening. So, straight up, did that create a new server, or it's still the existing server? So this is our existing server. We tried to get it to do too much all at once. I think the core, like host and client stuff is in, but we still need to do a bit to validate this. I mean, it's kind of progress. One thing I'll notice is, let's do that over. We're going to do that from scratch. I'm going to do that from scratch. Close both of these. The server stays running. From here, we're going to run this again. Okay, coding is too hard. I just play games. You crazy smart at this shit. Crispy bacon, don't you give up on me, man. Don't you give up on me. I want to inspire people to build things, not make it look hard. Okay, this one's going to host. This one's going to join. We're going to go with WWPZ35. Connect. They both move in. Let's select some different characters. Select not a monster. They should not have moved back. The client moved into the lobby. Oh wait, hold on. This is at runtime we're seeing this. When both host and client select their character, the game moves on. We see following error in our output. We see it several times, and they're slightly different. Invalid packet received. Request node was not found. Okay, what could it indicate? The note that on the host PC, we wind up going back to the main menu, but on the client PC, we move into the lobby. No character spawns in the lobby though. Okay, bro, I'm not giving up. Better people than I code games. I know, it's fair. Crispy bacon, though, I feel like I'm trying to like inspire people. And like, I feel like you're the kind of person, because you're here so often watching these things happen. I feel like you're the kind of person who might want to like, who might actually make a great game one day yourself, you know? So, but I mean, you are so welcome to just be a person who plays the amazing games which we make too. I think that's an amazing thing too. Sergius, you caught a gifted sub? Nice. Nice. Yeah, Crispy Bacon's been so freaking supportive, hey. And Random Gaming caught one too, which is absolutely amazing. I didn't realize you were there lurking in the chat there, Random Gaming. W Sergius? Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. We're going to have to do some thinking and refactoring about this, because it's done some things really well, but it's done some other things really not so well. This was the foundation of what it built. And now we're making a few, these are the bug fixes, unstaged here. And we need to change some stuff about the user flow. We need to change some stuff about the user flow for sure. Where were our notes? So yeah, let's not forget this. This is a good question. This is a separate to do. The other thing is our, as soon as the host starts the game, we want to move them to character selection and into the lobby. Players who join later should spawn once they've connected. Okay. That's a UX improvement there. Oh my God, Goldie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that it took ages to find that. But yes, yeah. So this is Christian's game, which is pretty freaking cool. He needs to like put some better YouTube videos or something in here, but look at this. Like, this is a solo project, guys. And it's even a bit out of date. Like, look at it. Isn't that cool? It's a big open world game with like... And the dude's got like characters and equipment and upgrades and all this other like really complicated stuff. Like, big shout out to Christian for this project. I hope one day he sees that we're like, you know, how much we're supporting him, because I really want him to do well. Hey, it looks good. It looks really good. It's an Unreal game. So Unreal games just like inherently look good. But I mean, for one man to be doing all of that. Okay, the failure was seen, transition race, lobby. Yeah, I don't even know why we need lobby runtime. Was loading from lobby during its turn ready. If one peer reached the lobby slightly earlier, it would call this packet error. All right, here we go. We're going again. Let's let it finish loading, and then we're about to see it. Huge amount of work. Yeah. What's Zach's stuff like? Hold on, who's Zach? All right, 2 games. I feel like I need a resolution that's 800 by 600 as well in the options, just to get like really nice and small, so I can have not take up too much screen space. Play, join, VPV, VPVVXA, connect. All right, they both moved on. Blacksmith, not a monster. Is that an error? No. Farmer, not a monster. Oh, what the hell? No errors, but the exact same behavior. Okay. All right. I think we shouldn't have set the lobby up yet. Okay, so there's no more errors in the console, but the exact same behavior is still there, and it's not what we want. Here's what we want. When the host starts his game, he should move on through the character selection into the lobby. When later players join, they should also get this same flow. When they make a character selection, they should then be instantiated in the lobby scene. Okay. Let's start with this refactor, and then we'll take it from there. The other thing is 800 by 600, 800 by 600 resolution support. With multi-instances, so we want to remember the res settings. That's broken. Okay. Okay, so was that not the other guy in your game jam? Yeah. That's right, Turbo. That Christian. Yes, yeah. That was Christian's game that he's working on. You're 100% right, Crispy Bacon and Turbo. Yeah, that was him. Sorry, that's what I was talking about. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. That's what Goldie was pulling up, was his game, because dude, he made a pretty cool thing. Okay. And then the next thing that we probably want to do is going to be the next thing that we want to do as well. I want to put the lobby code on screen. Put the lobby code on screen if it's a public lobby. Yeah, because later when we actually progress into the game, I want to make it accessible through the escape menu. But you know, while you're in the lobby, I think having it just like on screen is useful before the match has started. And then off stream, guys, there's going to be so much refactoring I do to get the shape of this better. I mean, what was the other guy's stuff like in your team? Not Christian. Turbo, like, I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know how much actually made it in. I think he worked for a long time on menu stuff, and it just didn't get integrated in the end. So it's like, yeah. I mean, he was a really nice guy, though. He was fun to work with. I liked him, and he tried his best to be helpful. But yeah, I'm not sure about the other team member's name, Turbo. I think AI is a net positive, but how does it affect your code? I know you are somewhat reliant on it. Not a bad thing. I mean, this whole project, Crispy Bacon, is a bit of is an experiment in seeing how much I can achieve using AI. Like, there's so many games that I've built without it, and so, I mean, you could say for this project, I have to say I'm reliant on it implies that it's something that I couldn't have done without it, and that's not necessarily true. I'm reliant on it to move as quickly as I have been moving. I have been, rather than spending my time working on the code, I've been spending my time defining what I want it to do and reviewing the work that it does to make sure that it's good. But I could just be doing that work myself. The catch there is it would take so much longer to do it. It would take, like, I would not be nearly as far through the process as I am now if I had done it all by hand. So that's kind of where it is. It's like, not reliant, bad choice of words. No, honestly, I don't think it is a bad choice of words, Crispy Bacon. If you didn't know me and you came in and watched my streams, that's the way that I've been working. It would be easy to think that, like, this is the only way that a person can work. There are many ways to build things. The way I've been building things on this stream is pretty has AI very much in the loop. So I totally see where you're coming from. More so utilizing it. Yeah. I've been very heavily utilizing it. And it would be easy to think that, like, you know, that's the only way that it could be made. But there are lots of ways that things can be made. Just interested in personal projects. I appreciate people's passion for their creations. Yeah, totally. Turbo, if you want to see more of that guy's stuff, I think the Duck Pond Studios, I think this is his itch.io. I think Duck Pond Studios might be his stuff. If you go view all by Duck Pond Studios, the other things he's done, like, these other things are things that he did. So that would be the other developer here. So, like, I don't know, it's like UI design elements and like, I think these are supposed to be elements that can be used inside of user interface design, maybe. So it's like, you know, he's designed a menu and stuff here. So he's done some work before in other stuff, but yeah, Firepiercer, I think, was different from most of the other projects that are on his itch, at least. Dragihan, you are the architect. AI is the coder. That is the relationship that I've been having with it on this project, for sure. Yeah. Okay. Let's let these finish loading and give this another shot, because the lobby runtime. Crispy Bacon, dude, every freaking minute, every 20 minutes,
Chris
like clockwork, you guys have been
3 gifted a tier 1 sub to Draggy Han.
Amazing.
They have given 394 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, guys. Draggy Han, you caught one. You caught a sub. So good. So good. Okay. This is why we let our windows be flexible. We're going to, let's make this host. And it goes straight in, which is good. Let's see if I select. Hey Sim, subscribing for 1 month. Thank you, Hey Sim. Okay, we've got errors in the console. Progress. Yo, thank you, Hey Sim, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate this, guys. Okay, here we go. We are gonna need that UI, definitely the room code on that UI. But we can cheat for now and we can get it straight out of the server. And now join by room code, paste that, connect. And then it goes in. I think it's already spawned another character and it's stuck in a jump animation for some reason. It got a monster. Let it load. And the second one didn't spawn anything. But did you notice when he selected when he moved on to select, a character got spawned? That means we've got communications going between client and server. There's a lot to fix here. This is why I think it was a bad idea to implement too much more than we actually had done. Okay, so we gave it we asked it to bite off more than it can chew. And there's so much here that is good though. There's so much here that is really good. Subscribe time. Of course. No, thank you, Haysim. Also, I noticed the trance is back. Yeah, Turbo. Yeah. All the songs that were coming up when we were listening to trance last time, I put them on a playlist. And so this is that playlist, which I'm really enjoying. I'm really enjoying it. Okay. Look at that. What's that doing there? Why is this here? It's not used. One reference. All right, look, refactor later. Fundamental working parts first. I think we see errors in the console. Okay, so no, not found. Avatar spawner. Okay, we see the following. Console. Let's first before we do anything more, run it again, clear the console, see when it shows up so that we can connect the error to a specific event and give more context. The server itself, though, seems to be working really well. Yo, guys. Crispy Bacon, you going crazy, man. Huge. Thank you. Oh, my God. And so many people caught subs, too. Greybeard got a sub as well. Yo. Oh, man. Thank you, Crispy Bacon. Dude, I can't wait to get in this game and play with you. That's going to be incredible. Playtesting with this community is going to be so much fun. I can't freaking wait, guys. It's getting closer and closer and closer. By the stream, every stream, we're getting closer to doing this. They're unstoppable. It's wild, right? It's wild. Okay. Not a monster. Play. No errors in the console yet. And then we're going to join. Oh, hold on. There's our error. Wait. What? It says 12. It still says 7. What am I missing there? All right, I'm going to assume that that's not actually an error. We're going to go see the server, copy that. Okay, let's connect. And then, yeah, the moment the client clicks select on their character. Huge. It's chill. Your skills are insane. Literally in awe. Yo, Crispy Bacon, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I still, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm that amazing. I don't. I've just been doing it for a long time, man. I've just been doing it for a long time. I really, really, really love doing this though. And I love you being here and your positivity and your support. And I can't wait. We're going to get so many cool things going. We're going to get you're curious for playtests, Kakashi? Me too, man. We're going to be getting like voice communications going. We're going to get the voice chat working. We're going to get the multiplayer going. This is going to take a while. Don't get me wrong. We're going to be like struggling through this for a bit, but the next few steps are going to be very, very exciting. Bro, actually a coding whiz. Yo, to me, you're like Jarvis. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot that goes into it, but like it is really, really fun. It is really, really fun. Okay. Where are we with this? I mean, it's true too, right? Like lobby, avatar root, avatar spawner. Relative to root. Get node. I mean, what's actually calling that string? It might be a timing issue. This is a timing issue if I'm not mistaken. I mean, here's our... Let's go look up the scene. Actually, you know what? I never selected a character, and yet it did already spawn. So that's another issue there. So a couple of things to figure out there. Hold up. Why is our debugger showing 159? Oh, look at that. That's kind of sophisticated UI. And you would never think to click on this most times. Okay. Yeah, that's life without struggle. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. The juice is worth the squeeze, but if you don't struggle, you never learn. There's like, I'm not a particularly like religious person, but I did see this thing like, a person being like, if you asked, what was it? If you asked God to make you brave, like, would he just make you brave, or would he give you situations in which that you needed bravery, right? It's like, if you needed, if you asked to be smart, you don't just get smart, you get situations where you need to learn, right? It's like, that's the way that it goes. It's really like that. It's spawned without selection. Yeah. It's sentient already. Handsflaw, there's a difference between mistakes and sentience. If anything, it represents a lack of sentience. All right, let's review this real quick. Review. Set. Trent. Oh, what? No. Why? That seems off. It's not a visibility issue. Handle avatar spawned. It's not a visibility issue. What was the last thing I asked it to do? There's an error. Trying to replicate the existing lobby's avatar to appear. Crispy bacon. Dude.
Chris underscore
Hansler, you caught a sub from Crispy Bacon.
One sub to Hansler 666.
Oh my god. Thank you, Crispy.
402 gift subs in the channel.
What? 402? Dude, look at him. He's going crazy. Crispy Bacon, that's so much support, man. Thank you. Oh. I cannot wait to jump in a game and play test with this community. It's going to be so much fun. I better get on with it. Better get on with it. Better, let's make this thing so that we can all freaking play, right? Right? That's the thing I love most about multiplayer is the fact that you're actually going to be able to get together with people and experience something. This morning, I had so many shower thoughts about how this game's going to like play out once it's, once it's further developed. All right, Barbarian. Ooh, we got a monster. Okay, I mean, there's something to be said for, okay. Maybe we need to look at remember there's the lobby, there's an issue with like a new thing in the lobby that we don't understand why it did that. Okay, let's focus first on just getting the, before trying to fix anything to do with the client, let's first make sure that the host is working. There are issues with the client connecting, but when the host connects to the game, its character is not being controlled as it used to. Let's start with this. Why this new scene is here. If there's a clear reason why spawning, when we spawn as the host, we no longer control our character, let's address that issue also. Okay. Dragihan, hold on. I'm coming for God of War. Jokes. No, I just appreciate your game and I think you're genuinely cool. Crispy. Dude, I think you're genuinely cool. It's freaking, yeah, I mean, I don't know what we do past, like, you got a character, you got the, like, we're just gonna make sure all the things that you do get. We'll work on that, man. We'll work on that. Do you have a statue, Crispy Bacon? That's another thing that we have to figure out. If you haven't got a statue, you coming on here and being like, you've given more than enough for a statue just now. And do you, like, what do you want on the tombstone, man? Like, let's get a tombstone going for you. Definitely need to do that. I need to get smarter about our pipelines for introducing, like, things for people. Yeah, you've actually done enough, low-key. No, I have not, Crispy Bacon. You are doing so much, and I need to match that. I feel like I know you've done a tombstone, but you could have 2 tombstones. We need to come up with more stuff for people like you. That's what we need. I really need to think hard about it and make sure that, I gotta think about it. Yeah, W supporters, Chubby Puppy Bear, you're not wrong. And you've matched some for others, but like Crispy Bacon, I really appreciate it, and I need to make sure that I'm doing more and doing enough. It's so hard to feel like you're doing enough. This whole thing is like, the fact that it's not working out of the gate. Remember how earlier I was like, I actually probably shouldn't be spawning stuff yet? I think maybe another approach here, rather than trying to push through and get this working, would be, okay, everything, like unwind everything. Let's now actually start to strategize how we do multiplayer and come up with really good practices for that before we move forward doing a bunch of other things. What's the next sub goal? At the moment, Maddie, we're working on, hold on. We're working on, where is it? We're still like getting on top of the last trip to, the Gold Coast. I think that was for like base stream things like the conference and the 48-hour game jam. And you know, I'm looking at like, I think the stuff we're working on is like chipping away at things like the flights and the cost of the fuel and like, you know, remember the freaking vehicle, for instance. I'll be able to give you something for lending me your car and stuff like that. Those are the goals. So, you know, there's that's the stuff I'm working at right now. So that's coming your way if I can manage to swing that. But yes, yeah, lots of little bits and pieces. Okay, hold up. Where do we get to? All right, hold on. Exists for a valid reason. It was added as a per peer replicated scene for the network lobby. Okay. Lobby player composition is the old local only path that spawns one controllable character actor. Lobby network avatar wraps character actor with a multiplayer synchronizer, so lobby runtime can spawn one network. That does make sense. Its location is suspect, so that now that that's explained, that needs changing. Came from using a proxy scene as the host playable avatar 2. Why host control broke. Was skipping itself when the host existed? Okay. Lobby network avatar was never meant to preserve old controller flow. It forced set local controller. I mean, yeah, we should not have just like, none of that should have happened. Let's essentially, I think the way to do this is going to be pull out all the network code related to spawning and character syncing. And then we'll move forward with implementing that independently. That's why the host no longer felt like the old. It's not that it didn't feel like it. It simply couldn't be controlled. I addressed the host side issue by refactoring back toward the right split. Lobby player composition. Now always spawns a local. Yep. The local authority proxy is hidden or disabled. I don't like that solution. That's a bad solution. Very small change though. So let's see. Let's give this another run. This is voluntary, by the way. You're doing enough by streaming. I'm just happy to be a part of it. I know you are, Crispy Bacon, but like, dude, good things, when people do good things, you need to show them proper appreciation. It's like, I don't know, I just feel like it's the right thing to do, man. Okay, host, play, join. Where's our code? Here it is. Connect. Select that. Okay, we've got control of our host again. Now let's watch this and see if all right, hold up. You go here. Resume, and let's see if somebody else spawns here. Not a monster. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it spawns so many. It's spawning them constantly. What the actual fuck? It's so broken. It's so broken. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's an army. It's an army. Run away. This is what the fuck. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna unwind all of this. This code can go. Look at that. That's so cool. And they're all getting the input. I wonder if they all jump. Hold on. Ready? No. Okay. And also this is not synchronizing, but you know, I didn't really expect it to. Just the player spawning would have been enough. Okay. Okay, so that's a thing. That's a thing. Yeah, completely broken. Completely broken. But that's fine. We can start by fixing this. Let's get rid of the errors, and then, I mean, to some extent, I don't even want to fix the errors. I just want to unwind the change. That's a good clip. That's a great clip. How good's that? Thank you, Snolzy. That's the real monsters. Yep. I don't want to. Oh, Matt. Look, I really do appreciate it. You helped a huge amount. And when fuel was as expensive as it was, especially, it's so those are the goals at the moment. That was a wild bug. That's one of the coolest bugs we've seen. Hold on, do we have a good clip out of this? Is that a clippable moment right there? I should not have sworn. That's a cool moment. One of them did. Or was he just always jumping? Okay, hold on. Look at this. No, he's just always jumping. Yeah, that's a cool clip. That's a great moment. You could bleep it. Yep, got to show the bugs. That's it. That's it. You got to show the bugs. Okay. Actually, we're not going to fix this. What we're going to do is, I fear we've overcomplicated the solution somewhat. The most important parts are working, but it's time to simplify. We're going to remove all of the code related to spawning and moving the character. All I want left in the solution are the changes related to facilitating the match and getting the client and host connected. I want a situation where once a game is hosted, the host finds themselves in the lobby in control of their own character. When a player joins using a lobby code, they should be connected to the host, be able to select their character, and move onto the lobby with their own locally hosted character. Don't worry about syncing any of the character state just yet. We'll get to that later. I just want to get it to a situation where the host and client are connected. And the flow of the game moves in the right direction. All right, we're gonna wind it back. There's too much going on here. They just keep coming. Yep. This is a good clip. Guys, that's a good clip. I like that. Thank you for clipping that. You got to show the bugs. Exactly. Okay. Trimming down to the actual minimum now. Keep the signaling and RTC connection state in the menu flow. Remove the lobby replication and stop sending any character select. Yep. Okay, and then we're gonna really like drill into the and like do like really simple things. I think like one thing at a time. Because we've tried to do too much all at once. I really should not have let it do the spawning or state replication, none of that needed to happen. So, and this will at least give me a chance to review and refactor everything related to like, the rest of it. Cause like that's bad. This is a bad solution, right? All of this lobby character stuff should be out. It should be out. And then we can come back at this from a different perspective later when the problem space is simpler. That's such a funny clip. You watch golf, Seb? Crispy Bacon, sometimes. I mean, I watch like devs golf content. That's pretty fun. But I'm not a huge golfy person myself. A friend of mine, Luke Muscat, is making a cool golf game. So this is like Luke Muscat's Ultimate Golf Challenge. Pretty fun concept. This I think this is my kind of golf. So this game, his concept is like he wants to make it golf that feels as janky as actual golf. And he's got like the Doom hands and stuff. I want to get Dev in place of this character here. I want Dev to be that character as a playable character for this game. I think that would be so hilarious. Wouldn't that be cool? It's so this is a cool concept. Okay. But yeah. So that's my kind of golf. Wait, I love it. No, I don't watch the Masters, Crispy Bacon. I'm not a huge sportsy person. I like playing sports, but I don't like spectating sports for some reason. Okay, simplify the implementation down to the connection flow only. I removed the network lobby avatar layer entirely. Lobby runtime. Hold on. That probably was useful. Character menu now loads lobby locally. Host opens the character once it's joiner, opens once it's connected to the host. Okay, good. That's good. And then we can do our refactors. All right, let's test. Okay, 3D run. And then we're going to fix our other little things. And then already guys, I think this stream has been a great success. And it's because I put so much effort in to prepare for that big change. Okay, I think the next thing to do will be like the next sensible step is to put the lobby code on screen. What do you think, guys? Instead of a code like this, some funny sentences could be really fun. So you could be like, you'd shout like, rabbit hamster, and that would be like the room code. Okay. Not monster. Does he still just run around? Yep. Good. We got our Crispy Bacon character. Okay. All right. Let's see. We could implement the players menu just to start off with, just to get some data synced across. But I'm liking this because we've got no bugs. We're not trying to do anything complicated yet. And now we can take those problems in like bite-sized chunks instead of it trying to do a whole bunch. Let me clear that. We'll do this one more time because I think there's still errors in our console. So one more time, we're going to run through this. And then we're going to fix our user experience stuff. We're going to fix out the paths. We're going to move the client and the server into the same solution, into the same folder rather. Turbo, you feel like this song mocks you? You mean which one? Which one? The Can't Sleep song? Host, play, join. Yeah. Oh, why? Mocks you like... I mean, I feel like there's something about this that's... I don't know how to explain it. I feel like it's a pretty deep song, you know? It's like a person feel it like a relationship that failed and the fact that love still exists even when the relationship doesn't. I think that's what it's about. Whoa! Oh my God, crispy bacon again? Another 20? Holy crap. Thank you, dude. Oh my God, another 20, dude. That's putting your stream total to something crazy. That's like 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30 this stream, and another 10, 40. 40. Dude, that's 40 gifted subs this stream. Thank you, man. Oh, the fact that you're always up late and you can't... Yeah, well, that too. That too, Turbo. Dude, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Crispy Bacon. Oh, man. That's another statue. That's another statue. Crispy Bacon, you can't escape the statue. You must come up with a statue concept and we'll put another one in. Please, please, let me know what you want this statue to be. Let's do a new one. It is huge. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. So freaking cool. Oh, man. Thank you, Crispy Bacon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, really helps. Really, really helps. Okay. All right. Hold up. So, let's change the shape of our solution a little. So, okay, so we're going to do some refactoring. First things first. Okay. Excellent. Let's with the new menu flow, we need to change up some of what we're doing. Once the server has been hosted, it needs to be possible to share this with other players. To that end, I want to put the lobby code on screen in the menu, the main menu UI, and inside of the in-game UI when you are connected as a client or hosting a server. Let's do that first. I mean, is that part of this? I mean, all of that should get staged. This should get staged. 20 gifted subs, dude. Crispy Bacon. Thank you again, man. Really, really wild. No, it's fine. I've got one. We're chilling. Crispy, please, one more. You could come up with like a really cool... What if we had like a piece of bacon? A piece of bacon instead of your current, you know? That could be a thing. Hold on. Let's open the crypts and find that out. Hold on. We could be adding a giant bacon statue. Hold on. Where's your last one? Because that's not what your last one was. Let's see. Somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. This was so good. This was so good. I don't know if we can top this. but it was so good. So yeah, we probably can't beat your statue. We can't beat this statue, but we could make another. We could make another one, which is actually bacon. What do you think? What do you think, dude? I need to do something else. We need another one. We need another one. We need another something. I think you got the shortest. Where's that candle? Hold on. The candle's actually in your nameplate. We can have your nameplate's floating in the air. I gotta fix that. We gotta fix that. But don't even try to top. It is pretty win. I don't know how he can beat it, but seriously, thank you, Crispy. I mean it, man. I mean it. You are the goat, man. Today's stream dedicated to you, man. Thank you. All right. Okay, fine. We'll stay locked in. Okay, it should appear at the top of screen in the center. Add it to the following user interfaces. Okay, we're gonna go character menu. Character menu, where is that? Character menu, scene, and in-game menu. In-game menu. Yeah. It should appear anchored. The top of screen at the center. Add it to the following user interfaces. Okay. Yep. Seb, you're fine. Get back to coding. Dude, like, I don't know. I just feel compelled to show my gratitude here in some concrete way, Crispy. Like, when you do things like this, it ought to get memorialized, remembered. That's why the statues and the gravestones are there, right? Because those things are things that humans do in real life to remember great events. And everybody who supports this stream, it feels like a great event to me. And so, that's why I want to do it, man. That's why I want to do these things. So like I can stay logged in, but it won't get forgotten. Even if it doesn't get a statue, I don't forget that. I won't forget that. Thank you. Thank you, man. Oh, that's interesting. See, it's got the prompt twice. This is like compacting the I mean, interesting. Let's get all this staged. I actually really like the implementation here. These implementations are quite good. The next thing is going to be a really big and scary factor. But it needs to happen now that we've introduced the new layer into the project. So hold on, I'll start drafting this. Now that we've introduced a new layer into the project with multiplayer, I feel that it needs some restructuring. The first step is going to be to clean up the layout of our servers folder. We have the current layout. Teddy Trojan, thank you for the follow. Thank you, man. How's it going? Welcome in. You're coming at a very interesting time. We're starting to work on the multiplayer for our game. And it's been a long time in the making. I've been doing a lot of testing and planning for this moment. And finally, we're pulling the trigger on it. I've been doing a lot of like tech testing up until now. And so now I'm finally at the point where we can implement, which is very exciting. It's very, very exciting. But yeah, great to have you in here. Thank you for joining us, man. Thank you for joining us. So let's see. We've got, I don't know, I'm going to like, what's the command to, so we can do, let's get some GPT up. This team lead recognized in 5 seconds that this stream is worthy of my time. Yo, I'm doing similar workflows in Node microservices for a big United States platform. Nice to be here. I appreciate the shout out. Yo, absolutely, Teddy Trojan, dude. Like, yeah, we're doing stuff like, I think different people get different things from our stream, but I think senior developers like yourself might get especially, more out of it. Sometimes I fail to pay attention to some of the like the smaller details and overlook the fact that people don't know what's going on. But if you know a lot of what's happening here, then you're going to feel really at home. You'll probably get more out of the stream than most. So welcome in. I'm glad you could join us in the chat here for that message as well, dude. And if you want to chime in with things that you do differently, I'm not just here to show people what I do and to hopefully teach. Those are my objectives, but I'm also here to learn. So if you have anything good to add, please don't feel like that's like any constructive feedback and criticism or ways to improve, also very welcome. Get those agents in line. Yeah, dude, I know what you mean. Sometimes they go in circles, but we can steer the wheel of time. Dude, I love that quote. Also, Wheel of Time is one of my favorite book series. So loving what you're doing there, man. Loving what you're doing. So welcome in, thanks again for hitting that follow button. I hope to see you more in the chat because it sounds like you're the right kind of person to have around. Give me a command that I can run in PowerShell that shows me the structure of folders underneath the current directory. I don't want to see files, just the folders. Crispy, dude. And now Teddy doesn't have to deal with any ads. So like
Chris_P_Bacon3 gifted a tier 1 sub to Teddy Trojan. They have given 422 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much. Dude, Crispy Bacon, you are having a, this is one of those days, man, that you're making this stream. I'm so excited. I'm so excited by the, like, not only what we're doing with our code, it's like writing multiplayer is in a very, very, very exciting moment, but you're making this stream one to remember. Thank you, dude. You really are. Okay, base dot, not monsters dot, let's see. Server, hold on. That's a bit much, but fine. That's it's too much text. Let's try this one. Yep, this will do. Let's adapt this. Let's adapt this to a git command so that we can use git ignore to ignore folders that we don't care about. Git command. Yeah, thank you. Freaking thank you, Crispy Bacon. You like Trojan, yep. He appreciates it. Yeah, I don't want people. I wish I could turn ads off. If I could turn ads off, I would. But you're turning ads off one person at a time with those subs, Crispy Bacon. So thank you. Okay, that might do. Let's do it like that. Okay. Ooh, will this work? Then filter to folders only in... Let's see. Jason got one too, yo. Okay, this is working for the top level directories, but we want the deeper directories too.
A tier 1 sub to Jason 9897. They have given 423 gift subs in the channel.
Huge. Thank you. Thanks for the gift sub, yo. Abso-freaking-lutely. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. We have the current layout. What I would like, though, is something which looks like this. We go that. I don't care about these subfolders. Contracts, server. Signaling server. And then that. I think what, yeah, okay, hold on. Maybe we go server with all of these. Then we'll also have our... No, okay, yeah, we're going to do it like that. We're going to move it into... Yeah, like that. That's the refactor. All right, how do we go? All right. The government updated my tax return. With any lucky, I'll be ready for my skin next week. Hold on. What are you doing with your skin? Wait. How's your day going? Crispy Bacon in chat. Steb staying focused, somewhat focused, a little bit, middle focused. Too many exciting things happening. Yeah, 145 for me too, Crispy Bacon. I'll be ready for my skin next week. What do you mean by putting my skin? Oh, just no way, Jason. That's pretty exciting. Have you thought about what you want it to do? Because sometimes people come along and they're like, boom, here's all these subs. Let's get a character. And they're like, oh, I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's going to be. Keep in mind, it needs to be something medieval appropriate. That's like the only, and you have to choose between a monster or a villager. Those are the big decisions. And then we'll figure it out around those things. It has to be, and it can't be something that we've already got. If you really want your character to be exciting and interesting, think of something like novel, but definitely a monster. Okay, nice. Monsters are very cool, for sure, but they'll get less playtime than villagers. Villagers are like, that's the trade-off. Monsters are like more exciting, but maybe less permanent in a sense. Less like, yeah. But yeah, monster is a good idea. Go for monster. Okay, it added that UI. Let's give that a run. So we'll get rid of these old ones. Reload. There's our, yeah, good. Room code. That's our characters. Let's also see our in-game menu. In-game menu has room code as well. Excellent. We're going to be turning that off, but for now we'll keep it on. Okay. The skeleton, but maybe the Grim Reaper. Oh man, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. The Grim Reaper would be absolutely sick. I like it. I like the concept. I like the concept, Jason. Okay, where's our second one? Here he is. There's the room code. That's very handy. Play, join, KS8 DWS, connect. Jason, 5 stream streak, huge. Wait, where's the voice to text? I thought I was going to read out. This means you a degenerate and you have been up late this many times. It's true. It's true. He's right. Okay, and it's there for the client and for the host. And then we'll also make sure that it appears in game. So there's our room code. Great. Excellent. Excellent. We've got our room code in. I like that. Okay. So let's do out this big refactor. Okay. And I'm going to need to stop this running. And we'll even close this solution. So we might even do, while we're at it, change it to signaling.server instead of signaling.contracts and then signaling server. I would also like the name of this solution changed to .server so that it remains more consistent with actually, you know what? We're going to change that signaling server.contracts to signaling contracts. Sorry, signaling server.contracts. So that it remains more consistent with okay, that's our next prompt. Okay. Clean up in C work The reason I'm not just changing these manually, guys, is because if I do, sometimes the context that the AI has will lose the structure of the solution, like the structure it has in its mind. So it's a bad thing to do this. Like manually. Otherwise, you'll find that sometimes it will be like, oh, I thought this file was here, so I'm going to revert the state of the solution to some other thing. We're going to, let's not forget about that script as well. See work. Okay. In here. So the other thing we do now, I would also like to get rid of the scripts folder, but leave the script within it alongside the other solution folders, the other project folders. and the solution file. All right, there we go. What platform do you reckon you'll release on? PC, Crispy Bacon. The first thing I'm going to do is a PC release. Maybe one day on other... And look, I keep saying this as though I'm sure that the game is going to happen. I'm still not even sure that the game is going to happen. Who knows what happens between now and when a game needs to be released. But if it was to be released, it would be on PC first, on Steam specifically. I think that's where I want to focus on. Is like, yeah, we're gonna, like, a Steam release would be the first thing to aim at. No problem. I know he gets focused and doesn't answer for a while. I always come back and try and answer. I do my best. He's a Steam guy. I'm not necessarily a Steam guy, but it's going to be the easiest way. It's like the platform on which games like this game thrive. If you look at something like Among Us, it's Steam. Steam is how that game succeeded, and we're going to aim for a similar audience. And that's what we're trying to do as well. Yep. Okay. Lots of refactoring here. We're gonna run it and test it to make sure it all works again. And then the next thing we're gonna do, which is the really, really scary one, we're going to move all of the not monster stuff. Oh, what the actual? Crispy Bacon, you are a madman, sir. You are crazy. Dude, thank you. God, dang it. Chat, how are we going to thank this man? How are we going to thank Chris for everything he's doing? I don't even, like, what are we... Ooh, Svaba. Wild. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Crispy Bacon. Valheal, thank you for the follow. Vahil, dude. Chris, yeah. Oh, boys, I feel all over the place doing this mini project. Thought I might ask Mr. GPT, and he said I'm not doing too bad. Crispy Bacon, thank you so much. Thank you. What do we do? Chat, please. Ideas in chat for how to thank Crispy Bacon for all of his support. I'm open to ideas. By the way, okay. Chiron GPT, you know what? Mr. GPT is a little bit, I don't know. I feel like it tells you what you want to hear. And if you feel like it's not going well and it says you're not doing bad, maybe it's, I don't mean to be negative toward you or what you're doing, but sometimes it just tells you it's overly positive, and it'll tell you what you want to hear. It'll tell you positive things, where sometimes what you need to hear is like constructive, critical things, because that helps you get out of the problem. So Mr. GPT might not be steering you in the right direction. Potentially, if you want real solutions or you want to be told to course correct and you really want something productive like that, then it can be useful to take other approaches. But do we have a butcher yet? Jason, I'm glad you asked. Let me show you the Crispy Bacon butcher, because yes, we definitely do. Crispy Bacon has the following. This is going to be the next version of it, because I already realized the version that I'd made the first time, I didn't like it. It needed to be a little tougher. You needed to be a little cooler. So this is the new Crispy Bacon character. And I'll show you the old one too. He's the only person to have a character rewrite. The character rewrite for here's the original butcher, which I didn't quite like. I wanted a different, better version of it. So he's got his own. Hold on, where am I? How do we get all the way down here? I really hate my mouse wheel. Guys. This is going to be that's the new Crispy Bacon. That's the new butcher. But this is the current one. That's the current one. So a very good idea, though. A very, very good idea. I like that. Yo, Karen, did you catch a Kyron, did you catch a sub? Fantastic. I put one up above. Not sure if you saw it. Chubby Puppy Bear. I didn't. I'm sorry. I must have missed it. I feel like sometimes I'm on top of it and I read them all, but then sometimes people like do what you just did there, and I'm glad you did. Give him a VIP badge. Oh my gosh, yes. That's a really, really, yep. Hold on. This isn't your main account, is it, Crispy Bacon? Either way, VIP definitely earned, and an emote is a very good idea as well. I don't know if we have any emote spots free, but I'll go look into that. I'll go look into that at some point because that's a very, very, very good idea as well. Yeah, hold on, that's a fantastic idea. I think we'll circle back to that, but that's definitely next time I feel like I need to do a thing. That's gonna be a good idea. This feels weird, dude. Yeah, you have the diamond now. You have the diamond. Okay, thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion. Give him a VIP badge. Yeah, I mean, still streaming it. I am, Jacob. I am. I'm having a great stream today. Very good stream today. Okay, let's go check out the shape of the project. Is this even going to take me in the right place? Crispy Bacon, another 17? Dude, what does that round you out to? What does that round? Nice, when he still streams still in Canadian time. Yep, dude, that is 452 subs. Where's our voice alert? Hold on. Shouldn't that be like, I should see that everywhere. That should be everywhere. Where is it not coming up? The Stream Elements alert's not working. No. Oh, thank you, dude. That's a level 6 hype train. Jesus, that's a lot. Super appreciate it. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. And look at this, guys. This is the shape of the solution that I really want. This is what I was after. So this is now the server. I think we need to change the shape of our solution even further. So this is good. This is good. Let's make sure it all still works first. And then from here, if I open a solution, let's open our solution file on a new window. Dude, about the agreeable personality I found in codec settings personalization, you can change it to be pragmatic or even custom instructions. Yeah. Yep. Mine is supposed to be, it's not agreeable, it's pragmatic and professional. It's, absolutely. We looked earlier today, Teddy Trojan, at the, have you seen the caveman mode? Like, that seems really interesting. I can't wait to give that a try. Saves tokens, apparently. Someone stop this man. Exactly. Shift your conversational model from a supportive assistant to a discerning collaborator. Yeah. Your primary goal is, oh my God, Teddy, that's fantastic. There you go, GPT. There you go. That could be handy. Kyron, I would copy and paste that into your GPT. Eliminate all reflexive compliments. Instead, let any praise be earned and the outcome demonstrate its merit before. I think I might even copy that. Perform a critical assessment. Is it genuinely insightful? Dude, I like this. We actually might use this right now. Hold on. Profile. No, sorry. Personalization. Okay, where is it? What was mine currently? What was mine saying? Characteristics. Yo, I think it's forgotten. My custom instructions. Has it? I mean, this is, yeah. We're gonna try that. Let's have a look at that. Let's see how that goes. All right, cool. Could be interesting. We'll see if that improves our GPT. I like that, Teddy. Thank you. If the input is merely standard or undeveloped, your response... Oh, there's more. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, talk saves tokens. There's contradictive feedback and research on Hacker News comments about Caveman, though. Yeah. I'm not ready to just jump on board with that yet. I think it seemed a little bit like, even in their examples, I was like, you know what, you lost information here. You lost information in this conversion from Caveman to normal English. Okay, now see how much neater this structure is. We've got our server, we've got our signaling server contracts and tests. And I think this will be much better. So let's run our tests, make sure they all still pass. We'll run the solution, make sure the server still works, connect to it from our client. Ooh, look, it didn't. Okay, there we go. That was just a cached thing. That still looks good. Let's close these out and run this. Rerun, make sure we can connect. Hype train level 6, 73% of the community. Oh my God. 27 subs. No, crispy bacon. Okay, that's it. Back to GPT. We are doing this. Hold on. This is happening. All right. Let's see if I can search chats. Twitch emotes. Let's do it. Did someone say GPT? Yeah, we're going back. 23rd, yeah, sure. No, these are the subscriber badges. This is not what I wanted. There we go. This is the one. That search actually felt faster than it did last time. All right, we're doing another one. Okay. We're doing another design now. Keep all of the constraints of the last design in place, but this time change the image to that of a pig in a wheelchair. The pig's back legs don't work, and so it's been replaced with a harness and wheel. To reiterate, the design must stay legible at a tiny resolution so that it works as a Twitch chat icon. Generate an image. We're doing it. We're making Crispy Bacon his own emote. Let's make it happen. Thank you again, Crispy Bacon. You are so freaking supportive, man. I really, really, really appreciate it. The fact that you are now at 470 subs in the channel is wild. It's so good. No, look, dude, it's worth it. I know it's a little distraction. I know it's a side quest, but I really want to do this. Just give me, it won't take too long. I'll keep it short. So let's see, hold on. Make emoji. She'll be a nice little thing, because then I think I'm pretty sure we still have emote slots that are free for animated emotes. We're gonna do this real quick, dude. I know that it's a side quest, but look, we're waiting anyway on no, we're not. This is done. Okay. I need to stage those changes, confirm that this works. Host a game. Play, join a game. This is G8Z2P7. Connect. That still seems working. The server's up. All right, excellent. Cool. Confirmed working. How's multiplayer growing? Hello, pretty good. It's going pretty good. We've got a server. Wow, you got this far already? Yeah. So the host and client are connected together now. It's working fast. It's coming together fast. But to tell you the truth, crispy bacon. That's your emote right there, right there. Excellent. I like it. Crispy bacon. We are getting you a Twitch emote right freaking now. Let's see. We need one where jam ain't bad. I think I want one where it like slides from left to right if we can. Why are these not demonstrating our the animation? Something's gone wrong there. That one? No. This one maybe? Bounce? Bounce might be the go. Bounce it is. Something's going wrong with this page though. We're going again. Upload. Oh, hold on. Clicking was downloading. I just noticed. There's a bunch here. We downloaded too many. Bounce is fine. Crispy bacon bounce. Keep it nice and quick. Let's keep it locked in. Where are we? Animated emotes. One more for the animated emotes list. Crispy bacon. Okay, refresh the chat, guys. Refresh the chat. We should have it. Can we do a crispy bacon bounce emote? Let's get him in the chat. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, Crispy Bacon, for all your support this stream. No, I don't see it. Yes, there we go. That's it. Now that was a good turnaround. We got a little bouncing pig in our chat. Hell yeah. Thank you again. Oh my God, the little pig nugget. Don't you love it? Don't you freaking love it? Okay. Thank you, Crispy Bacon. 470 is something to celebrate. I really appreciate you, man. I'm not even memeing and I hate that. Hold on. 6'7", no joke. Hold on. Wait. I'm 37 and it doesn't matter next to Goldie's. Hold on. Dude, do you like it, Crispy Bacon? Is it good? I should have checked to make sure that you were happy with it, but here it is. Dude, stop! You don't need to! That takes you to 500 gifted subs. Are you mad? Are you crazy? Oh, I love it. Good. You didn't have to do that. You don't, like, that's, like, cap it. Stop. Somebody stop this man. He's gone mad. 500 gifted subs is wild. Seriously, thank you. You don't need to do this. Now I need to come up with more things to say thank you. Wild. Can I please get the chat just spamming Crispy Bacon emotes, please? I want to see at least 500 little bouncing pigs in the chat. No, not really, but lots, please. Let's do it. It's not coming up for me, but I'll cap it this year. Thank you, Crispy Bacon. You are amazing. That is like, please, no more. I really appreciate you, man. I really appreciate you. Can we get some more in the chat? Yeah, that's it, Draggy Han. That's it. That's the way. How do I can't get it. Yo, even you're getting the lurkers out of the chat to say thank you for that. Yo, welcome in, Shivert. I really appreciate you saying hi and thanking Crispy Bacon there. That's the stuff, guys. That's the stuff. More pigs, more pigs, more pigs. Hold on, here we go. More pigs, more pigs. Let's get them crispy bacons going. Found it. Nice. I can't type it for some reason. Just copy and paste it. I tried, but it's not working. It's not working for me. Hold on. All I get is this, and that's not satisfying. Yes, exactly. That's it. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you for getting on board and helping out. That's lol. Still one of my favorite viral clips. Nice. Yeah, it's a great clip. That's what I'm talking about. Bouncy, bouncy bacon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, Crispy Bacon, man. Seriously, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for the 500 gifted subs that you've supported the stream with. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to me, dude. It really does. That's a big milestone. You've been so freaking supportive, and I really appreciate it. Okay. One more big refactor. Going to consolidate all the different parts of the solution of the Not Monsters solution. We are moving raisins, yo. Look at all the pigs. That pig streak, just like more and more and more and more and more. Let's go. You're a chilling big fan of this stream, dude. Crispy Bacon, I super appreciate you. You frigged it up. I mean, it was a good streak there. But Jason's also just expressing his enthusiasm, so I appreciate that too. How cool is that? Look at them. Look at the little bouncy pigs doing that thing. Yo, guys. That's sick. That's amazing. Thank you. Was doing a crispy pyramid? That's one tasty pyramid right there. That's one tasty pyramid like that. I like it. Hold on. Everybody shush. Casey's doing it. Casey's doing her own. Hold on, so is Jason. Oh my god. That's a lot of little piggies, guys. This little piggy went all over the chat. That's what he did. Okay, we're going to move the server and clients and utilities into the same folder. So we want the following. Base dot. Oh man, I really like how that emote came out. That's a good one. Base dot not monsters. I like it here, guys. I like it here. This is a good place. All right. Want the following. Base dot not monsters. Base dot monsters server. Everything in that. It's all you. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Yeah, send that right before you gifted more, so the message may have been gotten lost. No, look, that was wild. It really you get a message like that, and it's like boom, your chat history. You get gifts like that, and your chat history is just gone. But it's so appreciated. Aren't you glad you listened to your sister? I am. I really am. I'm really glad I jumped on and started doing this stream. I really am. She had the right idea. I should have listened to her. To tell you the truth, I should have listened to her years ago. Years ago, guys. I'm having lamb on the spit. No, we're having bacon today, Raisins. It's bacon day. Near Edmonton. Okay. All right, hold on. So, everything in the server folder. Then we want everything in the client folder. Everything currently in here. Then we want C work, utilities, utils, and then that's going to be everything currently in ability icon pipeline. Everything currently in that. One thing I want to do here, but gigantify emote. Oh my god! Yeah, good point. I still don't have it. I still can't do it. That's so good though. Thank you, Raisins, for the gigantified little crispy bacon emote. How good is that? That is freaking awesome. Okay. Okay, base dot not monsters. Let's see. We're going to do a I'm going to do a backup here just to be sure. We want that. Copied there. That's, oh my god, 40 gig. It'll copy fast. I love having a fast hard drive. 40 gig. Just zoop, done. Gigabyte a second transfer. We really need to thank Nacho for the crazy Lancel computer. Refresh Seb? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why it isn't working for me. I pulled that clip up just to watch it again and get a good laugh. One of my favorites. The crispy bacon freaking... Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that later. We definitely need to do that. Gigabytes in like 2 seconds. What? Yeah, I know. It's an amazingly quick computer. We want the following changes. So we want to move before we go ahead with the change itself, be really clear with me about where everything's moving from and to. Propose a plan for the changes that I'll review and approve, and then we can go ahead and move it. Okay. What SSDs do you have? Holy crap. Yeah. Yep. I don't deal with Massel 5 transfers all the time, so I just get basic SSDs, but damn, that was fast. It was. What's your PC specs? I believe it's on our stream page, actually. It's here, and it's this incredible PC here. These are the specs, and it's from flashbang. Sorry, guys. This is the PC that oh my God, it's appreciated in value. The RAM cost has gone up. I think this was like 10K when we first got it, and now it's up to 14. So yeah, it's a beast of a PC. Hold on, I'll show you guys from. So it's actually appreciated in value, amazingly enough. It's gone up by like $4,000. Yep, that's the PC. That's the PC. You can check it out on my on the Steam page. Yeah, just here. This is the link here. So it's good. It's good. Nacho is amazing. Yeah, dude. That doesn't even show up on the stream leaderboard. It's like, is it a dual PC? Yeah, RAM Apocalypse. You're right. You're 100% right, Jacob. Yep, that is not that. No, it's RAM prices should be dropping soon, though. Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty big incentive for people to reduce the cost of RAM. Okay, here's the exact move I'm proposing. Current target, not monsters, client server. That becomes util's ability icon because the current repo is also, it would become a new parent container. The client move cannot be done directly in place. The safer sequence is rename that to a temporary sibling name. Create a new empty, not monsters. Move the rename client into that. Rename this to a sibling name. Yep. I see separate Git repos today. Preserves those, yes, correct. Work from cwork, not from inside the current client repo. Yep. Processes are closed, git status, move directories, stage rename the current client root to a temp sibling. Updated the path dependent files. Yep. Yep. This plan looks good. Go ahead and move the folders according to the plan. A bit scary doing big changes like this, but you kind of need to sometimes to reorganize. Otherwise things get really messy really quick. Coming back to this page when I can get one. Raisins, I don't know about that. I couldn't get that computer for me. And I spend a lot of time on computers. My entire life I spend on computers. I wouldn't be doing that. If it wasn't for Nacho, we'd still be using a like $2,000 laptop from 4 years ago. It would be what we'd be using. So it's yeah, don't feel like that's getting a computer like that is you don't need it. You don't need it. Let me put it like that. It makes things easier. It definitely makes working on computers easier, but it's like it depends. You know, it's like you don't need a Ferrari for your daily commute, if that makes any sense. It's like you can, you know, I wouldn't recommend buying a Ferrari. I would recommend buying something like a Toyota Camry. And it's like, this computer is not a Toyota Camry computer. It's a freaking Ferrari computer. But on the other hand, it's like, I have never probably owned a single thing with as much value as this computer. It's like, yeah, and it makes a tangible difference to my life because I don't drive everywhere. I sit right here in this freaking chair, and when I'm not doing other stuff, I'm working and coding, and I'm learning about AI, and I'm managing my business and all of that. So it's like, yeah. Thank you so much for saying that. Hold on, what do you mean, Jacob? yeah, it's yeah, you don't feel like you need something like this, Raisins. You can do everything I learned, everything I got to do up until this point. I mean, building numerous games, making a company, doing all of that stuff. I did that on fairly old computers. Like, you know, it's the information you learn that has the real value, not the computer that you do it on. You only need what you need, to be honest. Yeah, and in some ways, like having this computer is going to, in an interesting way, actually be a disadvantage. It could be the case that the game that I'm running here, and you guys see me playing it, and it's absolutely fine, and it loads really quick, and everything like is smooth, and the frames per second are amazingly high, and it could be that the moment this goes onto another computer, it's like, oh, well, the game doesn't work because you need a 5090 to run it, and then I have to spend months optimizing. And in a sense, you can, like, by working on the target hardware that you're going to build for, it might actually mean that you build something that's more fitted to the actual, oh shit, it's held open. I should have closed that and this stuff. I didn't close all my stuff before I asked it to do that change, and I should have closed that and all of the repos and this doesn't need the change, but it might actually move the folder that is open in VS Code where this thing is running. So that's not great. Should have anticipated that problem. Yeah, I just asked it to, like, pull the rug out from under itself by asking it to move a folder that it's currently open, like has open. So we'll see how it solves that problem. That's not an easy thing to do. But the computer will make it way easier if you can co-op with instructions you give it. Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. Good to see you too, God of War, by the way. I know, how have you been? Have you been here in the stream for very long? When did you get here? Welcome in, man. I don't think you've been here long. I don't remember seeing you. Otherwise I completely missed it. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, it's definitely a lot. I learn so much every day, but I love the process of learning more. What you do on the computer, you can do. There's nothing that I'm doing on this computer that I couldn't do on a computer 10% of the cost, This does it faster, yeah, but you don't need something like this. Okay. The consolidation is complete. It should be telling me that you asked me to do something I could not do. Oh, it actually did it. It actually did it without any issues. Okay, there's the... I don't know if I actually like that. Maybe that's fine. I don't like it being in a folder called client. We're about to find out if this is good, if this was a good idea or a bad idea. Yeah, we're about to find out. Everything that we had open is now... All right, we'll keep that one actually. And Godot's going to be like, yo, where'd that folder go? Yep, completely removed it. Import. Here, that project. All right. Okay. I still can't wait for this game to release. I mean, the work we're doing right now is like super important prerequisites to us even getting other people in, right? I'm really excited to get everybody playing this game. But before we do that, we need some basic multiplayer, So getting there, which is really exciting. Today is such an important stream for us. I'm not monsters. And then let's see, we've got server. Open the server solution. Okay, okie dokie. That goes. One more goes. And that leaves us with our signaling server. That runs. One more here, and then our big refactor might have actually changed. Like the new project structure is in place, which is good, because it's really important that you keep things organized. C work, base.notmonsters. All right, we've got the client, we've got the server, we've got the utilities. I'm liking it. I'm liking it so far, guys. There's one. Did this not run multiple? Should have run multiple instances. So we have that here. We're going to go enable multiple instances, 2 instances. Okay. And the other thing that we might be really cool is we can give it launch arguments and tell it to run as like client mode and server mode, and then it can automatically connect to one another, which would be pretty sick. Pretty sick to be able to get that going. Okay, Seb, I was in chat, but I started at the start, but I lurked for a long time because of other streams. You had it covered with Goldie. No problem, dude. No, I was just checking in to see if you were there, man. I wasn't even worried about it. Good to see you. I was just wanting to make sure that I didn't miss you and that you weren't here, and I failed to say hi. Okay, so let's see. Play, join, LA6 ATD3, connect. Okay, ATD3. Did I get that right? L6A. L6A DT. Sorry, TD3. L6A D TD3. Connect. All right, good. Not a monster. Not a monster. Check it in our console. Good. 2 pairs joined. Room codes working. Wunderbar. Okay. I feel really good about this. Let's start updating all the references in code. So notice they're all gone. So file. Good morning. Hello, Creaky Doors. How are you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you in the chat for the first time. How's it going? Good morning. Indeed. Okay, base.notmonsters. We've got the client. I don't like that the name is client there, but we'll deal. Base.notmonsters server. Client, we've got server. There's a way to do workspaces, right? So we're going to do based. Even, you know what? We're going to go not monsters. Not monsters, and then let's go back to server can go, client can go. Probably should split actuator stuff out of this anyway, but for now, let's see. So now I'm going to open repository. I'm just trying to do some dev work to complete as well. Nice, Creaky. Let's code together, man. Let's code together. Let's get it done. I'm with you, man. File, open repo. Not monsters, the server. One more. I don't even know if utils was a... It's not a... It's not a oh, it is a repo. Is it? Yes. All right, hold up. That can go. Okay. Initial proof of concept for the ability icon art pipeline. AI art pipeline. Initial. One thing I need to do here is, let's go like this. We're going to codex here. Sure, you can update. What are you working on, Creaky Doors? Anything cool? Anything fun? Do you know what we're working on? I got to show you the game we're making. Good morning, Fookit. How you doing? Hope all will be well soon. Yeah, what's going on there? Is everything all right? I know that there was it the crash with the car and the harness and all that and the spinning out? Is that what God of War is referring to, Fook90? I hope you're good, man. What are you doing for the game today? I came in half awake during the sub madness. Raisins, we're adding multiplayer. We're starting to add the stuff that will let us all play together. So that's, pretty exciting to me. Hold on. Codex. I saw the Cathedral last stream. It looked so great. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that too. It's going to be great. Okay, let's see. We're going to add a git ignore appropriate for this solution. I'll let that run. This was pretty cool. The pipeline that just generates all these icons for us. It actually, like, the cool thing this does, if you guys recall, is it... we haven't done that one actually. The lobby artist. This is the new stuff, the newer stuff. That's right. Some of these are actually better than the V1s are better than the V0s. And it's got a few more that we don't actually even have in the game. We're going to add the zombie. I don't think we have the... What was it? The succubus isn't in there. The priest isn't in there. There are so many different icons that when we get those characters done, we're going to have like art for them. Okay. There's our git ignore. Okay, commit that. Okay, now we've got a nice little workspace for not monsters, which is fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. So that's our little banner. That's the new path. Everything seems to be working pretty well. I think the next thing to do here would be... So we've dealt with that. We dealt with that. We did this. We did that. We have not done this though, so that'll be the next thing. When testing multiplayer, we want to be able to run multiple instances of the game and have them on screen at the same time. For this reason, I'd like to add a new resolution to our options menu and ensure that when it's selected, that the next run remembers and respects that choice. Add 800 by 600 resolution and ensure that if it's selected the next time the game runs, it opens at that resolution. That's the next thing. And we need to do this too. We just need to get Godot on our path, but nice and all good. He was asking you for info. Yeah. I was curious about you, Creaky Doors. I'm asking you, dude, I'm asking you for it. Let me know. A prototype system for my first real project, a turn-based RPG. That's exciting. Dude, I made a cool turn-based RPG once. It was called Hex, was the working name for that. It was a cool project. Okay, we've done this too. Okay, so that's what we're working on now. And then we might even get to that, but I think after that, then we can start to define how the networking actually functions, which will be really, really, really exciting. Okay. Let's give that a quick run. And the other thing I should do is probably fix up the user interface. It worked, it was functional, but it's not pretty. The other thing we could do while we're at this point is add the actual matchmaking. But that is another really big and complicated change, and it might be worth leaving for another time. Okay. Let's see if we run again. Options, 8x6. And we close and now run. Do I get the 8x6 window? No, it opens up in full screen. How many players can you have? It's not really like a... Okay, hold on. We may need to change the way that the resolution settings are being applied. When we open the game, it goes full screen and loads showing the game's icon. Only when the initial loading is finished, does it change the resolution to the last selected option. When it does this, it forces the taskbar outside of the bounds of the screen. The resolution should be applied, if possible, before the loading so that the game actually opens in the windowed resolution, rather than changing to it at a later time. Okay. We're going to try and support 15 players. I looked at different architectures and even experimented with different architectures. And so I think I've got one where it could work with a single, authoritative hosted player among the peers, but it's like, Teddy Trojan, I might be about to blow your mind. Are you on a Windows computer or are you on Linux or Mac? Because if you're on Windows, hold the Windows key and press H, and that's what I'm using. I'm just using the one built into Windows. And the reason I'm using it is mostly because otherwise I'm like typing things slowly and you all are waiting for me to type, and I'm usually vocalizing what I type, but Windows main, Mac for work. Yeah, it's built in. It's built in, Casey. And Teddy, yeah. Windows key. Do this one. Do this one for me. Hold on. Windows key and then H. And that'll cause this to pop up. Hold up. Lol. Here. Check me out. I'm typing without using my fingers pressing on the keyboard. Oh my God. No hands, Mom. Look, Mom, no hands. Windows key H. I thought it's Windows utility. Yeah. That's it. That is it. Pretty handy. Look, Mom, no hands. Hold on, that's actually a pretty funny clip. So you hold the Windows key and you press H. Hold on. Hold Windows key, press H. Look, Mom, no hands. There we go. We can clip that. A lot of people ask that. Okay. What a productive stream today, guys. Okay, this needs committing. So let's commit to the shape of the server. Okay, this is the initial proof of concept for the Not Monsters signaling server. Oh my God. Use the settings option, has a new setting. Probably shouldn't be mixing this resolution stuff up with the rest of the stuff, but you know, it's fine. Look at that, starting a bunch of new repos today as well. Always exciting in here. This stuff is so fascinating. Raisins, it's going to be so good when we get the multiplayer going. I cannot wait to play prototypes with you guys. Have everybody in voice chat walking around as crazy characters. That alone is going to be fun. Forget the rest of the game. Sometimes it's confusing, but it's a vibe. I mean, Casey, Raisins, you guys... I got a lot of time for you two. If it's ever confusing, ask questions and I will explain. All right? I got a lot of time for the two of you. So go ahead and ask away. Because if anything, if there's confusion, I want to spend some time explaining. Thank you for that clip, Choppy Boppy Bear. That's handy. Very, very handy. Go for it, Jacob. Go for it. What's the question? Oh, I understand like 1% of that, but it's great to watch. Yo, I mean, I'm glad I'm being entertaining. Is mayonnaise an instrument? I feel like you're setting me up for a joke here, Jacob. But no, mayonnaise is a condiment, not an instrument. Is it a condiment? What's a condiment? A condiment is, yes, it's a condiment. What? Come on! You got me the 1-2 there. That's the one. Let's have the knockout punchline. Let's get the punchline here. Come on, Jacob. I'm waiting for the punchline. It's coming. Low-key thinking I'll be doing some fresh up on my game dev knowledge and focus on agentic programming for a few months. I'm thinking of leaving my current workplace, and it seems like a nice step, dude. Teddy, I support this decision. I mean, not necessarily the quitting the job part. Be very careful about that. If you can do the two things at the same time, don't just I wouldn't tell anybody to just quit their job and do game dev like exclusively unless you have like funding and a plan and you've done it before. And it's like, there's a lot of things that need to fall into place before you take such a big leap. But at the same time, I'm always supportive of people doing any more game dev. Make more games. The game is like making games is an amazing thing. The world needs more people building them because it's such a satisfying and amazing thing to do. It's like, I've said this before a few times on stream that everything humanity has ever come up with, like story writing, color theory, music design, computer science, understanding physics and mathematics. It's like all of it is combined and made interactive in computer games. And so I feel like if you want to learn stuff, if you want to do all that humanity has figured out and everything that humanity values and has learned, like make a computer game because you have to learn so much and do so much within it. So yeah, like I encourage you to to try. And start small, but yeah, definitely do that, man. Oops, I hit enter too quick. But yeah, okay, hold on. I thought that was a half a sentence. It's great to watch and see the process of the game being built from the ground up. Then I watch and learn and start to be able to understand a piece of a few things each time. No, that's amazing, Raisins. So win the lottery first. If I won the lottery, I would just make games for the rest of my life. I absolutely would. I would be here. I feel like I win a mini lottery every time somebody like Crispy Bacon or Nacho comes and supports me, because it means that I can build more computer games with you all. So that's definitely, I definitely feel those vibes for sure. Okay. I mean, I'm slowly learning some Godot. I mean, that's amazing, Casey. That's really good. It's been 5 years leading a food safety applications. Okay. Other officer double the money, but I know I want to scratch my own itch for a few months. Yeah, do it before jumping into another company. That sounds like a great time to do something like this, Teddy, but I warn you, like, you might fall in love and find yourself just making computer games for longer than you expect. Surely a burnt foot would rake in some money. Hold on, what do you mean? A burnt foot? Is this like a foot joke thing? Late night session, it is. Retrodiction, how are you doing? Yo, it's Jason. Guys, how are you, Jason? When was the last time you tuned in, Jason? We've been doing this. There's a lot that's been happening here. There's a lot that's been going on. Jason is an old friend who was my first computer games job ever, was at a company with Jason at a place called the Binary Mill. I absolutely love this guy. He is one of the best humans ever, full stop. First time in a long time. I keep missing them. Dude, have you seen this concept? Have you seen this concept yet? The concept of not monsters? This is the idea. This is like, we started doing this around Christmas time, I want to say. And it's been so much fun. It's been so much fun. It's coming along, man. Look at the game. It's a game. It's a thing with the whole game world. Check me out. And we're just starting. Okay, so the first job that I ever had was my job, right? Multiplayer. This was the thing that I did at the company where I worked. Me and Jason both worked there. Jason was like community management. He was the writer. He's an amazing writer, by the way, guys. And so, yeah, the last I checked, you were finishing the sponsor statues. Okay, we've got dude, do you want to see how many there's been now? Wait, look at it. This is the first 50. There's been another and we had to double the price because we were just spending so much time making statues, dude. And now we've also got another tier of stuff, of supporter things. Now people can get their own tombstone with their own little quote. But that's been really fun. But the game itself, dude, there's so many characters in. Let me just show you. Check me out. All right, that didn't do what it was supposed to do. I think the last change has not come through. Is that a pig with wheels? Yes, it is. That is Crispy Bacon's new emote for supporting the stream. That dude's been a huge supporter today. Okay, check it out. This is we're doing some multiplayer, man. But here, hold on. I'll make it big so you can see. Check out hold on. We'll change the resolution also. Videos so that it's not all pixely. All right. Check out the different characters we've got in the game, man. There's so many different playable characters, and we're just starting to get the multiplayer going now, dude. It's and Crispy Bacon also got their own character in the game. Gigantify, yo, thanks. That's definitely a Gigantify moment for sure. All right, windowed 8x6. All right, let's see where we're at. Did relaunching the game fix that? I honestly don't think it did. Resizing was happening too late because the saved video settings were only being applied here after Godot has already created the window and shown the splash. Startup override, user setting services. So it tells Godot to load that override on startup. Might mean that now that we've gone and set that setting here, that if I close this and run again, we get the same Like we actually get the solution we want instead of going full screen. Yes. That's good. So now they're both there. That's fantastic. However, the position of the window is now locked to the top left of screen with the taskbar out of the bounds of the monitor. Can we update it so that the position is the center of the screen? That change would be very, very handy. Are you doing the 3D asset creation with AI as well? Not completely, Seol, but for parts of the process, yes. Parts of the process are AI in the loop, like the concept art very much, and then we generate parts of the mesh. So there's some mesh generation that takes place that is AI assisted as well. But then there's other parts where we there's a lot of work we do. There's no AI in the not LLM AI at least in the process of rigging or integrating the meshes into the game. Okay, move you. Yeah, that's going to be really handy if we can get the task bar not outside of the bounds of the game. Let's see, what has it done here? Okay. Ooh, that would be cool if it can do that. Yep, that might be a vibe. But good question, Seol. Good question. Thank you for the question. Nice progress. Very impressive. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Is Witchy in the character section? Yeah. I'll show you. The crowd favorite Witchy Witch is definitely in the characters. Hold on, I'll make this nice and large for you. There is Witchy Witch. Ta-da! Oh my god, is Fast still live? What's she doing up so late? That's not like her. Oh my god, 3 a.m. and she's still awake. Crazy. All right, that last change, I don't believe that functioned the way that we wanted, but let's just confirm by video. Let's make it, okay, what's like 800 by 600 doesn't maintain the right aspect ratio. So I don't know if I like that. We need it something more like, okay, let's close this, run this. See if it's still, yeah, it's still outside of the, okay, where's our changes? Because I want to make sure that we can discard these if we want to. Yeah, good, we are. Okay, rather than 800 by 600, let's maintain the 16 by 9 aspect ratio, but keep a similarly tall scale. Make sure you use one of the standard resolutions, but it must be smaller than where is it? It must be smaller than, yeah. I mean, yeah, that means a lot, actually. It really does mean a lot coming from you, Jason. That like the, I gotta go yell at her. Jason, like you saying fast progress is nice progress, very impressive. Dude, that means a lot. Jason is like a game developer and a person around. He's worked as a part of the game development team I think I have the most respect for out of any team anywhere. The group of guys at the binary mill where he works are just like absolutely phenomenal developers. If any of those guys ever stream, that would be like the most amazing stream that I would tune into. So him saying that we're making good progress means a lot to me on a personal level, just because I really like I really like the work they do. And so Jason saying, you know, that's cool. That's really, really, really cool to me. What the hell? No, don't do this. This isn't even used. Okay, that's a bit of AI slop right there. Oh, wrong solution, wrong solution. Is this 0 references? No, don't do that. Bad. Bad AI. That can go as well. There, that's better. And now the problem we had still isn't solved. User options settings does not have that. Okay, there's a reason why it did that. Why did that not come up in our change set? Oh, maybe it did. Maybe user, all right. Hey, this is messy. This one's really messy. We probably need to refactor this service. That one's definitely not referenced though, so that can go. Is that what? It's trying to maintain backward compatibility. I didn't need to do that. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, okay, there's a bug there. That's better. Options, video, that goes windowed, that goes smaller. All right, play, host, play, join, ZCMHVC, connect. You select, ooh, got a monster. You select not a monster. Let's do Vamp's feed since she's live. Okay. Getting somewhere. Let's go have a look at these just to make sure. Invalid. Okay. No, that's probably fine. Close this, run. All right, I do want to just, because this is going to drive me insane, it going up at the top left there. Okay, so where the game window starts, it still has the top left edge of the window at 0, 0. Whatever code you put in to make this change is not working and should either be fixed or removed. Okay. Sirens of the Sea, right, Turbo? It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So what is Fast addicted to? What's she playing right now? Maybe we should go have a peek. Oh, she's on Rust. Okay, is she playing with Base Trade? That's pretty funny if she's playing Rust. Yo, I could see her getting into that. Creator Rust. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a really cool idea. She was, yeah, okay. That's cool. I'm glad she's playing that. The personalities of people in there would probably be so interesting. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try this. Let's move this up so you all can still see like Hopefully that now hides in a better place. I was going to try and get another hour's sleep before I head to my buddy's place. Take care all. Yo, Jacob, thank you for tuning into the stream. I really appreciate that. Have a great night's sleep, man. She's trolling someone for a solid hour playing the tuba. That's so good. That's hilarious. Dude, she'd be so fun in that. She'd be so fun in that. I hope she's really enjoying herself. I hope she keeps playing that. That's going to go so well. Because she's pretty good at shooters, you know. It's comedy gold. Good, good. Did she like build herself a little like enclosed safe container where she could just hide and make noise? That would be a fast thing to do. That would be what fast would do. Okay. Small window res. Right, startup display overrides. Ready and enter tree. Okay. Enter tree moves it forward, which is good. Can it go even earlier than that? Probably not, right? Okay, where's the thing that actually moves the position? Map start borderless. What's it got to say for itself to start with? Built-in startup centering mode. Okay. Yep. If you launch the game from the Godot editor, the very first window placement is controlled by editor settings, not project settings. Godot documents that under window placement, so true pre-splash centering is only something the project can control for normal game launches. Editor launches can only be corrected immediately after startup. Well, I'm going to go mad if we don't do that, so... Yep. Well, then I think we're going to have to make the change so that the window placement is adjusted after startup so that it can work with the editor. When running multiplayer, developing multiplayer, I'll be launching the game all the time, and I don't want the two windows in a place where I can't click the taskbars every time I launch. Let's set something up so that we correct this behavior, but make sure we don't break anything for players down the line. Some of this groundwork is going to be really, really useful and important. Otherwise, like every time we hit that play button, I don't want to be trying to like drag around that that top bar. That's just going to drive me mad, and we can't do that. We can't have that. You all don't want to see me go crazy here. She was following the guy. She's deep in the rust hole. Girl is going to see the sunrise. Hell yeah. We are both... I mean, I don't know what it is about our growing up together and like why we both wound up so degenerate like this. But it is what it is. Okay, where are we? I wouldn't mind maybe playing with her. It could be fun, but I got to stay locked in. I got to stay locked in, guys. We got to keep doing this. We got to make this thing work. We are so close to doing the first, like, join a player and run around. Okay. The boundary so that the extra... Let's see. I shouldn't be mixing these changes together, but we've done it, so Okay, where are those changes? Schedule editor window startup correction. If it's editor, if it's not editor bail, otherwise recenter window during editor startup. And that's going to windowed mode resolution. I don't know if this is actually doing anything to change the location of it though. Oh, hold on. That did work. That worked. That worked. Great. One more time, just to check I'm not going mad. I don't see how it worked in the code, but maybe when it finishes loading, it'll do a move. Okay, it moved them. All right, great. I can work with that. Play, host game, play, join game, room code. That's going to be V7QS82, connect. All right, excellent. Select both not monsters. All right. And notice when the host disconnected, the client lost its room code up the top, which shows it also actually got a disconnected event, which is good. Okay. Let's have a think. So, do I do my first check-in here? We already proved we could move data back and forth between client and server, so you never switched over from Dutch time. Yo. Okay, you're going to take your own device and get some sleep. Yo, it was really good to see you. Will you be back in town anytime soon? We're overdue for a dinner. We really are, Jason. We really are, and I would love to do that. I don't know when I'll be there next, but I'll be there at least every quarter. They've got me hosting a really cool developer meetup now, like a panel talk, and that'll happen 4 times a year. So a few months at most. A few months at most till we can see each other again and have that catch up. And I really would love to do that. She's Dutch time. She has another 4 hours in the bank. Yep. Okay. I think I can live with these changes. These changes are another question entirely. Set locally controlled. Okay. Let's think. Okay. This is probably, yeah, let's do it. Basic client behavior for client connect host and connect behavior for WebRTK, right? Yeah, yep. For WebRTC, what did I say before? RTK. For WebRTC. RTC networking. Exciting. Basic initial hosting clients. Okay, it's committed. So we've added better Windows support for during development. What the heck? Is my spacebar not working? That was weird. Okay. Hey Sim, welcome back. Good to see you. All right, the next thing. This is exciting. This is going to be the next one. The next big thing. We're going to. Ooh, I'm excited. We're going to. All right, let's go look through our docs. Client docs. All right, the next thing is going to be. From here, we need to determine. Now that we have the basic behavior for our networking in the project, we need to determine some standards for how network code will be written in the project. Start by exploring the various approaches for RPCs and variable synchronization, as well as how the existing architecture, which made preparatory steps for multiplayer, will tie into the actual implementation that we've added now. The result of the next iteration of work will be a new document in new markdown document in the documents folder. Okay. Client docs folder, plan mode. Okay. Oh, that's pretty exciting. We'll be able to, from here, set something up that once the player is connected, instantiates them, and then from there, we'll get them moving around. So nice, small incremental steps instead of the giant leaps we were trying to attempt to make with the first implementation. The most important stuff is in here though, the like connection state and all of that. And the thing we could probably do first is introduce a new menu that shows all of the players from the main menu. Okay, I'm grounding this in the current client architecture first. Existing network runtime interfaces for multiplayer and the lobbies/bootstrap flow. Okay, lots of questions about to come through that we can answer. In the meantime, I'm just going to quickly make myself a tea, and also I'm going to make fast for your tea. So if you guys don't mind hanging around, we're doing really good. There's 56 people in here. So hopefully if I go make us some tea and come back, that number holds and you guys don't get bored and decide to go elsewhere, though I'll totally understand if you do. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break, make fast some tea. I'm going to make me some tea, and then we'll be right back and we're going to lock in and finish this last little bit off, and then try and move to the point where when a player connects, a new villager spawns. That's going to be the next thing. And if that is successful, I am going to be so wildly happy with the result of this stream. So I'll see you guys really soon, 10 minutes from now. Be right back.
Dreaming From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line, press start, let's begin. Base code's world, come step within. The stream ignites, the night unfolds. Dreaming in pixels, I'm alive. Worlds he builds, come alive. Catch the stream, let it unfold. Press start, let's begin. Streaming visions, night to day. Base code is here to play. One more line, rewrite the code. One more line, rewrite the code. From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line, running the show. Base code world, come step within. Press start. Let's begin. One more line.
Hello, we're back. Jazzstrom. Oh, I'm choking on my carrot. Why do I always choke on carrot? Fast looks like she's having fun. She's having a great time. Okay, for authoritative gameplay state, which standard should the network document adopt? Host owns gameplay state in services. Peers send commands via RPC. Synchronizers are limited to presentation or temporary prototypes. Yes, this is the design that we set up. Host owns core gameplay state, but multiplayer synchronizers is allowed for some gameplay state properties where the shape is simple. Yes. Okay, so for performance critical systems such as characters and movement, synchronizers first. SYNCH. This ensures that the user experience is positive and continues to remain feeling responsive as they move around and interact with the world. For gameplay state systems such as for other systems such as time of day, so for one moment, guys. Hey, where'd the question go? No way, I was just in the middle of answering something, wasn't I? What? I didn't hit escape here, so what's going on? All right. Is that a carrot? It is a carrot. Should the document treat player-controlled entities as after connection is established? Okay, hold on. Let's resume with the questions that we had before we were interrupted. No answer was provided for a couple of questions, and those should be asked again. And then let's pick up where we left off. See if we can just do that. Crunchy, I know. God of War, have a good night. I have a game session with friends to attend to. Nice, nice. I wish you a great rest of your stream. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night, God of War. For authoritative gameplay state, which standards should the networking document adopt? For performance critical systems such as player movement, the state should be locally owned and synchronized and propagated using synchronizers. For things like game states such as game state, for other systems, however, it should be services plus RPC. Where the host should remain authoritative. I mean, maybe we just go like RPCs mainly for commands and exceptions. We could do this. State and services, peers send commands via RPC. Synchronizers are limited to presentation or temporary prototypes. So synchronizers are these things that like just the networking layer does magic to kind of keep your variables in check with one another. And it's a cool system. It's a cool thing. If it's anything like the way that it works in Unity and stuff like, other systems, then these synchronizers are powerful. And we might want to lean on them a little bit, but we do have an architecture, like in terms of thinking about stuff, I think services are a useful construct. I think what we'll do here is we'll try and say RPC and services for authoritative data, and then synchronizers for other systems where the clients can own the data. You know what? The mixed model might be... I think we'll go mixed model. Yeah. How should the document treat player-controlled entities after connection is established? Peer-owned avatars, hybrid ownership. The host owns shared systems, specific entity categories, can transfer ownership to peers under defined rules. Each player owns their avatar state, while the host resolves only shared systems for conflicts. Yes. We're not doing host authoritative because this will feel clunky and slow when you play it. And we don't need that. We don't need that. It's more important that the game feels good. But specific entity categories have transfer authority. So it's this. Yep. Peer-owned avatars. The Sunjan game, by the way, was actually fun to play for how long you had to make it. Casey, I'm glad you downloaded and played that. Thank you. That really, I really appreciate that. Snolzy, you're going to bed. Good night. Good night. Sleep well. I imagine probably the viewership will sharply begin to decline as we push forward into the night. 15 stream streak. Huge, huge, Snolzy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Where should the networking standards allow gameplay RPC code to live? Adapter only. Gameplay nodes and services do not expose raw RPC methods. Dedicated network adapter / runtime nodes translate RPC traffic into service for scene updates. Okay. Dedicated adapters are preferred, but scene-owned gameplay nodes may declare RPCs when tightly coupled to replicated visuals or ownership. I don't know. Any gameplay class may own RPC methods if local design is simple and reliable. I think adapter only. Should this first networking standards document include beyond the standards themselves? Initial adoption plan, define the standards and the name of the concrete systems to migrate under them with a suggestion about rollout order, standards only. Yes. Include the standards plus a couple of detailed example patterns, but no rollout sequence. Worked examples might be good, but I think standards only for now. I think doing some migration, migration will be useful, but we're going to treat that as a completely separate step. Good night, Schnolzy. Hold up. Sleep well. Catch you next time. Thank you for the 15 streams. That's huge, huge. Okay. Such as combat resolution timers, objectives, and match state. Authorities decided individually per system, and the standards document leaves that open unless a subsystem specifies it. Peers may direct, own, and synchronize some shared systems without a single or host authority. I think we're going to go host-owned services. That'll be the way. It always winds up simpler this way, guys. Having one authority for truth, just like, it's really good, and you should do it wherever you can, with the one exception of, like, what we don't want to do for hosted is this, like, player position is the one thing where it needs to be like a mixture of the host owning it and then synchronizing it to the client, but the client needs to be like, it needs to own it, but when there's too much deviation, it needs to be resynchronized. That's essentially it. I don't think, otherwise what happens is, like, I'll hit W, the message goes to the server processes it, moves the character, sends the message back, and like 30 milliseconds have taken place. And that like 1/3 of a second doesn't sound like a lot, but it is when you're trying to move a character around. It's it's a problem. Okay, new standards document at multiplayer networking standards. Yes. This iteration is documentation only, no gameplay changes. The document should explain available Godot networking approaches, compare them briefly, then standardize the project for a mixed model. Signaling service bootstrap only. Yes, peer-owned avatars use scene replication synchronized properties where appropriate. Shared gameplay systems stay host authoritative through services. Raw RPC methods live only in dedicated network adapter runtime nodes. Yes, key decisions to codify. Treat network bootstrap runtime as transport only. Establishes a peer in session. It is not a place for gameplay related logic. Correct. Treat the network session service connection/session metadata only. Keep the existing reader authority services split in the canonical multiplayer architecture for long. Yes. Shared systems such as match flow, combat resolution, objectives, timers, and world state must remain host-owned service authority. Player-controlled avatars are peer-owned and movement presentation. Their owner may publish continuous avatar state directly. Correct. Use mixed replication model for RPC commands, requests, acknowledgements, and one-shot gameplay events. Yes. Multiplayer synchronizer and scene replication config for continuous per-owned avatar state and other simple replicated presentation data. Yes. Restrict raw remote procedure called methods to dedicated network adapters and runtimes. Services, menu stores, effects, and ordinary gameplay nodes should not become RPC endpoints. Correct. Good. Keep local-only services local. Local player input service remains local input collection only. Local service events are never the network contract. Yes. Adapters translate between transport messages and service authority updates. Standardized transport defaults in the document. Reliable remote procedure calls on the default channel for lifecycle commands and shared state requests. State high frequency path for peer-owned avatar motion state updates. A separate, yes. Synchronized properties are allowed only when the Replicated data is simple, scene local, and the canonical source of shared game truth. Good, good, good. Document contents. Overview, comparison section with the three approaches, authority rules section, RPC standard section, variable synchronization section. Good, a do and don't. Research section, citing Godot's docs for their standards. Okay, yes, implement it. Okay. There's some other stuff I should have added here, and we'll still do it, but we'll let it draft this first. We're dealing with remote procedure calls, but we haven't got anything clear for how to handle instantiation. Holy, I have a lot to learn. Where are we up to? Casey, we are starting to define the networking standards for the, now that we have like our client and server connected together, we need to define exactly how, when we go and make changes to our code, like what rules we follow when we do it. Because I don't want it doing it like 10 different ways. I want it doing like, there shouldn't be 10 ways to do something. There should be one correct way to do something when we're talking about networking. Everything gets complicated with networking, and there's a million ways to do it, right? And I don't want a million different solutions. I want one standard solution applied to a whole range of different problems. And so I'm trying to, first define like the right way for it to do stuff so that it can do that consistently. Okay, so we've added this document. It locks the project into the mixed model that was specified. Signaling states bootstrap only. Peer-owned avatars can be synchronized. Shared state systems stay host authoritative through services. Raw RPCs are restricted to dedicated adapter runtime nodes. Okay, good. If, look, you can kind of see like why I'm, this is explaining kind of well, like what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. And I'll just explain what's happening here. We could have some server that handles passing network information around, but the signaling to be like, connecting, bootstrap only means it's just to get the game set up, and then everything else happens between a host and clients. That might be a clear thing that we should integrate into our documentation for our networking, but in any case, let's also take a moment to document the architecture of our session systems and how hosts and clients get connected. Okay. Shared gameplay systems stay host authoritative through services. Raw RPCs, yes, correct. It also ties those rules back to the current repo shape around this stuff. Includes the Godot reference to multiplayer networking standards. Yep. What does our document currently say about instantiation of objects? This is something that often introduces a lot of complexity in multiplayer projects, and I'd like to be clear about how this should be handled. Okay. And we should have a read of this thing. This document defines how long is it? That's pretty long. Signaling servers bootstrap only and not part of the gameplay. Yep. This current repo already contains the right architecture seams for multiplayer, service runtime, reader, and authority. Networking, bootstrap runtime, networking session, lobby. Yep, good. Yep. Networking service exposes connection phase, room code. Yep. Menu stores and affects reactor service state, but do not own long-lived multiplayer truth. Local character controls still come from local input services and gameplay nodes. Good. The project currently has 2 distinct session layers on the client. What does this mean? Oh, okay. Networking session layer and lobby session layer. Yes. Good. Good. We are connected to whom and to which room. What pre-match state has the... Yep. All right, let's have a quick read here. So this is where we're up to. A few important things about instantiation, but it does not yet define a full spawning policy. It currently says multiplayer spawner is allowed for authoritative scene spawning despite despawning and replicated seam instances and custom spawn flows that obey the project model authority model. Okay. Spawn time replication is allowed for small initial scene state needed when this instance appears. Yeah, no, we need to expand this out to do more stuff here. None your biz. Hello, welcome in. How's the game creation going? It's going quite well. It's going quite well. We're at the point of we're starting to lay down some of the foundations for multiplayer, which is a super exciting part of the project for me. It's the part that I get most excited about, probably. So, because it means that soon I'm gonna get to play with you guys. We're gonna get to actually like work together to, you know, to do some things, which is pretty freaking exciting if you ask me. Very exciting if you ask me. Okay, multiplayer spawner. Yeah, spawn time synchronization is, yeah, okay, so it was allowed to instantiate which categories of objects, whether peer-owned avatars are locally instantiated by the owner or authoritatively spawned by the host. I think authoritatively spawned by the host is the right answer. How initial spawn... We need more clarity around this. Ask me open questions and let's get clear answers, which we can then write into our document. Okay. So the document currently establishes direction, but not a decision complete object instantiation standard. This is a real gap. It's the kind of gap that causes multiplayer complexity later. Correct. Let's sort it out. Spawn categories, host-owned world object, peer-owned avatars, local-only objects, presentation-only replicas, allowed spawn authority per category. Yeah, we're going to deal with this stuff. Okay. Who should be allowed to instantiate player avatar objects that exist on the network? The host spawns them. Yep. Who should be allowed to instantiate non-player network objects, pickups, projectiles, host only? What should a late joining player be guaranteed to receive for already existing network objects? Oh, very important question. I think everything. Yep, everything, which is scary. Scary architectural decision, but a big one, important one. How should the network visible spawnable object types be identified in the standards document? Spawnable network scenes come from a host-controlled approved registry or catalog, not arbitrary scene paths over the network. Network messages may Identify spawnable scenes by explicit scene path where needed. Each feature may choose its own spawn identification model as long as it's documented locally. Oh, this is a big one. So approved registry would be, what this is essentially saying, guys, is do we keep a list of all the stuff that we can spawn and then send little numbers around? For instance, like keep a table where it's like just to essentially like a dictionary or something like that. But think of this as a spreadsheet where it's like column 1 is the number and column 2 is the thing that you're going to spawn. And instead of sending the thing that you're going to spawn, you send just a number. And that goes into the registry, and then the registry looks up the object and makes the object. It's like this is a system for being like, and the advantage to this is it keeps really, really clear what can be spawned and what it is, but at the expense of like its predictability, at the expense of additional complexity. Anything that needs to be spawned will then need to be spawned through this system. And so it's like, yeah, I mean, when you think about things like instantiating the character, it's a real issue, especially because data is going to have to get mapped onto those objects as well. So each feature may choose its own spawn identification model as long as it's documented locally. No, I don't want... Network messages may identify spawnable scenes by explicit scene paths when needed. I don't know if we... Not arbitrary scene paths sent over the network. Big decision. Big decision. There's going to be a lot of... I think it's going to be scene paths. I don't like scene paths though, because there's going to be lots of strings. Lots of random strings getting sent around. This is why we ask the big questions before we go and build. Okay. Approved registry. Yeah, I guess. Who should be allowed to despawn network visible objects? Host only. Yep. Base code's time is nearly 4 a.m. Correct. Big decision. Yeah, that was a big decision. How should the standards document treat objects that never need a network identity, such as UI, cameras, local audio, and transient VFX? Any PM may instantiate purely local objects as long as they're not part of network visible game state. Even local only instantiation should be narrowly... Nope. Local instantiation's fine. Yes. Okay. Networked player avatars are host owned. Host spawned, yes, correct. Shared non-player networked objects are mostly host only spawned. Yes. Late joiners must receive. Yes, this is a big one. This will affect the shape of the code a lot, like a lot. Spawnable network visible scene types come from an approved registry. Big decisions. Despite authority, despawn authority is host only. Yep. Local only objects are freely instantiated. It gives us a clearer... next step would be fold these. Yep. go ahead and update our standards document with these new decisions. Okay. Feels like a trivia show with the 4 options to choose. Yeah, it's like we need the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire kind of like music to just pop up with each new imagine that, a code thing where it turns every prompt into like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire kind of quiz. That'd be hilarious. It does feel like doing an assignment sometimes, like answering not an assignment, answering like going into a test, like a uni test or something, where you get asked a bunch of questions and you have to get the right answers, and it's like a multiple choice. I always like multiple choice quiz, things. So implement that plan. Okay. Make sure that our agents document explicitly directs users to make sure that our clearly references our multiplayer networking standards to ensure that when code is being written, the standards are considered. Ensure that is properly directing any agents to our okay. I've also tied this section back to our existing model. Okay. Okay. What other important questions about multiplayer have we not asked or answered? Okay. $1 million question is an A or B, definitely. Like the chase, then if you guys have that, which the chase, we don't have the chase. We have like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire here in Australia, pretty much. Okay, the biggest unanswered multiplayer questions are mostly implementation policy questions, not architecture shape questions. We've settled the broader model. What is still open is how strict and detailed the runtime rules should be. Okay, avatar simulation. Are peer-owned avatars purely replicated presentation, or do we want the how to host-owned services replicate outward as full snapshots, event streams, or a mix? Yeah, there's a lot of specific questions here. Okay. Scene transition and late join policy. Yeah, there's a lot here. We'll circle back to these. We're going to circle back to these questions. The next immediate step is to use the new spawning policy to instantiate something that enables only creates a new instance of the selected character once a player has joined a host from the main menu and moved into the lobby environment. Ask me any open questions you need before we go ahead and implement this. Plan mode, please. All right. Good night, Casey. Sleep well. Thank you for sticking around this whole stream. I love the use of the new character there. Crispy Bacon's bouncy pig. Thank you, Casey. I'll see you again sometime soon. Probably again tomorrow. We'll be here again tomorrow. So I'm going to be locked in and finishing this up. I think if we get the characters spawning, then tomorrow we'll move on to, pun intended, not intended, but good pun. We'll move on to getting the players to move. Tomorrow I'll be here. All right, awesome. I'm going to try and get the stream going around like 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time if I can, because, you know, there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. So if I can manage to like get my life in line and then get straight into stream, hopefully, but you know, you never know. It's hard to know. Who should see the spawn selected carry the instance lobby? Both peers, both the joiner. When the joiner reaches the lobby, the host sees the joiner, the avatar, and joiner see the host avatar. I mean, this does also raise a question of the host replication state. The shared service replication state, the scene transition, and late join policy. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. For the first spawning slice, who should see both peers? Static visuals only. Yep. But no remote movement. Yep. Good. How should this first slice handle existing local controllable character path? Keep local path. Keep the current local controllable character for each player and add separate remote avatar instances only for other peers. Host spawn path. Replace the current local lobby composition so that all lobby avatars, including the local one, come through one host spawn path. I think this. How should the remote avatar placement be handled by the lobby? Add authored spawn points. Add explicit additional spawn points in the lobby scene. Reuse the 1 point for now. What player count scope should this first lobby spawning slice target? Try and support any currently allowed room size immediately. Why does that matter? I don't... Current room size, yep. Might be worth like leaving and joining late. There's a lot of important details to work out there. Like so many important details to work out, which will be really interesting. It'll be interesting. How should the system decide that a peer has actually entered the lobby and should now participate in avatar spawning? Explicit lobby handshake. Okay. At the moment, when a player joins a lobby, they are taken through the character selection, and after making their decisions, and finally select a character. At that time, they are moved into the lobby scene, and that's when their player should be spawned. Players have joined the lobby before then, but they should not be instantiated until the player selection is made. Until the... is finalized. What character data should the spawn lobby avatars use in the first place? The current lobby loadout. Yeah. This will be interesting. I think we probably need a better strategy for handling all of the game state and late joins so that we can support reconnects. Reconnects is a big deal. If we support that, that's like very, very, very hard to do. I don't even know if like, let's check. Can Among Us, can you reconnect after disconnecting in Among Us? In Among Us, if you are disconnected from a game, can you reconnect at a later time? You cannot directly reconnect if you disconnect or leave. Do we want to try and do this? It complicates things so dramatically. Bypass bans. Among Us players, is there any way to rejoin a lobby? I think the answer is just no. Not really. Do we need to do this? Do we need to do this if Among Us can't even do this? How important do you guys think it is, chat? Why does it complicate things though? Oh, Teddy Trojan, because what happens in a multiplayer game, in Civ 5 we reload and play P2P games. Who has the game state? Teddy, it's not even that. It's that what tends to happen is you have like, all right, let's even just do a really simple version of this. Imagine this, right? If you have this like, let's say, you've got 1 HP, right? And then you eat something and then it goes to plus 10. This goes to 10 HP. And then you have something happen where it's like, you get attacked and then that becomes like 3 HP. When a person reconnects, what you kind of have to do is you can't necessarily just say like send 3 HP to the person, right? Because what that requires you to do is now that step of getting the 3 HP requires you to go and look at every variable in the entire game to get that information to then go and like send that off as a network packet. And so that's a lot of work. And the thing is, you may not even have that information tracked. You have to set it up in a system where that information is then in a tracked system, right? So, but why is this complicated? We have autosaves. Because, for instance, let's forget that this is HP, right? Let's say it's something like player position, right? Maybe it's like, it's no longer HP, it's like, where does this person even exist, right? You have to keep track of everything and save everything all of the time in order to properly make a reconnection possible, right? And just in terms of like the amount of time that it takes to collect all of that information, to stick it into a game state object, and then to send the game state, that's a lot. That's a lot of, that's a lot of code. It's a lot of complexity. It's a lot of things to think about, right? So the complexity involved with reconnecting is complicated, because instead of just taking new information in and writing it to wherever you want, to get the game state, like if everybody gets the same initial game state and everybody gets the same set of changes, everybody has the same game. You can do that, right? You can just do that and it's simple, and you didn't need to track all the things that changed. But this should be stored somewhere. I mean, it's always stored in memory. The thing is, you need to change what you're doing to start to be conscious of every single variable that needs to be tracked and replicated. And that's a lot. That's a big footprint. It's a lot of change to your code base if you decide to do that, right? And so you can just say like, all right, I'm going to just keep sending you things as they change from this point onward. That doesn't necessarily get you to the same game state as you were before. You have to have tracked everything, and you have to have flagged everything as a state that needs to be kept track of, so that when a new person joins, they can get all the information they need to have a consistent game state. So it's like, that is why who owns the game state? Yeah. I mean, even if the host owns the game state, that's the answer to that question, Teddy. In the solution that we're going to do, the host always owns the game state, except for instances where the communication back and forth between the host affects the player experience, like the movement of your character. Those are instances where the client holds the game state. In instances where the server holds the game state, it's like everything else. But even then, tracking everything that is considered game state is a very, very complicated undertaking, and requires you to rewrite and reconsider the entire way that you build everything. And this is why we started building with services in our game from the start, right? Like if it wasn't P2P, and it was server based, you wouldn't treat the disconnected players as removed from the game. You track what affected them. And but Teddy Trojan, even then, it's a complicated thing to resynchronize a player with the game state, because you need to send them every little bit of relevant information to the game, which means you need to track variables that are irrelevant from the game separately from variables that are relevant to the game. And then you still need to write all of those up into one big like buffered message with all of the stuff that they need, right, to send it through. And on games like, Civilizations, what actually can happen is you can use patterns like the, what's it called? The command pattern. The command pattern is a really powerful pattern where you start with a state change, you start with state, and then everything, like the entire game, is an accumulation of actions, of inputs that mutate the game state. And what you can do to recreate the game is just go to the initial state and apply all of the actions, right? This is how you do like Control Z in things like Photoshop. It's the same process, right? It's here's the state of something, and here's something that comes in to mutate that state to produce a new state. You don't need to check, you don't need to save the snapshot of the state every time. You just save this initial state and you save the things that caused it to change, right? You can do that with a game like Civilizations, but when we're doing a game like not Monsters, where we're talking about the player's position, it will send like the player's information, its location will change 30 times, like it'll do 30 ticks, right? 30 times a second you get a new position for that. You can't just keep track of all of that, because the amount of data and the amount of work the computer has to do to track it will just like the complexity explodes. So you really need something. You should never have a singular source of truth for game state. The server should be the singular source of truth for game state. Yes, rated 400 elo chess, but not always. If it is like, let's say we're talking about the player's position, right? Say I'm here, right? And here's my character, and I want to move my character, right? I want to move him to here. I don't want the host to be the version of that, right? Because what will happen is like, here's the real version, right? The host's version of it. Let's say we're in host land over here. We're in host land over here, and then we're in client land over here, right? This is the client. What I don't want to have to do for something like player state is I do my input, right? The message goes there, right? That might take like, let's say I've got a really good ping. So that's going to be 30 milliseconds, right? And then it moves the player, right? And it goes, okay, you're now here. And then it sends back a message to say like, okay, now that changed, and now you get to move forward, right? Because what happened is this is another 30 milliseconds. If you're trying to move around, right? If you're trying to move around, it's really frustrating to press the button and then wait 60 milliseconds for your character to move. That feels sluggish and crap. So you can't even do this. You can't do this. What you have to do is you have to let this move immediately, tell the server, and then the server has to check, right? There's this like constant leapfrogging happening that goes like that, right? It goes forward and backward, over and over and over and over, right? Where it keeps checking if it's in sync, and then that goes here, and then your new character is there. And if it turns out that your character actually walked in the wrong direction, right? If it actually went here, then that needs to be like the server needs to say, like, bad client, you're in the wrong place. You actually need to be like, bad client, you're in the wrong place. You actually need to be here, right? And so then it drags you back into the right location, and then you get like, oh, I lagged. But what's actually happening is it's keeping you in sync. So the thing is, all of this kind of complexity is happening all of the time. And to be able to track like all those changes 30 times a second for every, for every change in position, just absolutely impossible. So things that work for games like Civilizations will not work for the game that we are making. So that, there's a lot to there's a lot to consider here that we need to figure out like as early as possible. The server should be the singular source of truth. Yep. Are you having turns each day, or is it like a new turn? No, see, the game isn't even turn-based, Helu. It's not a turn-based game. So instead of putting back the player mid-turn, it's not a turn-based game. It's a real-time game. You should need to send all the info back to the client that sent the info originally. Yep. It just needs to confirm who received info. What makes it impossible? Sorry. It's not that it's impossible, it's that it's impractical. It's impractical, Elo. Like the amount of compute required to do it and the size of the data becomes too big. To track all of the changes that happened all of the time, you can't do that. And to track all of the changes for the current state right now also is very difficult to do, right? Because you need to then track every bit of information which is important to send. And that's a lot of complexity, right? Yeah, but like the game you played with high pings, there was rounds. Are you also having rounds? The game is not going to be like that, Helu. It's going to feel more like a real-time game. It's going to feel more like Counter-Strike, right? And with a game like Counter-Strike, it doesn't necessarily matter because the amount of data that needs to be synced is small. It's like you don't worry where a person moved through time the entire time, even though, by the way, the Half-Life engine in Counter-Strike did track that. This is how their replay system works. You don't need to do that. You just need to say, this is where things are right now, right? And so for us, it might be a bit complicated to do that. We'll try. We'll figure it out. Okay. Let's see. Implement the first host-owned lobby avatar spawning slice using the new spawning policy. Replace the current local-only lobby character instantiation path with unified host spawn path. But Counter-Strike also has rounds. Yeah, but you don't have to track in Counter-Strike like... in Counter-Strike, every round starts over. For us, the game is going to accumulate over time. So there's going to be... Our game is kind of more like... It's more like an MMO than a game like Counter-Strike, because we're going to have things like items that persist. We're going to have things like, there's going to be like, it's just going to be a bit more complicated because of the way that the game works than a game like Counter-Strike. Not that much though, not that much. But, even then Counter-Strike didn't do like, it does have like a host and a snapshot and all of that data is sent. So we'll probably have to do something like that when we go ahead and implement this. Where things are right now was my thought too, but that would be sent to everyone trying to reconnect. Yeah, correct. And the thing is, we might not bother with it because, the same reason Among Us doesn't bother with it. It might be so much complexity for such an edge case. It just might not be that often that people find themselves needing to reconnect. But why are we only concerned about the current game state plus changes that led the disconnected player to the state they should be after reconnecting? I don't know that we necessarily need to do that. If we support reconnecting, it'll be more of a matter of like, okay, we have this method that goes and collects all the relevant information, turns it into one special network message, sends it to them in order to unpack and then apply. And then we'll carry on from there. But that can still, if you miss one variable, then you get inconsistent game state between all of the clients. And you don't allow reconnect after some time, like 5 minutes or something. Yeah, I do just want to like make sure that if the game crashes, you can get back in. I would really love for it to be able to do that. Or however many texts you feel is comfortable with in terms of updating other clients. It's a good question. Why bother? A quick win is to short reconnects to be allowed. Bad pings in the game instantly for a group of, I mean, right now I don't need to deal with all of that complexity. I just want to implement this one simple feature where we spawn the right character when a person joins. and we can take it from there. Okay, hold on, bro. Skip my big one. What was your big one? Wait. What did I miss? What did I miss? Rated? Sorry. Like, you don't need to track all 60 ticks on the server side. Just track the 60th tick as your updated server state. Just track the 60th tick. But even just saying just track the 60th tick, it's not like, so a tick usually in terms of like network ticks, still requires us to be deliberate about what information consists of that, like what that tick consists of, right? You still need a method that goes, go and find all of the different variables that are important for game state, pack them up and send them. And that's a lot of complexity, even that on its own. Current game state can be, there's complexity involved with that. And also, like, you don't need to, like, distinguishing what the client needs versus what the server has is another, like, complicated thing that just needs to be dealt with. It can be very frustrating for players getting disconnected early and not being able to play. I know. For a game like this especially. Copilot build the most stable game ever. If it's an actual problem, you could update it then. Definitely. Okay, so stage those. Making the host spawn avatar appear reliably for peers who enter the lobby later than the host. Yep. Lobby runtime, so timing is gated by actual lobby enters rather than raw connection state. Yes. And this system is so great. I'm really excited by this. It'd be good to have that in. And then we'll be going to bed, guys. Okay. As far as I know, actual client-side info that's relevant to the game state is pretty sparse overall, with the movement and interactions being relevant at all. So maybe peer-to-peer is easy peasy. Yeah, I hope so, Rated. I hope so. I hope it is that easy. We've made some tech decisions that say like server authoritative for like heaps of stuff as much as possible. But we'll see how it all shakes out when it's like implemented. Okay, hold on. Open. Why is it called not monster? Oh, we need to update here. Project settings. No, not monsters is the name. I wonder where that name come from. The solution name, not monsters, might be nicer here without a... Okay. Yo, Bobby, thank you for the follow. How are you doing on this fine 4:30 a.m. morning? I don't know where it is for you, but it's very early here. I'm glad you hit that follow button. We're not going to be live for too much longer. We should probably raid Fastfy, because I am tired and ready to get some sleep, come back at this fresh tomorrow. Okay, it's the second time it's compiling about Godot not being on path and wasting tokens trying to find that. Okay, we definitely need Godot on path. Where's the command it tried to run? So it just needs to... There it is. Environment variables. Let's go here. We need path. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go path, new, put the Godot path in there. And that was one more thing we had on our to-do list. So now future, okay, so we've updated our path to include Godot's folder so that we can run on the command line directly. Update our so that this capability is clearly articulated. Okay. Updated the first. Let's run this while we have a read here. Implemented the first host-owned lobby avatar spawning slice. The lobby no longer relies on the old local-only lobby player connection. Instead, it now uses a dedicated lobby network runtime plus multiplayer spawner to host the lobby avatars after the player has finalized character selection and actually entered the lobby scene. The spawn payloads are carried through data and spawned still uses the existing character actor loadout. Cool. Implemented behavior matches the slice you asked for. Host enters lobby. Joiners are not instantiated until selection is committed. Once the joiner enters, the host rebuilds the current authoritative lobby avatar and sets the later entrance to receive the full set. The remote avatars are static visuals only with no movement. Let's try it. Let's try it. Here goes. Yo, gotta go. Good luck and see you. Thank you, Teddy Trojan, for hanging out. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for being active with questions in the chat. I do really appreciate it. I do really appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. Ooh, our music's on. Let's turn that down. Interesting. Sorry for any bleeding ears that might be hearing this. Oh, it's just mine. All right, you all probably can't hear that. Whoa, what the hell? Something's gone quite wrong here. What the hell is happening? Oh no, what happened here? Something in the recent changes, which I think okay. There's an issue here with our recent changes to the settings have caused something to break. The audio volume has not been remembered and reapplied, and I can now no longer go from full screen to windowed mode. This was working until the last run. What changed that could have affected this? If no recent changes can be identified, let's go ahead and revert the changes to our settings to how things function before commit. Where is it? This is the one that... some more before that commit there. All right. I mean, we can still test our thing. Host game here. Can we? Hold on. Run this. Already is it fixed? It hasn't made any changes. We'll see. Maybe it'll break when... Oh, I don't know what broke that. All right, hold on. Host game. Play join game. ZQ45PA and connect. Okay, select. We get a monster, not a monster. Oh, we did get a character spawn. We did get a character spawn. That's very exciting. And we had a character despawn. Fantastic. That's very cool. All right. Let's see. Leave the match. Let's try again. Let's try that again. Play, host. It stays connected. The host did not connect. Host game. Play join game. THVGB9. Okay. Let's try Maiden. Select. Oh my god, both monsters. What are the chances? Very low chances. Okay, who was the client? I'm pretty sure the rightmost was the client. We need that players menu, if anything, just to help us understand the state of the network. All right, hold on. We're gonna go again. Let's see. Play host game. I think it was the host. Host game. Play join game. So, PK3BQR. Connect. Maiden select, not monster. That should have spawned. I think we saw it happen once, right? Let's completely quit. Have another shot at this. Okay. See you, Teddy. Okay. Where are we? One more. There was a bunch of errors here in the console, actually. Avatar spawner problems. We saw these before. Okay. And now we're back to full screen windows. Okay, now this is cool. This is cool. Other window. This one. Move. Play host. Play join. Q4A26B. Connect. Yep. Let's take some. Okay, lobby. Client has issues. Okay, we can see that's really cool. We got something. So when the host selects their character after the first client connects, we do see the character spawn with the correct selection. We need to also test the other. The client, however, never has their character spawned at all. Let's try that scenario. We need to find and correct that. I think, and then if this gets sorted out, then I might be down to call a stream and raid fast. Let's have a think. I am fading a little too, feeling pretty tired. What's Fast up to? She's right in the thick of it. Okay. Okay. That actually kind of makes sense. All right, quick run. And then it's good night. She's doing one last thing, then rapping. All right, well, I have to beat her to the punch because I'm also doing one last thing, then rapping. And I definitely want to raid fast. Play, host, move, play, join, CPW, connect, move, hold on, move the other one. Okay, what we're going to do is client goes in first, then host goes in, then client goes in, host goes in, client goes in. We didn't anticipate the selection there. Whoa, hold on. Yes. I mean, that's very cool. Client got the host spawned. That's great. But host never spawned. And it's going to be related to this. All right. The client and host both seem to have spawned on the client. It appears as though the host got the following error and nothing spawned for them. And then we'll need to do a whole bunch of stuff around just state connection and disconnection and stuff. But this is two players. This is two players in the one lobby, which is very exciting. Isn't that cool? I reckon next stream we're gonna have players in here and moving around. Won't that be amazing? That's gonna be so cool. All right, wrap it quick. All right, let's do it. We're raiding fast because that did kind of work. So raid fast / raid fast fee, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to do it. So ready up, everyone. Has been very fun. We've got, look at this, 2 characters in, spawning happening from, I mean, that error will fix, but tomorrow we can pick this up and there's a good chance, guys, by tomorrow, we're actually going to have multiplayer where two people can be running around in the same environment at the same time. We might have to try and rope fast fee into that, which would be amazing. Would be very, very, very cool. Can't wait to potentially see that happen. So this was an absolutely incredible stream in terms of how much we achieved. We got a lot done in a short amount of time, and so much happened behind the scenes to make this real. But you know, we're finally here and we're implementing, and I've been doing so much learning and testing about different architectures and setting things up and creating test projects and writing code myself, and now documenting a bunch of standards that I'll be able to reuse for future things. It's all very exciting. I'm really, really excited by this. So this was a huge stream for me. Thank you for everyone who locked in and stayed here the whole time. And a big thanks to Crispy Bacon. Can I get some Crispy Bacons in the chat for Fastest Raid as well? I really appreciate everything you did, Crispy. And everyone who subbed. It was amazing. Have a great night. See you all tomorrow.